Yo, 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 what's going on, guys? What's happening? Ugh. What's up? What's up? What? No fish shot. Not today. I got a first call. Caller, you're on the air.
Holy crap, I didn't know it worked the first time.
Yeah, it did.
Well, my name's Tia Ismaloff. I've been a MidTel for about a year now.
Nice.
And I was kind of, I was on the TFN show back in December, and I kind of wanted to get back on to one of these sort of things. But
All right.
I had a really concerning question.
Sure.
All right?
Yeah, okay.
So I'm still in high school. I'm only 16, all right?
Uh-huh.
So my crazy ex-girlfriend is trying to get me in trouble with the law.
Oh, shit. What's she saying?
Yeah.
What's she
She
saying?
called the... This is what I'm concerned about. She went to the police officer, not the office, but the police officer in her school and said I was harassing her.
Uh-huh.
So I got called down to the resource officers and I was detained.
Uh-huh.
And they're talking about sending me to jail and all that crap.
What's she accused you of? What's the claim?
She said that I've been repeatedly following her everywhere she went. I was following, and I've been making her not feel safe.
Okay, so she didn't say that you hit her or raped her, right?
No, but that's what I'm afraid of.
Okay.
I'm afraid that she's going to accuse me of rape
Well,
or something.
here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Smart enough to accuse me of this.
Did she already make the claim that you were harassing her first?
Yes.
Okay, so that's actually a good thing, because if she decides to say that you raped her after, it's going to be questionable. Why didn't she report the rape first? Why would she say that you harassed her first when raping or hitting her is much more severe? That already puts a hint of doubt. Now, did you already go to a police station and give some sort of statement, or no?
No, they didn't actually bring me into the police station. It was just the resource officers, and they kind of detained me.
All right.
Me for a minute about
Fuck
it.
that shit. That shit doesn't mean anything.
She was trying to, yeah.
So here's what you do, man. Here's what happens. If they ever call you to the police station to give a statement, you don't tell them shit, okay? If they call you down there, the only words that come out of your mouth is "I want my lawyer." Okay? You don't give them fucking anything except lawyer. That's the only word that should come out of your mouth. Is I'd like a lawyer. That's all you do. You get a lawyer, and then he will take care of you from there. Not to mention you're under 18, so that's a great thing as well. So here's the thing. What do you say?
I was saying, yeah, the thing is that she's 15 and I'm 16, so that's why I was really concerned. We're not.
That doesn't mean shit. That's still legal.
I guess the court of law. Okay.
Here's the thing. Even if they were to charge you with something and by some miracle of God you were convicted, the beautiful thing is that you're still under 18. So to my knowledge, you would maybe go to juvie for a few months. And even if something did happen, it wouldn't be on your adult record. So it's, if you were 18 and then you got convicted of some kind of crime, that follows you for life. But because you're under 18, if I'm not mistaken, your juvenile record and your adult record it doesn't last. Once you're 18, it kind of starts over, as far as I know. But yeah, here's what you do. Don't ever tell them shit. Don't ever talk to this girl. She texts you, save her messages. Do not reply to a fucking thing she says. Do not ever see her in person. And then if they ever come for you and they ever, take you to the police station, here's the thing, right? When they take you to the police station to give your statement, it's not so they can help you. They're trying to lock you into a story so that they can fuck you over if it goes to court. So you never tell them shit, all right? Not a goddamn thing. You get a lawyer. What's going to happen is your lawyer's going to come, all right? He's going to represent you. He'll talk to you privately about what actually happened, all right? That way it's off the record. And then he'll put together a defense for you. So if it ever went to trial or whatever. So you never give the cops shit. All you say is, I'd like a lawyer.
That's sort of like how in domestic disputes, whenever they get there, they always take the woman's side of things, right?
So they already took her side.
Telling me if I was to get convicted, don't try to tell them anything, because from what I've heard,
no, if you get
being honest to the police, it doesn't get
no. Here's the thing.
Lesser sentence.
Convicted means you committed the crime. You're guilty and you're going to jail. That's what convicted. Charged is if they think they have enough evidence to take you to court. But here's what they do. They like to bring you in to lock you into a story before they even charge you. See, here's what they're going to do. They'll bring you in, right? And they'll ask you to tell your side of the story. Now, they're hoping that you say some shit that fucks you up so that they have enough evidence against you to charge you. That's the whole reason they bring you in. It's not to help you at all. It's to get you to say something, and they'll try to trick you into saying something. They might try to say, well, don't you at least feel sorry that this happened? And if you say, yes, I'm sorry, they can take that as, okay, he just admitted to the crime. All you're doing is saying, I'm sorry that she filed the claim, right? But they'll twist it because that's what they do. They twist shit. So they'll twist it and say, okay, he just apologized to the crime. Now we have enough to charge him, and then they'll take you to court, and then they'll try to convict you. So you never give them anything. You never apologize for shit. If the girl texts you and asks you to apologize for what happened, you don't fucking reply to her texts at all. You never say shit to her ever again for the rest of your life. All right. And if you go to the police station, if they bring you in to question you, all you tell them is, I want a lawyer. And then you hire a lawyer, and then he will take care of everything else. You never tell them shit.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to avoid this girl.
Yeah, just avoid her.
I mean, we got a damn class together. Well,
transfer out of it.
Not class. It's
transfer
like a
out of
co-ed PE thing. I'll go into one room. She follows me to the
transfer out of that shit. Transfer out of that shit as soon as possible. Explain to the principal that you can't be around her. And get the fuck out of there. You do what you got to do to protect yourself. And the great thing is, bro, you're under 18. So I don't see, they're not going to send you to an adult prison, you know. I haven't heard of that yet with a 16.
I don't want to go in any prison, man. I don't.
and they're not.
You were saying.
Yeah, and here's, how long ago was she fucking with you? Like, how long ago was this?
February, when we were actually together.
No, like, when did she start threatening you? When did she file all these
claims? When did she start doing that?
Yeah, when did she start fucking with you?
Wednesday.
What month? You know, what day?
I think it was the 3rd.
Of
May
what?
The 3rd.
April?
No, May.
Oh, shit, so this just happened. Oh, so this just happened. Okay. Yeah, so that means there's still a good chance that she might go to the cops and they might bring you in, you know, to question you. But just remember this for the rest of your life. And to everyone listening, remember this shit. When the cops bring you in to question you, it's not so they can help you. It's so that they can get you to admit to something that you may or may not have even done, so they can lock you into a story so they can get you convicted. It's not to fucking defend you. They're on her side every time. You know, they're always on her side. So never tell them a goddamn word. Yeah, so don't say a fucking word except, I want my lawyer. If they say, well, before you get your lawyer, can you at least tell us what happened here? Don't say fucking shit. That's all you say, all right? And then your lawyer will take care of you from there.
Sell myself out.
Your lawyer will take care of you from there. Exactly. So you'll be all right. Just don't say shit to her. Avoid her at all costs. Never be in the same place as her in person. Don't ever reply to her texts. Don't ever apologize for anything over a text or a voice call because she's recording you, and you'll be all right, man.
Well, didn't you say if you had to talk to someone like your ex, to always do it over?
No,
like something you could like.
That's when you're breaking up with them. That's when you're breaking up with them. Always do it over text.
Oh.
But if you're already broken up, now you avoid them at all costs. You don't give them shit. So you're already broken up.
I don't want to take up too much of your time, man. But also, she's trying to get her boyfriend to fight me, and he keeps sending me messages. I mean, I'm not
good. Do you have those messages?
Do
you have those messages?
I'm a wrestler, and
no. Fuck all that. Fuck all that tough guy shit. Fuck all that tough guy shit.
No, I'm saying that I've been boxing for about a year.
That's
now,
fine, bro. But that shit doesn't.
I'm not afraid of him.
Yeah, I get that, bro. But you're thinking with your ego.
Trouble.
Here's the thing. Stop thinking with your ego, bro. None of that shit matters when it comes to the cops, okay? When the cops try to fuck you over, it's not about how tough you are. It's about how stupid you are, and they can trick you. So throw all that ego shit out the window, bro. Here's what you do. Do you have all the messages where he's threatening you?
Yeah, I have the text messages
Keep
where he's
that.
saying,
Good.
fucking kick your ass.
Beautiful. There you go. Let him be the tough guy. Let her be the immature bitch who's trying to get you harmed. So now if you ever have to go to court, you can say, okay, she's trying to use this guy to fight me. She's the aggressive one. I'm the one who's in danger for my life, not her. You see what I'm saying? I'm the one who's fucking scared. That's how you got to play it. All right. If you ever go to court, you've got to play the soft, scared guy. You don't want to be the tough guy in court. That helps her make you look like the abusive one. You don't want that shit. I know it's kind of goes against your ego because it's like, man, you're making me like a pussy, but that's just the way this shit works, bro. If you want to stay out of jail, you got to be the victim.
I don't care as long as I'm not in jail. I'm just worried about being I mean, some of that stuff falls under like simple assault and just a misdemeanor, but I'm worried about more other stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like I said, bro, like I said, and I'm gonna take another call after this, but like I said, keep your distance, keep your mouth shut, don't tell her shit, stay away from her in person, save all her messages that her and the boyfriend send you, and if they ever take you to talk to you, the cops, you don't tell them shit, you ask for a lawyer, and you'll be all right after that. All right.
All right. Well,
All
thank
right.
you for taking the
Yeah,
call, man.
appreciate the
You
call, man.
actually you've helped me out a lot. I appreciate it.
Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, never tell the cops shit, bro. Well, I mean, this guy is 16, so I didn't know shit when I was 16 either. Um, yeah, you don't tell him shit. Fuck the police. Anyway, the lines are open if anyone wants to call in. It's getting started right here. By the way, guys, if you guys want like 1 hour counseling about shit like this, like the guy just called, if you become a $50 Patreon, I'll do an hour-long phone call with you privately once a month. I had a guy, Martin, yesterday. He became my first hour-long call it like Patreon. He basically pledged $50, and now we talk once a month, and I answer any questions he asks for me, MGTOW related or whatever, you know. All right. Caller, you're on the air.
Right. Absolutely right.
Is this Mrs.
Absolutely right.
Is this Mrs.
Right.
Mrs. Potato Head? Is that you? Mrs. Potato Head, are you fucking calling me this or that's too early for your shit, Mrs. Potato Head. You got to call back in a little bit. You got to call back, Mrs. Potato Head. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, so I liked what you said about staying like cautious of women because they're raised in such a way that like they can harm you.
Yes.
So what is your like suggestion for guys, like for single guys, because should they adopt like a player like lifestyle, or what should it
what do you want? That's the question. What do you want out of life?
So no, like what I want out of life is a different topic. Like in relation to women,
what do you want from women?
Like,
what do you want from women?
So I want like I basically just want like
just sex.
Sit in and quit it.
Yeah, okay.
I don't need their love.
All right. So then just ask for that. Just say, hey, I'm just looking for something casual, and do what you got to do, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So like you suggest like a player lifestyle, like those RSP
What is a player
guys,
lifestyle?
What would you suggest?
No, just ask them for what you want. Unless you wanted all the shit that comes with that player lifestyle, then why do you want that? Is that what you want, or is that something you feel you have to get laid?
So so like, what is your take on that? What shit comes with like the player lifestyle? What do you think?
I mean, do you want to be going out 7 days a week from nightclubs for 10 hours a day, fucking talking to women all night with loud music playing? Is that what you're into?
No, you don't have to go like at night. You can do like you can pick up girls like while you're like doing while you're going about like your normal lifestyle.
All right. Well, if that's what you want to do, then do it. If that's what you want, if you like just talking to women during the day and telling them you want to have sex with them, then go for it. Just be careful. Don't be crazy with it, but just do it cautiously.
So what do you do? Like do you?
I'm so lazy, bro. I don't even approach in person. I just hit them up on Tinder, and we just meet up and have sex.
Oh.
I don't even fucking like talking to them in person.
Okay.
Yeah, like I have
you
a worse. I have
your time too much.
No, I have a very low tolerance for women's fucking games and shit, and so Tinder is just like the fast food version of pickup, So that's what works for me. After about 2 hours around a woman, I start to like just fucking lose my mind. So that's about my maximum, threshold.
What do you think of RSD? Do you think like those are like just total scam, or
I
what
think
do you
it's outdated as hell. I think it's not practical. I think men have a lot of shit in our lives we have to take care of. We don't have time to be at nightclubs for 10 fucking hours talking to 50 different women. It's just not practical,
Mm.
It's just a
But
huge
those
waste
guys
of
like
time.
suggest like so there are like I don't know if you know this, but like there are two types of games, like there's day game and night game.
Yes, I know.
So you can choose either one or do like both.
Yo, here's
Like in
the
day game you just go about your normal life.
I understand.
It's not like an agenda.
No, I mean, yeah, but even during the day, I'm at my job or I'm fucking uploading videos. I'm doing other shit. I don't have time to run around the street approaching women. I have Tinder game and I can do it during the day or at night. I just shoot a quick message, tell them what I want, and then tell them to meet me later. So that's the beautiful thing about Tinder game. I can do it from my bed. I don't have to be running around downtown. Fuck that.
I get it. So do you suggest like getting married, or is it a total scam?
Not in this
'Cause
country.
I think like it's a total scam.
Not in this country. No.
No, not in this country.
Not in a country where she has the power.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
So like, what should a guy do if he wants like kids? Should he just?
I suggest going overseas to a country where you have the legal power, and that's the only answer I can come up with.
Okay. Because like I get it. Like I'm new to America, but like I know that
Where are you from, man?
they're like stupid. I'm from like Dubai.
You're from Dubai. Okay, so
Yeah.
you came from the UAE where you have all the power, right? That's where you want to get fucking
No, I
married.
still have the power. Like you don't have to submit to the laws. You have like free will. You don't
Yes.
need to like who's telling you to get married, right?
No, I'm
like-
saying even if you got married,
Yeah.
do it over there. Don't do it over here. You come from one of the only countries where you can have the power if you get married. I'm from Lebanon, so you're like an hour and a half away from me. Get married over there. Don't do it in fucking America. Are you in America?
Yeah, I'm in America.
Yes, this is not the country, go back to fucking the UAE and then get married, bro. I can't believe you're even asking me this shit, man. I thought you would know this shit already.
Okay.
Come on. You know the difference between women there and over
So
here.
I'm like because you live in America, so like
Yes.
I want to learn about like what's going
No,
on here.
I'm only here for a little bit. I'm not fucking planting my roots here.
Oh, okay.
Shit, I thought you would know better than anyone.
Yeah, but I know like it's true that we have like more power over
Yes.
there because like the country cannot screw us because
Right.
like most of them don't even like want a divorce.
Exactly.
They're, like,
You see
loyal.
how
They don't, like,
much
go
more
around
behaved. Bro,
cheating.
look, I was in Dubai back in November. I was in Internet City. You know where that is, right?
Yeah.
You saw how much better the behaved the women in Dubai were than the women over here in America?
Yes.
You see
I
the
think it's
difference?
just like the way they're raised because
Exactly.
in America they're like so free they can just ride on any like the guy they want.
Exactly.
Nobody is going to judge them. But like
Exactly.
there, if they do that, they're going to fucking get
Right.
hanged or something.
Did you notice how when you go to the mall in Dubai, I went to the biggest
Uh-huh.
mall there. You see how you see all the happy families, you see the husband and then you see the wife with the hijab and you see them walking with the kids. You see all these families everywhere?
Yeah.
You see how when you're in America, it's nothing but lonely fat bitches everywhere and weird people walking around. You don't see all these happy families that you saw back in Dubai, do you?
Yeah.
So there you go.
It's not even like if they're like it's not even that their ideology is like right or wrong, but they at least like stick to it.
Exactly.
In Dubai, like they at least stick to like
They're
Islam
loyal.
and like I'm not saying like Islam is the ultimate religion or something.
Yes.
Like they at least have some like rules to go by.
Exactly.
Like here they call themselves Christians, but like they like get laid on Saturday and
Exactly.
like go to church and then you know what I'm
I know it. I know
right?
exactly what you're talking about, man. And back in the Middle East,
Yeah.
even though Islam is kind of an extreme religion, at least they follow
Yeah.
it all the way, so they get the results.
Yeah.
You know,
At least they have like more.
Exactly.
At least some rules. Even
and the
it doesn't
woman
matter if they
and the
are
women
right or
over
wrong.
there, they
Yeah.
respect their husbands, don't they?
Mhm.
Do the
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So you already know. You already know the whole thing, man. You don't even need to be talking to me, man. You already figured it out.
No, I'm just like talking to new people. So like
Yeah.
maybe you have something new I can get or maybe you can get something new from me. I don't know.
Nah, man, all the good opportunities are back in Dubai, where you're from. They're not in this country, man. This country is just one
So
big pump and dump.
why do you think like women are so like ruined here? What's it?
Because
Like,
they were
how do you
raised to
feel?
be sluts and whores. What happens, bro? Okay, you have any sisters in your family back in the Middle East?
No, I'm actually alone. Like I'm the only child.
Okay, but your parents were like strict Arabs, right? Middle Eastern. They were kind of a little strict, right? They had some values.
Yeah, a bit strict, but
Okay.
like not that much.
All right, but
Not like,
imagine what would your parents do back in Dubai if they found out you had a sister, or if you had a sister, she's your age, and they find out she's sleeping around with all the guys in the town? What would your parents do to her over there?
I mean, it's well, my parents in my case are like pretty open, but like usually in like Dubai, they would like look her down.
Exactly, they'd look down on her,
even,
right?
Even yeah, they will like throw her out of the house.
They'd throw her out of the
Like,
house. Exactly.
yeah.
But what happens in America? You got these little white girls running around wearing their short shorts with their asses hanging out, and their mom and dad are saying, "You go, girl. We love you, sweetie. You go, girl." They're fucking praising her for that shit. YOLO, YOLO. The fucking moms are trying to be like the daughters. They're trying to be cool with the daughters.
Yeah.
YOLO. Fucking A, bro. So there you go.
Cool. So in America, like I've taken this like route, just hit it and quit it.
Yeah, it's kind of America. Let me tell you something, bro. America is like a McDonald's drive-through. You know, you just go to the drive-through, you get your burger real quick, and you get the fuck out. It's a pump and dump society. It's not a society built on values and more. It's not like back in Dubai or back in Lebanon or back in Saudi Arabia. It's a fucking pump and dump. You know, and especially in 2018, there's no more values.
Because I've been like in the, you call it, I'm not like a pickup artist or something, but like I know like girls, I know how to like get what I want out of them. Like,
sure.
Like I know how to get laid.
Yeah.
So like I've been doing this for a while. So what I've noticed is like, because when girls tell you when you like sleep with them and like when they are like in your arms or in the bed, when they tell you that like I love my husband, you know, I love my boyfriend, and then like you at that moment you know like what's up, you know.
Yeah.
Because like if she's telling you this that she loves her like boyfriend when she's like sucking your dick, and you know like no woman is loyal. You like your value like for women, like your respect goes like
absolutely
to the toilet. Like
I mean, look, man, women are only as loyal as they have to be, and in this country they don't have to be loyal, so they're not loyal. Back overseas in fucking Saudi Arabia or some shit, if they find out the woman is a slut, they get together and like throw rocks at her or some shit, you know. So women are as loyal. You know, the dog only the dog will piss and shit on the carpet if you let it, right? But if you force the dog to go to the bathroom outside, then the dog will behave. But if you don't, the dog is gonna shit on the carpet. That's American women are like dogs that are allowed to shit on the carpet and get away with it. They don't have to piss and shit outside. They can go on the carpet and people just sweep it under the rug, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you tell me like they have boyfriends and like while they're like sucking my dick.
Exactly. I've been with tons of girls that have boyfriends and husbands.
It's good for me though because I don't have like a girlfriend or something. I don't have to worry about that.
I don't think you should.
Like, when it like breaks my heart really because like I don't like I don't want to have a girlfriend after that.
Exactly.
I know like some guy will be doing the same thing I'm doing to
and
her.
We weren't. Here's the thing, bro, because like I'm from overseas too, so we weren't raised to be heartless like this, you know, like over there we would respect like, oh, she has a boy or she's with someone like but in this country it's like it's so open and easy to fuck someone else's girlfriend, or people steal each other's partners all the time, and it's not even a big deal. You know, it's kind of shocking to us. Like, it's like, damn, they're really fucking cold-hearted in this country, you know? Like, it's just fucking ruthless people. So I know exactly how you feel, man.
I think, like, you cannot blame a snake for, like biting you, because it's just its nature, right?
Yes. I always blame myself.
So, like, because similarly, like, women are, like, they have this tendency to, like, how do you call it, like, just going up, you know, like if they find an opportunity, like if they find like Brad Pitt or something, Do you not think like they would cheat?
In this country,
Right.
absolutely. I mean, here's the thing: they weren't raised to value a man here. They weren't raised, over there where we're from. The man is like the fucking god. It's like, dude, I have a great husband. I'm happy. Like we're like the prize over there. Over here, they tell women, me and you are worthless. We're fucking dog shit. She's the prize, and she can always get a better man. There's always a better man out there for her to jump to in her mind. So she never ends up getting exactly what she wants. She's always jumping around, and then she hits the wall around 30, and then she's a fucking cat lady.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Because
Yeah.
like once she hit 30, like her like value in her eyes
Ooh.
drops, or like she becomes like needy as fuck.
Yeah.
'Cause I've like been in this thing, so I've slept with like women who are over 30.
Yeah, me too.
I'm 21. I'm not even like their age.
Okay.
Like I know what's up with them.
Yeah. They're just happy to have
After
some
30,
dick.
like
They're just happy to get the dick after that. Pretty much.
yeah.
Definitely. I'm
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get some other calls in though, man. But I appreciate you calling.
Cool. Yeah.
Definitely. Have a good one.
Thanks for the time.
Anytime, man. All right, the number's open if anyone wants to call in. We're making Arab money. We're making Arab money. Yeah, Greek Mythology Gaming. Big shout out to Greek Mythology Gaming, everybody. Absolutely. The number is open, guys, if you want to call in. Mrs. Potato Head, I'm not taking your call right now. Yeah, I don't have the energy right now to sing and dance. In a little bit though, maybe in like an hour, We make Arab money. We make Arab money. What's going on, Diamond Life? What's up, man? Okay, Arab money. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, 10 more till I hit 6,000 subscribers, though. All right.
My name is Gary Bettledge.
Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Kuruma, Gary.
Oh, what's going on, Gary?
Oh, I just thought I'd call you. I always like calling in when you have your show. Sometimes I don't, sometimes I do. But I listen a lot, and mostly to your callers. And your advice is so direct, so simple.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. How many times you had to tell the guy to go get a lawyer? Don't say anything.
Yes.
I mean, sometimes I had to make a comment, and I know maybe I'm a little critical, but I said, "Are these guys stupid, or is it me?"
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I don't mean to put.
Well, he was only
down,
16, though. I mean, he was a kid. When I was 16, I didn't even know what the fuck a false rape charge was. I didn't even know that shit happened when I was his age. So I don't blame him.
Yeah, I guess I was being a little intolerant. I sometimes hear the last three callers. I'm going, how many times does he have to say it? I mean, you were clear as a bell. I thought if it got any clearer, it would smack him on the ass. Yeah. And then the other guy from the other country, it's in his country, men have the authority, but not here.
Right.
I don't know how many times you had to say that.
Right.
It seems like a no-brainer. You come here in the West, women are terrible, and they have the power. But you go to your country or his country.
Yeah, he was from the UAE. He should have known better.
Well, I would think so. That's what I mean. I was going, geez, what's up with this?
Exactly. It's like, shit, you're from the best place to get married, and you're asking me for advice? Fucking A.
Because you know what? If I was going to ever get married, I don't plan on it at this point, but I mean, if I was younger, I would go to a foreign country.
Of course.
And meet somebody, and then I would stay there.
Of course. Absolutely.
But women in the West, in America, oh God, they're fucked up as all can be, man.
Oh shit, yeah.
God, these women are a real study. You know, you're right. They're raised here, and it's through social engineering.
Yep.
It's through the media.
Yep.
Even their parents. Can you believe that parents would raise kids that way?
Let me tell you something, Gary. I have seen moms, you know, little suburban soccer moms, who their daughter dresses like a slut. And the mom is like, you go, girl. And then the daughter will dress like a slut to match with her daughter. Just the mom will dress like a slut just to match with her daughter so she can be cool with all the high school girls. Because the mom wants to feel young and hip. Have you ever seen that movie Mean Girls with Lindsay Lohan?
No, I've heard of it, though.
Well, if you watch it, Amy Poehler, she plays the mom of this blonde girl. And the mom is trying to look young and hip and get boob jobs and shit, just like the daughters, so she can fit in with them. So it's like the moms encourage the slut culture. It's just a sick fucking society, you know?
Yeah, I don't, and I wasn't, hope you didn't take me wrong. I wasn't trying to put your collars down. It's just that sometimes I can't, to me, what you said was so direct and so simple and so to the point. I mean, to me, it was like a no-brainer.
Absolutely.
But then you got to remember, you're a very smart guy for 22. I mean, you've got it pretty well nailed down, you know?
Mm.
I mean, you're amazingly smart for 22. And, you know, because I don't know many people in your age group, God, even older, that really have it very much going on, you know?
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of sad when people that are older, man, they're just like, they don't have a clue. And you're looking at them like, where have you been all your fucking life?
Yeah, absolutely. Shit.
Kind of sad. But no, you're right. Yeah, what is up with parents that do that? Shouldn't parents be, if they're, if they're healthy and if they're, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? If they're healthy, mentally, emotionally, you would think they would raise a child right.
Absolutely.
But I guess even the parents are brainwashed by social engineering in this country.
Absolutely, they are.
And then they pass it on to their children. See, that's this country's pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
To say the least. And it's sad because, you know, this country wasn't always like that.
That's true.
There was a time when there was considered good values and good morals, and people waited to get married, and they were ready to get married, and they were mature enough to get married, and their offspring they could raise without, you know, all the bad effects of social engineering and conditioning. Of course, they didn't have feminism as full blown as it is now. You know?
Exactly.
So it's so the days of Ozzie and Harriet are long gone.
Oh, fuck
it's too bad, though. You know, I don't think there was ever a family like that exactly, but I mean, but there was a healthier mindset in the 40s and 50s, comparatively speaking, to now, compared to now. You know.
Absolutely.
And it just frustrates the hell out of me what this time we're living in, you know?
Yeah, it's mediocre.
You know, I don't blame you, man. I don't plan, you know, I was born here, raised here, and I don't even want to stay here.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
God, I'm looking to get out one day, man. Maybe I was thinking Thailand would be the way to go for me, you know, and I don't mean go to Thailand to meet a girl. I meant go to Thailand, man, just to get the
chill out.
Fuck out of this
absolutely.
place.
Or like Costa Rica or fucking Belize or some shit, you know, Cayman Islands. I don't know.
Yeah, America is not it. And you know, you're right about loyalty, man. And I harp on that only because that means a lot to me, loyalty.
Absolutely.
And
it's everything.
And you're right. It is everything. And why is it that when I was younger, there was more of a sense of loyalty, even when I was a young teenager in the late 60s, early 70s, because I was in my 20s, 1973, I think. And there was more of a sense of that. Now it doesn't seem like there is.
Mm. Yeah, every generation that comes after you becomes more and more eroded and watered down, you know, morally speaking.
Yeah, it's sad, isn't it?
Absolutely. Absolutely. My generation has zero loyalty, zero morals. It's all in the toilet, you know?
Yeah, I know. Because my mother used to say often, you know, to me, you're a very loyal friend. You know, like, I remember she said that on more than one occasion. You're a very loyal friend.
Right.
Person would be fortunate to have a friend like you. Anybody,
Right.
because you when you really like somebody and you invest your time and energy and you bond with them,
Right.
you are loyal to the T, man.
It's a beautiful quality.
And that's just my style, you know.
Absolutely. That's a rare quality these days, especially.
Oh, it is. I feel out of place, man. I feel like shit. I walked into the Twilight Zone. I'm
Yeah.
waiting to see Rod Serling
Right.
standing over there smoking a cigarette,
Right.
you know.
At least you had some good years, though. You know, the guys my age, they were just born into a shit show.
This is a shit show. God, I feel for you guys, man. I really do.
Yeah.
I honestly feel for you guys in a big way. And not to sound redundant, but your colors were young, and I should have
Yeah,
been
yeah.
a little more tolerant.
Yeah,
That
they were
was-
teens and
That was
20s.
my lack of tolerance. I admit, you know.
That's all right.
I sometimes am a little intolerant, you know.
We all have our moments, you know.
I'm sitting here and I'm listening. I go, oh God, you know.
Just get the lawyer and shut the fuck up. Yeah, but if I want to hang out with her,
I mean,
get
if
the
you would've
fucking
told me
lawyer.
that, I would have said,
Get the.
yes, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I'll do that. you
And
know?
then the guy after, he's like, but I can still pick them up in America. I'm like, bro, you are from Dubai. You got the best fucking women. Go to Dubai. Go home and get the fucking wife. Don't do it here. What are you doing?
Yeah, don't do it. Either.
Shit. You were from there, motherfucker. I just found out 6 months ago how much better the Middle East is. He was born there, and he's asking me, should I get married in America? No.
I
No.
like what you said about to the one guy about he wanted to play the game, be like a gamer, you
Yeah.
know,
PUA.
like a pickup guy
Yeah,
and
yeah,
meet
yeah.
girls. Don't waste your time with
Fuck
that. You're
that
right.
shit.
Get on Tinder, like you
Just
said.
get that ass, man.
Put out there that you want something casual. If they want
Exactly.
it, you hook up. That's it.
Oh God, I don't have the energy. Hey, how you
simple
doing?
as that, you know.
Chasing them down
And
the
then with
street.
your spare time, you can focus on your achievements.
Start a business, man, or something. Yeah, I'm not running down the street. You know, hey, excuse me, miss, can I talk to you? Fuck that. Fuck that.
Because that's the biggest waste of time and
Oh,
energy I can
God.
think of.
And then I look like an asshole in front of 50 people when she tells me to go fuck myself. Oh shit.
No, you're right. Do the Tinder thing.
Oh,
if you have
God.
to, you know,
Keep that
dump
shit
and
private. Keep
whatever.
that shit
Yeah,
private.
you know, get your rocks off,
Exactly.
and that's it. You know, and
Exactly.
I'm like you. You know, you're more long suffering than me. I can't even handle 2 hours of a woman's
Oh
bullshit.
shit. Oh
Because you were
man.
going on about how
Yeah.
you can only handle about 2 hours,
Exactly.
and then that's it. I've had it.
Yeah, that's the most.
Oh my God. They're so boring. That's why I don't like dating. You'll sit there, and dating's the admission price, as
Shit.
Tom Likas once said,
Woo!
for getting laid.
Oh,
Yeah. And I'm thinking, man, I got to sit there and listen to your bullshit. I'd
Shit.
be better off to go
and
hire a
oh
hooker,
god,
you know.
and they all talk about the same shit. They're not so fucking unique. You know, men are unique. Men are very different. You know, there's a huge difference between a Karama and a Gary. There isn't much difference between a Tiffany and a Becky. It's the same fucking person. You know, same fucking person.
That was good.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was funny.
Talk about the same two
Anyways,
things.
bro.
You know.
Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead. Go
No,
ahead,
no,
bud.
no. It's just they all talk about the same shit. But yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they do, and they're just, but they're boring to me.
they are. Yeah.
You know, like when I get together with some of the guys I know, they're smart, they're
And
intelligent,
they're unique.
intellectual.
Right.
They're well read. Okay, we can talk about a lot of things. We can have fun. We
Exactly.
can laugh. We can joke. And we can talk about very intellectual. We can have these intellectual conversations.
Yeah.
But with a woman, it's like that is very rare. That's very rare.
Yeah. It
You
is.
know, I've had a few, I must admit, but they're very, very rare.
Right.
Usually, women they don't have anything I want to hear, and
No.
I like Tom Likas. You've listened to him
Yes.
before, right?
Absolutely. For years. Yeah.
I like Tom Likas. I love when those women call in, and he just owns them.
Oh
man.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Isn't that funny? He just like, oh God, he gets them all pissed off.
Yeah.
And some of them hang up on him, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I laugh. I think it's so cute when he does that.
Right.
But he doesn't let them. He doesn't let them try to railroad him. You know what
No,
I mean?
you can't keep them on track.
He's great. He's got it down to a science.
Oh yeah.
Well, anyways, bro, I just wanted to call, say hello, and just kind of throw that little rant out there.
Right. Definitely. Appreciate the call.
All right, take care, buddy.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Okay, the number is on if anyone wants to call in. Got 84 watching. Do me a favor, guys. Get those lights up. We got 84 watching. Let's get as close to 85 likes as possible. That way, this video will be in the recommended on the homepage. We can get more guys watching, expose more guys to this MGTOW information. So do me a favor, guys. Get those lights as close to 85 as possible, man. We need as many people as they can to find this channel, man. Caller, you're on the air.
Oh, hey, man. Wow, I wasn't expecting to get through.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Awesome. Yeah, well, hey, first of all, thank you so much for your content.
Absolutely.
I've been watching all your videos this past week. It's just been very helpful. You've got one of the best channels, I think, on this particular subject.
Appreciate it.
But enough butt kissing. I just wanted to.
I can never get enough. You can kiss me all night long.
So,
what's up?
Yeah. Just a little background on what I've been going through.
Sure.
I've been on a bit of a personal, spiritual journey, whatever, sort of waking up to a lot of things. And MGTOW is just like one of the things that I've been, kind of meditating on lately and sort of figuring out. One of the issues I've had, this is something I'm not sure how to address, and I know a lot of us face it, is the whole friendship thing. Because what I found is I was already kind of taking a step back socially from a lot of people, like, sort of spending more time focused on my own stuff, all of that, which has been great. No complaints. I feel like, I'm making a lot of progress in a lot of areas of my life that are really important. But I still know at some point, like, I still need, like, some social interaction probably to get, like, kind of an ideal balance, right?
Yeah.
And the issue I have is I know all these blue-pilled people. And it's like this just in the last week or two, I've just been like, oh man, I don't know anybody who I can actually have a conversation with about any of this stuff, who wouldn't just call me crazy or be like, oh no, my wife's not like that, or my girlfriend's not like that. She loves me.
Yeah.
Blah, blah. She'd never totally fuck me over, like that. And I'm kind of like, well, I'm like a lot of the guys I've heard, like you and stuff on these channels, I'm just like, I just don't have any patience for it. Like, like you got to take that red pill before I can even like respect you as a man. Now, like, it's like losing all your friends overnight, and it's just sort of like, oh man, this is crazy.
I deal with that same problem too. Honestly, I don't really have maybe one red pill friend in my life, and I see him every now and then, but I have a couple blue pill people I talk to just to get that human need for interaction out. And what I do is when I hang out with them, I kind of feel like James Bond. I feel like a secret agent. It's like I'm the secret red pill guy. I'm the secret red pill agent, and I enjoy my superficial conversations with them as much as I can. But there is always a bit of an emptiness and a bit of a coldness inside me, because I know we can never truly relate at the end of the day. But I mean, it still gets the job done. It just makes me this kind of little slightly detached. I'm always the slightly detached guy in the group, so that's kind of just what it's what it has to be. I can't think of an option for that either, man. Unless we start doing fucking MGTOW, RSD seminars at the airport Hilton, where we invite like 100 people, like fucking RSD, like Real Social Dynamics. Unless we start hosting fucking boot camps and shit, we're not going to see each other in real life,
That's what you should do. You should like sell it as like a pickup seminar, and actually like it's secretly a MGTOW event.
Yeah, you know what we should do? We should have a bird call. Everybody listening, you should just walk around in public and just scream out MGTOW, MGTOW, and anyone who knows what it is will walk up to you and become your friend. Just go to like Walmart and go like MGTOW, MGTOW, like a bird, and anyone they'll come up to you. And then that's how you do it, like incognito, because everyone else won't know what the fuck you're saying,
No, wait. We could take it even to the next level. There's got to be an app for that, right? And if there isn't, we could make it and make $1 billion.
MGTOW chat, right? Are you a lonely MGTOW man? Are you a lonely independent MGTOW man looking for some company? Call 1-800 MGTOW.
Are you looking for substantial, intelligent conversation in your life?
There's a hot young MGTOW waiting to talk to you.
Your girlfriend not been giving it to you lately?
Shit. Oh, shit. Yo, if someone makes an app, man, I'll give it a shot. But I think the bird call might be effective. Just go out. Anyone who knows what it is will just, oh, bro, you're one too?
it would instantly scare away any female. People just assume that you're.
They'll just think you're saying some weird shit. They won't be able to know what it is. You know, just it might work, man. You might make a friend or two. We need to have someone field test that shit. You know, maybe record themselves. Go downtown Times Square. You know, with like a body cam, record it. See how many friends they make. You know.
Yep. Times Square. Use like a bullhorn, you know, like
oh yeah,
do it there. So
oh yeah, calling all Midtown, you know, like a fucking air horn. Attention Midtown, please report to the fucking center. See who shows up, man, and then you just made some friends, you know.
Yeah.
Shit.
Wow. Well, it's cool to just talk to somebody else who is actually aware of this stuff.
Oh, same here, man. Believe me.
Because I gotta like just follow up, you know, kind of related. Last night I was at a friend's house for a poker game.
Yeah.
And this was like the most social I've been in a while.
Uh-huh.
And like 5 other people were there who I didn't know. Met them, you know, they're all, you know, but I didn't know. Like it was interesting. Like I went into it thinking like, all right, well maybe who knows? Maybe some of these guys will be kind of wise to the game.
I love my wife.
Oh my God!
I love my wife.
Insane.
Oh.
Like, and these were young guys too. Like these were like, well, I mean, relatively young. One of them was like late 20s. One of them was like late 30s. But
yeah.
The late 30s guy, he was fat, out of shape. You know, total nerd type.
Oh, of course.
And by the end of the night, I found out he had 3 kids.
Ugh.
And, you know, wife and all that stuff. And I was just like, and, you know, and he was just like, I could just tell, like, everything about him was like, yeah, I've given up.
Oh,
you know, like, it was just like any semblance of testosterone had been sucked dry.
Oh.
You know, like, and this is the thing, too. Like, he called me on an early hand, right? So I was like, well, that's kind of badass. You know, like, he called me on this hand that was like, he called me with like a high card 9. Like he had like a high 9.
Yeah.
Like he won the pot on like a high 9. Like I was bluffing the hell out of it. But I was just like, yeah, I got shit, but there's no way anyone's going to call me because there is garbage here.
Yeah.
You know? And he called me like when I was like almost all in.
Yeah.
You know, and actually won that hand. And so like he had like a shrivel of respect for me for like
10 seconds.
You know,
yeah.
10 seconds. And so I'm learning all this other stuff about it. I'm like, oh my God, you need this money so much more than I do. I can play this game very casually now.
I'm going to take my wife to the Bahamas for Christmas. She's always wanted to go to the Bahamas. I need the money for my wife.
So I finished the game, right? And right at the end, he gets knocked out by the guy in first, and I take second place.
Oh, shit.
So, it was hilarious. Like, it went on so long. And I just kept, like, I just wasn't playing. You know, like, he got so pissed at me, too. He was like, why aren't you playing? Why aren't you playing? I'm like, I'm not going in with shitty hands and, you know, like, hardly any chips. He was like, you should just go all in. You should just go all in. Yeah, no kidding, fat ass. You want me to go all in? So that, you know,
you should have been like, you should have been like, I should go in just the same way you went all in signing that fucking marriage contract. Give it all away.
Yeah, I'll go all in the way you went, you know,
into that fucking wedding, into that marriage
that you had at some point before they got, you know,
through the meat grinder, through the fucking put his balls in the cheese grater. Shit.
Yeah. It was hilarious though because that was going on, and then the guy who won, this fascinated me. He was more quiet, mysterious throughout the night, whatever. And you know, as he's leaving, I find out from the host, like my friend who invited me, that he's got a kid from a prior relationship. His girlfriend's got a kid, and now she's pregnant with his kid. And I was just like, oh my God! Like how?
I love my wife.
You know, like why would you do that?
I love my wife.
Like just no to all of that.
Jesus Christ.
You know, who thought this was a good idea?
Fucking bro, you know who I'm starting to think was a fucking genius? Did you ever hear that song by Eminem called Stan? You ever heard that song?
Yeah.
Remember he fucking drives his pregnant wife, he puts her in the trunk, drives her
locked up in the trunk.
Drives her over a fucking bridge into a lake, and he's like, fuck it, I'm out of this. Fuck this shit. I gotta say, man, I think Stan might have been onto something there. I don't know.
Maybe Stan had got her pregnant and they both had kids from
He was probably singing like, please don't take my child support. I don't have any cash. I'll just drive this bitch off the bridge now. Fuck it, man. Shit.
I mean, that's like I can't even fathom having like a kid, you know, with anyone.
Ugh.
But and the flip, like I so cannot fathom like. I mean, dude, that's three total. That's three different.
You know what I did one time, bro?
Like, there's not a common two parents in any of those for any of those kids.
You know what I did one time, bro?
Those three kids.
I was working a job. I was working at 9 to 5 like a year ago, and I sat next to this old fat dude who has 3 daughters and a wife that hate him. He said I've been in a dead marriage for 20 years. All my money. We were both making like 35 grand a year, right? And this fucker gives it all to his. So we're already making shit money, right? And then he gives all of his money to his wife and kids. So I told him, you know what, bro? If I shot myself in the foot and came into work tomorrow, I'd still be better off than you are in life. Working and giving, I could shoot myself one time in both feet and limp into work tomorrow, and I'd still be better off in life than you are. And he started laughing. He's like, "You son of a fucking bitch," and we laughed about it. But he was fucking. But I was right. Yeah, but he knew I was right. I'm like, I could shoot myself in both feet right now and limp into work on crutches, and I'm still in a better fucking position than you are.
Oh man, that's insane.
Oh.
And you know what? What else is funny about that? You could shoot yourself in both feet, call in sick, and have actually a pretty great day.
Absolutely, man. Oh my god.
And still get paid
Shit.
and still have more money than he's gonna
Still
have.
gonna have more money. Absolutely, bro. Fucking A.
Yeah, it's insane. I can't, like, I don't know, like, just the financial level, right? Let's just talk about finance for a minute. Like, let's ignore, like, all the love stuff, all the, you know, the emotion, all of the pain there, which is way worse than the money. We all know it's way worse than the money.
Yes.
But still, the money part of it alone, if men just woke up and started looking at, like, these are contracts.
Yep.
All
with the
these
government.
relationships are contracts.
With the U.S. government.
You haven't signed anything, guys. Like, everything is a contract.
With the
if
U.S.
you start looking at it like that, you're not going to be going out with all these women. Like,
it's not so romantic.
Been doing it.
It's not so romantic, man.
No, it's not.
You know
There's
something.
nothing romantic about a contract. And, you know, women say that about freedoms all the time.
Exactly.
Dude, I remember.
So romantic.
Anytime I've ever brought up that word, it is like, you know, it's like calling a black person the N-word, that kind of thing. Like, you get that kind of reaction. It's like, oh my God. You know, and it's just like, why is this such a bad word? Everything about this relationship is a contract, whether we're willing to actually acknowledge that or not. Like, and a prenup is also just another contract.
You know something I realized, man? So, you know when I realized that this isn't my country? Like, look, I'm born here. I'm an American, so technically, you know, I'm an American or whatever.
I know you said you visited Dubai
recently. Yeah, I mean, I'm Middle Eastern. Right? I'm Middle Eastern, but here's the thing. You're not an American either. None of us are Americans. Let me tell you why. I got a reckless driving ticket about 1.5 years ago, and when I was in court for my reckless driving ticket, they said, the state of Florida versus Karama Midtown. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, the state versus me? I live in this. Like, this is my state. What? So that was to show you it's them against you. It's the government against you. So when you get divorced, it's the state of whatever the fuck versus you as an independent person. It's not your fucking state. It's not your fucking country. And they will take you to the cleaners for everything you have, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
They view you as the enemy.
No. They don't care about us. They care about our, you know, our wives and our girlfriends.
Because they have access to our money. That's why they care about them. But yeah, it's the state versus you. It's not your fucking country, you know.
So here's the other thing I wanted to ask you while I got you on the phone.
Yeah.
I'm going to visit a friend from college next weekend. I haven't seen him since college, which was 10 years ago. I'm 31.
Right. Okay.
But anyway. He's been through a divorce. Like, he got divorced last year. His wife was like a coke whore. She was like doing crack and all these things, all these drugs, right?
Beautiful.
And, you know, my friend was into weed in college. Like, I knew he had, you know, the share of drugs, that kind of thing. But she took it to like a whole new level. And they have a kid together. And when they went to court, the court gave him, you know, the full custody, I think, because of all of her drug, you know, use and stuff.
Yeah.
But she's in rehab now. And I'm now with all of this knowledge, right, that I've been absorbing over the past few weeks, I'm like, how do I even interact with my friend? Because
Yeah.
I recognize, like, this is how messed up it is now, dude. I feel like he got so lucky that she did all of these drugs. You know, like, it's like he has custody of his daughter.
Yeah.
He gets to see it, you know, he gets to take care of the daughter.
Right.
He gets to make sure that she's safe.
Yeah.
All that. He's got a good job, you know. We
Good.
both work in tech. But you know, from his perspective, I'm just expecting him to feel kind of broken and stuff, you know.
Well,
about it. But
you know,
from my perspective, I'm like, dude, you got so lucky.
yeah, and who knows? Maybe after this, maybe this is the opening you need to enlighten him about, you know, the whole red pill philosophy and shit. Maybe him going through that will make him more receptive to this knowledge, you know.
For all I know, maybe he's aware of it, but I was just wondering, how would you even approach something like that? How do you even start? Because, you know, like, I feel like I had to find it all on my own.
You know,
right?
you know how you could start it.
Nobody turned me on to this stuff. Like, I found the video and I was just like, whoa, that's really true. And then, you know, just, you know, snowballs from there.
Yeah.
But, anyway, just send him a video, I guess.
No, what you could do when you go to see him, you know, sit him down and be like, bro, you know, I heard you went through that shit with your ex-wife. Like, why don't you tell me about that? Like, that's some crazy shit. And then he'll say, well, yeah, man, you know, fucking, you know, she was on drugs and I got custody and it was crazy and we went through hell. But, you know, luckily I got custody and I'm just happy to have my daughter. He'll start saying some shit like that. And then you say, you know, bro, when I heard that happened to you, that was some crazy shit. But I went on the internet and it turns out there's this whole fucking society of guys on the internet that have gone through like the same shit you have. And they all talk about their problems. And it turns out like that it's so common. I think it's called like mid-toe or mid-tow. And, you know, pretend like you don't even hardly know what the shit is. And then like, look, man, I don't know. Why don't I? And then you just go on Google. Let me look it up. Let's see what we can find together. And then you Google MGTOW and you go on like MGTOW.com or some shit. And then you see all the testimonies of guys who got divorce raped. He's like, yeah, bro, look at this, man. It turns out there's way more guys just like you. And then he's going to be like, what? And then maybe he'll get into it that way, you know?
Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, because I think it could really help him, right? Like if he is upset about it or dealing with shit.
After getting burned, because people don't learn until they get burned, right? So maybe he's in the perfect position to be receptive, you know? And then you got your first real life red pill friend, you know?
That would be so cool.
Yeah.
You know? That would be really, really awesome. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
And hopefully it'll go well.
Just don't try to be too much of a salesman. Just be like really like nonchalant. I'm saying don't try to be too much of a salesman when you show it to him. Be like, yeah, I heard of this thing on the internet. Let me look it up. I think it's mid-toe or some shit. I don't know. Let me see. And then like pretend like you're new to it too, you know, like and then you both found it together and then it's like, whoa, turns out there's guys just like us. And then, you know, there you go.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. That's a great idea. Thank you.
Absolutely.
What do you think about, I mean, aside from the friendship thing, I know you're doing kind of the pump and dump thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, do you think
in moderation.
That's just all we can do now in America? Yeah. Or do you think that, you know, there's any hope at all for anything more substantial?
You know, here's the thing, bro. Like dealing with like American women, it's like going to McDonald's and trying to eat healthy. You can't. You just have to fucking get the cheeseburger, pump and dump. It's like you're not gonna get what you want out of it. All you can do is pump and dump. You're not gonna get that commitment. So I don't even like pumping and dumping. Like, bro, like people think I think this shit is cool. People are like, bro, you're getting laid. I'm like, dude, I hate this fucking shit. All I want is a nice woman to come home to after a hard day of work. I don't like this pump and dump shit. It kind of freaks me out, honestly.
Right.
But it's all I can do. There's no fucking option. There's no good women that are loyal that you can commit to. So it's just like a last resort, you know?
Yeah. I know what you're saying there too, because I had that experience with my last serious girlfriend was like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. I totally did the pussy pedestal thing. You know, it was on a pedestal, and I had this image of her as this really great, you know, woman that I knew from high school.
Yeah.
And she wasn't that at all. Right.
Nope.
She just turned out to be like just this total, you know. And to this day, I don't know how much is true and how much is fake, and just lies.
Yeah.
You know, but that's the thing. Is like either she was lying to me a lot, you know, about stuff, or she was, you know, a total whore.
I think deep down, you know the truth.
Either way, like of those two options, they both suck.
Yeah, they're both horrible.
You know?
Exactly.
They're both horrible.
Exactly.
So, you know, like that was why I had to walk away from it.
I don't blame you.
It sucks.
Same thing happened to me.
That's why, like, you just got to be careful because like anybody can fool you. I knew her for years.
Yeah.
And would have never thought she was like that.
Shit.
You know, like I was, and dude, I got so lucky. Afterwards, you know, of course, you get through all the emotional bullshit and all of that, and you know, I went through years of self-destructive behavior and things, but you know, I got to a point where I was just like emotionally closed off, and it was actually a big release these last few weeks to find all these videos in this community because I was like, oh man, I just feel like someone understands now. I don't know any of these guys, but at least like they're aware that this is an issue.
Absolutely.
You know, like,
absolutely.
Which was a big breath of fresh air because for a while there I was kind of figuring like, you know, a bunch of my friends are getting married, a bunch of my friends are having kids now because I'm in my 30s, but you know, it's just like now I can go to like those poker games and be like, oh man, you guys are so screwed.
It's funny, bro. It's funny, bro.
Like,
even after the poker
like,
games.
It's just a matter of time.
Here's the thing, bro.
You're gonna have to pay the piper.
Exactly.
You know?
Here's how I see it, bro. At the poker game, even if you lose every hand, you still won the game.
Yeah.
Because you went home.
Oh, I know.
Because you went. I don't even have to explain it.
It was the best time I've ever had playing poker. That was the irony of it. I was like,
Shit.
you know, because I went into the game, and earlier in the day, I hadn't played poker in years. Right? I hadn't played poker in probably like 5 years.
Oh shit.
I'm like on Google trying to figure. All right, what? There's a flush
shit.
straight. I don't remember. You know, like stuff like that. And then I go to the game, and not only I don't win, but I also got to leave with my money. Like I got second place, so I got to leave with my money, which was awesome.
Oh no!
And so basically, I played like 4 hours of poker for free, which was really cool. But the other, it's exactly what you said there. Like by the time I'm gonna say like 10, 15 minutes into the game,
you already won.
That it was like I have already won all of this.
Absolutely. You could lose every fucking hand, bro. You could lose every hand for the. You could lose every poker hand for the rest of your life, and you still fucking beat them. Shit. Because the money's not going to them.
Trump card.
Oh shit.
Oh shit. So now it's gonna make poker a lot more fun. And these guys said last night they're like, "Oh, let's make this a regular thing." And I was like, yeah, let's do that because now you're gonna give me like a bi-weekly reminder of how blessed I am. Like,
fucking
like every 2 weeks, if anything, what doesn't matter what's going on in my life, you know, if I'm like whatever is going on, I'm just gonna be like, oh, at least I'm not you, idiot.
Jesus Christ. Absolutely, man. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit,
man, it's great to talk to you. I feel like I already kind of know you just because I've been listening to your videos for like 5 days.
Right. Yeah. That's pretty much me.
That's cool.
Shit, man. It's funny, bro. Like I realize as long as I don't get married, have kids, or go to jail, you know, there's really not much I can do to fuck my life up. You know, like compared to these married guys.
You can do anything.
What the
you're a man. Like,
I can fuck up anything and come back.
Yourself.
I can bounce back from pretty much anything. These married guys can't. Like I said, I can shoot myself in both feet, all right, and rip every fucking tooth out of my mouth and still be way better off than these fucking married guys. Like, it's really not much I can fuck up.
You got that awareness.
Shit.
You know?
Exactly.
And man, I know you said you're 22.
Yeah.
Oh, man, like you were like, you have it all going for you.
Shit.
You know, like, man, if I knew this stuff at 22, man, I'd probably be king of the world right now.
Shit, maybe, man.
I wasted my 20s chasing women, like literally, like I wasted them doing that.
And
stuff.
here's the thing.
I could have done so much more.
And here's the thing, bro. There's no point in chasing women because every day you have new women turning 18. So you don't have to chase the batch of them that are in their 20s when you're in your 20s. You can become the shit in your 30s and 40s and then get you a fucking 18-year-old or a 21-year-old. Meanwhile, the girls that you could have been chasing are now old, miserable hags with 300,000 miles on the odometer. So it's not like you missed anything.
Yeah, and that's how I've reframed it, watching the videos and stuff. You know, like one of your last callers, I think, was talking about, you know, going to Thailand or whatever. And that I actually see myself doing something similar because I really feel like you really hit the nail on the head with the whole American Western culture thing, and
Shit.
it's not just dating either. You know, like everything.
It's
Or
fucking
not
fast
everything,
food.
but so many things about our culture are so unhealthy.
It's all
The food,
yeah.
the drugs, the alcohol,
The politics, all of
just
that shit.
the what?
The fucking politics, everything. The legal
Oh yeah,
system.
the politics are
Everything's
unbelievably horrible.
fucked.
The prison system, everything.
Here's the thing, bro. Oh, the prison
and-
system, don't even get me started. But here's the thing, bro. The only good thing about America, the only thing America has going for it is that it's surrounded by water. So enemy countries can't just invade. That's the only reason America is where it is. You know? It's the only reason. Russia can't just walk over and blow some shit up. You know? That's the only thing this country has going for it. You know?
And that's a huge advantage for sure. But like,
but everything
the
else
thing
sucks.
is like, it's like you were saying, like, or we were talking about just being guys and like we can do stuff. Like,
yeah.
I can learn to speak another language.
Fuck
I can
yeah.
travel by myself.
Ching
I
chong
don't
ching.
need anything or anybody else.
Yes, konnichiwa.
You know, like
Fuck
to
yeah.
do that.
Exactly, man. Go to
You can
fucking.
do it all with the internet.
You can learn the shit on YouTube, bro. You can learn another language. You can learn that fucking Chinese frog talk and go over to fucking China and ching chong ching and get you a fucking nice Chinese woman. You know, whatever the fuck you want, man. The world is yours.
Right.
You think, yeah.
That's what that's like the great blessing. Like if I feel like if other American men are listening in and stuff, like that's the redemption of all of this.
Absolutely.
I feel like our redemption lies somewhere else. More
Right.
than likely, it's not here.
No,
You know, like it's like you were saying, like you don't even like the pumping and dumping.
it's not. It's a last resort.
It's so soulless.
It
And
is.
I really connected when you were talking about that with the
What?
other Middle Eastern
Yeah.
gentleman. You were
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about that, and you were just making me think like, oh my God, you guys are talking about the Middle East like I imagine it was in America in like the
Right.
40s and the 50s.
Right.
You know, like
Yeah, and it's funny. Yeah. It's funny.
Like my grandparents, they stayed together. Like my parents have stayed together. I'm very blessed.
Yes.
But you know, most of my friends' parents have not.
Nope.
Or if they have,
It's
they fucking
compromising.
resent the hell out of
Yes.
each other.
It's settling
you know, like
and
they hate
compromising.
each other.
Right.
And it's not even a secret. Everybody knows it. You know,
Just keeping up appearances.
You know, it's like it's twice as bad, and that makes it worse for the kids too, because it's like, man, if you hate each other, at least try to hide it.
Shit.
Be like decent about it. You
Just
know,
keeping up appearances, man. Keeping up that image.
Yeah,
You know.
it's so sad that that's what's happened to our society from. You know, what was, at least the way that I understand it, we had
Yeah.
like some really good core values, and you know, like more. There was all that, like the loyalty and all of that. You know,
It's down
and
the
it's
drain.
just, I can't take any relationship seriously now.
Shit.
Here,
Same here,
like
man.
it's impossible. You know, as much as I want to, and I actually really want to. Like, I love the idea, like you were talking about, having a woman to come home to.
Fuck yeah, bro.
You know, actually support you.
Fuck yeah.
You know, be there all the time.
Oh my God,
you know,
dude.
that kind of thing.
Oh,
but
shit.
not in like a creepy, like stalker way. You
No,
know,
it's like, honey, I'd love to
you
fix that
spend
ceiling
time
fan
together.
for
You
you.
see each other every day because you
Shit.
want to.
Play
know?
fucking football in the front yard with the kids and shit. Fucking, I'd love to fucking
Yeah.
fix the ceiling fan for my wife, and she pulls into the driveway. There's that brand new car she wanted waiting for her with a fucking bow tie on it. I've had all these fucking fantasies, bro. But the problem is, these modern women seem to enjoy the pumping and dumping more than we do. Like, they're the ones who force me to do it. If women had some fucking standards, I wouldn't be able to get away with pumping and dumping, but they don't. They want
Right.
you to just fuck them and
That's it.
leave them. It's weird, you know?
Yeah, and that's the weird thing too. That's actually like, I can't tell you how many women I have walked away from for that reason. Like,
Yeah.
like even like, you know, that have just been like, they wanted to do that, but I'd find out, oh, you know, she's cheating on a boyfriend or you know, a husband or that kind of thing. And I can't do that, man. Like I don't want anything to do with that. Like that's just a lot of negative, bad energy.
Yeah, man. I was
you know?
talking about
And, like it's drama. And
It
that's
is.
exactly what they want. They just
Yeah.
want the drama. They don't
Yeah.
care about you.
nope.
They don't care about
No.
you know. They don't care about whatever guy
And they don't
they're
care.
taking over.
They don't care about
You know?
they don't care about how the fact that you have to be so dramatic to them to get them is crushing your soul, because you don't want to be this dramatic asshole. They don't care that
Right.
you don't like being something that you're not. Like when I used to be the fucking asshole to get women for a long time, it was soul crushing, because it's like, bitch, I want you to love me for me, not because I'm this over the top fucking fictional character, you know? But they don't give a fuck.
Right.
They don't give a fuck. It's just about what makes them feel good. And that's it.
Yeah, it's crazy to me. Like I like, and it's so weird too, because you know, I grew up in this country. I'm from here,
Yeah.
and I've seen how much has changed
Yeah.
just in the last 20 years. And like really, I tie it together with the internet and like of course cell phones and iPhones blew it all up in 07.
Yeah.
And it got insane,
Yep.
with social media.
They
and
died in
everything.
08.
But it was starting even when I was a kid. Like
Yeah.
I can trace it back to like wow.
Oh yeah.
Like I remember when like there were still some values or there was
Yes.
still some measure of decency, but now it's just like there's nothing,
Zero.
and no one even cares. It's amazing to me.
That's sick.
Like, and the kids in your generation, whatever it is, Z, X, whatever.
Yeah,
well,
Z.
I guess is it Z?
I'm Z.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, like you guys are so fucked.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry to say that.
Oh, I know it, bro.
Like from everyone I know who's younger and like friends with kids in high school and
Shit.
stuff like that. And I see these kids growing up. They're addicted to their screens, and
The
I grew
fucking
up with video games
Snapchats.
and all that stuff too. I know what it's all about. I know how addicting it is.
Yeah.
But
I made a claim, bro.
it's like the parents don't do anything.
I made
They
it
just let their kids
Oh,
do
yeah.
whatever they
Oh,
want.
yeah.
And the kids aren't learning anything.
Absolutely.
They can't do
because
anything
their
for
parents
themselves.
their parents are fucking millennial retards who aren't really much smarter, and they produced even dumber kids.
Right.
But bro, in my last video, I made a bold statement. I said there is no such thing as a loyal Generation Z woman in America, meaning any
I
girl.
heard that.
Any
yeah.
girl born 1995 or after, I was born in 95. So any girl that was born in the
Okay.
year 1995 or after is not a loyal woman in America and never will be. And I stand by that statement.
Right.
Not a single fucking
No,
one.
I think you're right.
Not a
I mean,
single one.
It would have to. So many massive things would have to change for that to
Absolutely.
to change. And it's like you said before. Like I forget. I think it was some of your videos. You're talking about how they get imprinted. Like,
Yes.
it's whatever guys they're with.
Fuck yeah. She's getting fucked by a couple bad
like
boys in the 10th grade. You think she's going to be loyal to you when she's 25?
Right. Exactly. And that is. I feel like when I first heard that, I was like, oh my god, that is so true.
Yeah.
Like that, and that's another reason why these women who want to do the pump and dump thing,
Shit.
I'm just like, I'm
Someone's
just not
gonna
into
marry
it.
you
I
one
can't get
day?
into it 'cause I know you've already been ridden by every thug
Shit.
and low life.
Yeah, and I got to
there
marry
is.
you in
Like,
10 years when you're
I
even
don't
older?
want to take a ride on that carousel.
Ugh.
Like I don't want to be in that group.
Yeah, and you don't want to
know,
put a ring on her
like-
finger either.
Yeah, definitely not that.
Shit.
But you know what I'm saying though. It's that energy. It's that vibe. It's like
Exactly.
I don't want to be, because if I'm with you, then I'm going to pick up some of that.
Oh,
You
shit.
know, and I'm sorry, but I hold myself to a higher standard.
Yeah.
Like I don't need to be in that space at all.
Exactly.
Because I'm better than that. I'm actually worth a damn. Unlike
Exactly.
you. You know,
My prediction,
like,
bro. My prediction is no more than 20% of Generation Z people will be married. I predict that at least 70 to 80% of generation, because there's no pressure for the guys to get married when they can just hop on Tinder and get some ass. I mean, it's a whole new fucking day.
Right.
But these young dumb girls in their 20s, they don't understand that yet. While they're being pumped and dumped, they think when I hit 30, I'm still gonna find Prince Charming. Fuck no, you're not.
Right.
Fuck no.
No, I mean, because Prince Charming is
He died-
already
he died
figured
50
this
years
shit
ago.
out.
He died.
And
Yeah.
he's gonna want the cute 20, 21-year-old
From overseas or some shit. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna want the full ride,
Yeah.
so to speak, without all of the
Shit.
bullshit.
Absolutely.
Like that's where I'm at. Like travel. I don't care, man. If I have to go to another country, if I got to learn Spanish or some
Shit.
other language, I don't care.
Salam
You know,
alaikum, my
like,
brother.
it doesn't-
Right this way. Fucking we'll learn some Arabic and we'll go the fuck over there. There's tons of Americans
you,
over
you
there.
actually were getting me really interested in Dubai. Like
Yeah.
I didn't know all that stuff
Oh,
about Dubai. That's really cool.
It is, yeah.
You
have
I
the
knew
power.
I knew there were beautiful women there, but I didn't know there were
You have the power.
still some family values type stuff.
Here's the thing, bro. There are
That's amazing.
there are even European women over in the Middle East. So you can marry a European woman under Sharia law, and even if she turns out to be a crazy fucking westernized bitch, at least you don't lose your shit and get fucked legally. You don't lose anything. You know?
That's really cool.
So yeah.
How hard is it to do the citizenship though for like Americans?
Here's the thing: they'll never let you be a full citizen, but you can always get like a permanent visa, and you can work there legally. but they'll never. You'd have to, I think, forfeit your American citizenship to get it, which I wouldn't recommend. But you can always just have a permanent visa, and I think as long as you're working or you're, someone who with a little bit of money, like basically as long as you're not a fucking degenerate, you'll be able to stay there as long as you want.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
So how would it work for marriage then? Like if you actually like married a woman there as a Westerner?
Yeah,
like,
so you can choose. They give you the
their
choice.
laws would still apply even with that status?
They give you the choice because you're an American. They say you can either marry under American law, which you're not going to do, or you can choose to do our Sharia law, which is what you're going to do. So you have the choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Awesome.
Absolutely.
That's really cool.
It is.
So do you think that's what you're going to do? Like,
if I do it, yeah. If I do it, I would get married. I wouldn't do the UAE, meaning like Dubai or Abu Dhabi, because it's too fucking crowded. I'm Lebanese, so I would go to Lebanon, find a nice girl from the fucking villages, way deep in the village of Lebanon, where they don't know what fucking smartphones are. I would marry her there, and I would stay there. I wouldn't bring her to fucking America,
Yeah. No, that's a better plan.
Yeah.
Man, if I could just go back in time and like make sure that no smartphone ever existed, I know we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Shoot Steve Jobs in the back of the head.
I think it would still be worth it.
Yo, have you ever seen Terminator 2?
Oh yeah, of course.
Remember when Sarah Connor, she like breaks into the black guy's house to kill him because she doesn't want him to make it. That's like the same thing I would do to Steve Jobs. Like fucking break into
totally.
Shit. God, and Zuckerberg.
I like to think that like maybe Steve Jobs and Apple didn't realize that when they created the iPhone that they were literally going to destroy Western society.
I don't think. Yeah.
But I have a feeling that they actually knew, and they actually are very happy with all of the results of it because they've just profited from it. But they have totally fucked our society. Yeah. It's unbelievable. And we've all let it happen because these devices are so addicting.
Absolutely.
It's amazing to me.
Shit.
Like I walk around and I'm just like, everybody's a zombie.
Oh
like,
yeah.
I'm living in Dawn of the Dead or Zombie Land.
Bro, walk up to some random.
This is what it is,
Bro, walk up to some fucking random Generation Z person and be like, "Hey, how you doing? What's going on today? Lovely weather we're having." They're gonna be like, does not compute. Snapchat. I am on Snapchat. They don't know how to talk about anything except Snapchat.
Oh God. I hate Snapchat so much.
I never use that shit.
That's the most annoying thing about your generation. I will say that. Every girl I meet
Snapchat.
who's like under 25,
what's your snap? What's your snap?
Are you on Snapchat?
What's your Snapchat?
Why don't you Snapchat with me? I'm just like, bitch, why don't you put my dick in your mouth? Like,
fucking God. Did you get my snap? I'm on a fucking 3,000 day streak. I've been streaking for 3,000 days on Snapchat.
Yeah.
And they send you the dumbest fucking shit. I had to delete that shit, bro. Bitches were sending me duck faces every 30 seconds. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna kill myself if I have to keep seeing this shit. Fuck.
Yeah, the things where they, even on text now, like they do like they put the animated dog face on their face.
And you know what it is? Are
you trying to show me like what you're
No, you know why they made that shit, bro? You know why they made those dog noses and dog ears? It's so these insecure bitches on Snapchat can hide their big ass fucking noses. I'm not retarded. I know what it is. I know what it is, bitch. You're trying to hide your big fucking nose and your big ass ears. So they give you a cute little puppy filter. Bitch, I'm not retarded. I know when I'm fucking you, I'm not going to be looking at dog ears. Stupid bitch. God. Jesus.
No. Oh, God, I hate it. Because, it's like and because some girls, that's like all they send. Like every picture has some sort of altered, very
fucking filter to make her skin lighter. All kinds of shit, bro.
Yeah. Just Photoshop on demand on her phone, and I'm just like, oh my God, it's like you have already covered yourself in fake up.
Yeah. Fake lashes.
Need this extra crap. Like I can already tell that you're painted up like the Joker, which by the way is not hot.
I was fucking I was dealing with this chick a few months ago, cute white girl, blonde hair, whatever. And she looked great when I met her. Long eyelashes, great makeup, whatever. So we have sex, and I wake up the next morning after her makeup has faded off, and she take off her fake eyelashes and her lipstick. And I look over, and I legitimately thought I was in bed with a homeless man. I'm like, who the fuck are you? And she's like, Karama, you're so silly. I'm like, who the fuck are you? She's like, it's me, like fucking Jennifer. I'm like, what the fuck? No, you're not. And I like pull out my phone and I put the fucking picture next to her face. And I'm like, oh my God, it is you. I was like, fucking A. I thought I was getting robbed, bro. I thought I was sleeping next to a fucking homeless man or some shit. Like he snuck in the hotel room and replaced her. I was like, who the fuck are you? Shit.
Oh, God. Yeah, that's the worst. I feel like especially not like the younger girls and stuff. Like they just cover themselves in makeup. And like, well, I had a girlfriend. Actually, I lived in Florida a while ago.
Yeah.
I had a girlfriend in Florida for about a few months, and anyway, she didn't wear any makeup at all. It was so refreshing.
Yeah.
Dude, she was 23. She was so cute. And she just took care of herself. She was vegan. She looked great and really active. And like, that was the thing I noticed. Like, because I've been, I've done a lot of different diets over the years.
Yeah, I'm vegan too.
I noticed. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do that. And what I noticed about her though was it was so cool because she was like a 22, 23 at the time.
Yeah.
And she would just have this glow about her. Like, she didn't need any makeup at all. And she looked so beautiful, right? And it was like, and I knew that was because of the diet and her lifestyle. And just, like being in the sun and stuff like that,
Yeah, she's not out getting fucking liquored up every night, putting on cake tons of makeup that give her fucking skin cancer. Yeah.
Right. And it really showed, though. And it was just like, wow, this is so cool. Like, this is like another level to the diet that I was just like, wow, this is so awesome. Like, if every girl did this, the makeup industry would just die.
And it should die. It's fucking cancer.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible, man. It's one of the reasons why we have all the problems we do.
Shit.
Is the makeup industry.
Yeah.
The way that it brainwashes women into thinking that they're ugly.
Right.
I can't tell you how many girls I've dated that were so insecure.
They are,
their appearance, how they look. And you know how they joke about it in the media? They make it sound like, oh, it's so cute, it's so funny that she makes her boyfriend wait an hour before they go out to eat fucking lobster or something. And it's just like, no, that's not cute. It's bullshit.
It's annoying.
Like she doesn't need any of that crap. Like the media is actually tearing down her self-esteem as she's watching that, and she's not even aware of it.
Of course.
Like it's so obvious. Right? Like to us. But to them, it's just like, oh, no, I think they're right. I think that we all should wear makeup. And guys should just suck it up because, we look a lot better when we put it out,
Yeah, like, you know something funny, bro? You know something funny is that when these women, when they put the makeup on and they get the attention from guys because of the makeup, it blows up their ego and they naturally think they are that fucking fly 24/7. Right. So even when she takes the makeup off, she has the same fucking ego that she has when she was wearing it. And it's like, bitch, those people were giving you attention based on a false presentation. It's not because you're so fucking fly, but they don't know how to separate it. They just think, oh, I'm a bad bitch now. So they always have this fucked up ego, even when they look like shit. It's retarded.
Oh, man. God. That's terrible. Yeah, I mean, that's like if you or I, like, went out and, I don't know, like we were wearing like a muscle suit or something under our clothes,
or like a pump up dick,
it's the
like
same thing.
Yeah,
right. Like it's not different at all. Like that's how disgusting.
Yeah.
Like I would never do that. Like I would never like.
Bro, you ever saw the
way.
movie Dodgeball with fucking Vince Vaughn and Ben Stiller?
Yeah, years ago.
Remember when fucking Ben Stiller, he has this little pump up thing to make his dick look bigger, like it gives him a bulge. Remember that shit? So imagine if me and you, it's like a little air pump that gives him a bulge. Imagine if me and you walk around outside with the bulge and people are giving us attention, right? And then we go home and we deflate it and we're getting ready to fuck our bitch with like our 2-inch dicks and we still have the same ego as if we had the fucking bulge. It's like the same thing. It's like the same fucking thing with the makeup.
You're right. That's exactly the same.
And they don't know how to tell the difference.
Oh, God, it's terrible. I mean, and guys do that too, right? Like, I'm not just going to bash women. Like, there are guys out there who have an inflated sense of ego.
But not nearly as many as the women. Not even fucking close.
Yeah, no. And it's not, I think for guys it's a little different too because it doesn't affect everything they do.
Yeah.
right? Like it might affect like how they interact with women or how they interact with their coworkers or something like that, but it's not everything they do.
That's true.
You know, at least in what I've observed. I'm sure there's guys out there like that, but anyway, it's just so unnecessary, man.
Yeah.
Like, because with what we know about diets now and with fitness and everything else, like we can all be healthy and beautiful. It's just about taking the time,
Pretty much,
and investing like, and it's not even a lot of time, right? Like you can just invest like a little bit of time in getting just a little bit educated about your food, and your health, like your exercise and sleep too, man.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people are just sleep deprived. Our whole nation is sleep deprived.
Yeah.
You know, there's a coffee shop on every damn corner. It's insane.
Oh my God, bro. These bitches who drink this. Here's the thing, bro. As guys, we can treat our bodies like shit and get away with it for many more years than women can. But when I see these fucking 22-year-old women downing this Grande Venti Latte Java fucking 800 grams of sugar, I'm like, bitch, you're going to get fucking wrinkles by like 25. Like, you're going to be fucked. Right. You're going to be fat as fuck at like 25 drinking that Mocha Java, 10,000 grams of sugar, $50 fucking latte that you charge on your fucking credit card that you can't even afford. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the way that they've made like coffee, you know, it's like this gourmet thing in our culture, right? It's like they've tried to sell it as being so sophisticated and special, and all these stupid names.
Fucking shit, it's poison,
you know,
bro.
Just even the sizes.
It's fucking.
You know, it's like, Grande is actually a small. Fuck you.
And you wonder why? You wonder why all these bitches are getting fucking breast cancer at 29 and shit. You know?
Yeah. It's because of all of that sugar,
which
all of that processed sugar.
God.
You know, it's like, that's the other thing. Like they could be, you know, it would be so much better if they just had like an organic smoothie.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
like
but of course not.
Veggies or you know, throw in some oranges or something. It'd still be way healthier than all that processed crap.
Of course, and women only have.
Of course, they get the thing and they cover it in whipped cream.
Oh yeah,
you know,
caramel, fucking shit.
It's like they try to make them cakes. They try to make every cup of coffee a birthday cake.
Bro, I gotta tell you a fucking story, man. I gotta tell you a story, right? I went to the Cheesecake Factory a couple months ago with my mom, and we got there early. So we got there at like 10:30 a.m. I guess they weren't open until 11 or some shit. Anyway, this fat girl is standing next to us, and we're the only ones there. It was me and my mom, and then this fat girl was standing next to us at the Cheesecake Factory. She was maybe 22, 23, right? But she's fat as fuck already. Anyway, so my mom starts talking to her. She's like, hey, are you waiting to get into the Cheesecake Factory? She's like, yeah, you know, I just finished my breakfast, so I thought I'd have some dessert. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck? I turned my head over. I'm like, this bitch has dessert after fucking breakfast? What the fuck? So I thought about it. So she was waiting for some cheesecake. She was going in to get some cheesecake after fucking breakfast. So I'm like, wait a minute. If you're eating dessert after breakfast, that means you're probably eating dessert after fucking lunch and dinner too. That means your fucking fat ass is eating 6 meals a day. Holy fuck. I fucking almost shat myself, bro.
Well, it explained her appearance.
Shit.
Though, right?
Oh my God, bro. But I started to wonder how many fucking other women are doing this shit, bro. Fucking dessert after breakfast, man.
Oh yeah, that's a new one.
Holy shit!
I will say that I haven't heard that shit before.
Holy
that
shit.
is amazing to me. Like that is like, I don't even know, like, you know, I'd rather have a bottle of Jack Daniels after, you know,
you know,
breakfast,
probably lose some weight.
I might not throw up, right? Like, but if I did that, if I had like
fucking cheesecake
factory after breakfast, I'm gonna vomit.
Dude, I'm like, there is no hope for this fucking country, man. I was like, holy shit. Oh wow.
Oh God. This is so disgusting. I can't.
Shit.
How old did you say she was?
Probably 20. So anywhere from like 22 to 25. You know, no older than that.
Yeah.
Shit.
Right. And like, how tragic is this? Is the thing that kills me, I guess, being a little older, and I'm now looking at girls in their 20s and even college girls and stuff. Like, I went by my old college this weekend. And I was just walking around. You know, like
most of them are out of shape, bro.
Were there. Dude, like. I feel like I got off the train like before it got insane. Like, like for every girl I would see, there'd be like nine overweight.
Yep.
You know, just
outnumbering.
Women that have just totally let themselves go, and it's you know, it breaks my heart. They're actually beautiful women. You know, like
that's true.
Like if they dropped that weight, they would be gorgeous.
Yep.
You know,
it's fucking. You can't fat shame them.
Like They turn themselves into water buffalo, man, before they even graduate.
Fucking A. And
It's insane.
all women are equally beautiful.
It's like I can't even imagine function. Can you imagine like just being like 50 pounds overweight?
Bro, you know
80 pounds
what my
overweight?
biggest fear is, bro? You know what my biggest fear in life is? It's not dying,
What's
and
that?
it's my biggest fear is not dying, and it's not going to hell. My biggest fear is being reincarnated as a fat bitch. That's my biggest fucking fear. Is that like
Why would you be afraid of that? As long as you're in the West, you'd be taken care of,
Shit.
and you'd just be able to.
I don't know,
fuck
man.
some bastard
That's
goodbye.
my biggest fucking fears. In the next life, I'm a fucking fat bitch who had no idea who I was like before. That's my biggest fucking
God,
fear.
That does sound horrible.
I'd rather
Yeah,
burn
like,
in hell,
that-
bro. Straight up, man. I'll be sitting at a bar in hell. You know, I'm on fire, but I can have a beer with Satan while I'm on fire. But I'd rather be that than
Right.
shit and be
Oh,
fucking
yeah, 'cause,
Shamu.
I mean, the
Shit.
conversation is going to be amazing.
Absolutely.
In hell,
Like
right?
I'll get used
so,
to
like,
burning. You know, after a couple hours, I'll get used to the pain. But I just don't want to be a fat bitch,
Yeah.
bro. Like shit.
I think it'd be kind of fun to meet Satan too, because maybe we could teach him some pickup stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fuck it, man.
But he'd just be like, "Oh, this is why you're here."
Oh shit.
Oh man, that's crazy though. I agree though. I think that being reincarnated in that fashion
Whew.
would be definitely one of my visions of what hell could be.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's horrible, man.
Jesus.
You're gonna give me nightmares. Man.
Fucking wake up as Precious. You fucking wake up as Precious tomorrow. Like, ah!
Yeah, I'll wake up tomorrow as Melissa McCarthy.
Fucking
Oh,
Queen Latifah.
God.
Wake up as like Queen Latifah or some shit. Like, oh fuck.
Oh, old and fat.
Where did all these extra chins come from? Why do I have 7 chins? I only need one.
Oh god.
Shit.
Not if you're gonna have Cheesecake Factory.
Oh,
after
shit.
breakfast.
You could you could probably store a slice of cheesecake in between each chin. You could have like 7 cheesecakes to go. Holy shit. Fucking
man.
refrigerate that
Oh,
shit.
Yeah, it looks like a man with a beard, right?
Here
shave
for
it
later. Here for later.
you
Yeah.
you get a little bit.
Fucking you have cubbies in that fucking chin. Shit.
That's right. Because you know what? You might need a snack
Shit.
between the breakfast
No,
dessert
no,
and your early
no,
lunch.
no. You might need a snack from the walk from the table to the walk to the car. Just eat a piece of cheesecake on the way from the table to the car after breakfast.
Oh my god.
Shit.
To and from the bathroom.
Exactly.
In the Cheesecake Factory.
Shit.
Because they don't have those cheesecakes on dispensers yet in
Course.
the toilet.
Of course.
It's coming, but
Fucking A.
we don't have those yet. That'll be real
Oh,
progress.
God.
In America.
It's fucking country.
Oh God,
Jesus.
man, it's so disgusting. And again, like I'm gonna say it again. Like it's not just women, right? Like guys are letting themselves go too.
Yeah.
That's part of it. I'm not saying that that's worse. I think that it's far worse what the women are
Fuck
doing,
yeah.
of course. Because men have so much more to offer. Like we
Yeah,
went
exactly.
over, like,
Exactly.
we
bro.
aren't defined just by our
No,
looks
no.
and
That's
quote,
like the
our
4th or
physical
5th
sex
most
appeal.
important thing. For women, it's
Yeah.
everything. For women, they have one bargaining chip, and that's their beauty. The second that goes down the drain, they're fucked.
And they resent it.
know?
That's the thing too about young women. Though.
Yeah.
With young women, I don't know how this is. It's not so much that way, like with women I know in their 40s and 50s and stuff. But
Yeah.
with younger women, I've definitely noticed they resent the hell out of just being women.
Yeah, they do.
You know?
Yeah, because the
Like,
standard of
They just resent being women.
yeah,
I'm
and I
like,
talked about
how
this.
can you resent being women?
Here's the thing, bro.
What's that?
I talked about this in some videos. Here's the thing. The standard of what being successful is in America is still masculine. If you watched my video called "She's Suffering in Silence," it talks all about
Yeah,
that.
I did watch that one.
Yeah, so
I
even though they're
remember.
getting all this
Mhm.
praise and they're called beautiful, the stuff that determines what being successful is being rich and an entrepreneur and a badass. And women just can't pull it off. So they hate themselves
Right.
and they hate men because they can't do it. And on top of that, their looks are fading every day. So they're going to stop getting that attention too soon anyway. So it's just it's a shitty proposition, you know?
Well, and the sad part is that the second part of what you said about their looks fading and
Yeah.
stuff. Their looks are fading because they're not taking care of themselves.
Right, because they're trying to be
You know,
men.
like, Yeah, they're trying to be men, and that's the real thing. Like I remember being a kid, right? And
Yeah.
I remember I used to see women like in their 40s and their 50s that were beautiful.
Yes, feminine.
You know? Like I mean, like I'm not even talking like half. I'm talking like, bitch, you want to fuck right now? I'm down.
And they're feminine too.
Like,
they're not fucking manly.
Right, exactly. No, there was none of this, you know, like weird gender bullshit going on.
Yeah.
You know, like, yeah, it was coming, of course, but you know, like before it was just, but that wasn't like a weird thing. Now, if I see a woman who's like over 35, I think 35 is the hard cutoff.
Yeah.
But if I see a woman over 35, right, who looks fuckable, like I have to do a double take because I don't believe it's like, it's like, are you a unicorn? Like, hello, what? How did that happen?
Yeah.
You know, like how did you not like just become like, wow, you stand out? And you know what it takes to do that? Basically nothing. All she has to do is keep the weight off.
Just stop eating the fucking cheesecake, bitch. That's it.
And she's still gonna stand out like that. You know, that's how fucked up it is.
Put the fucking mocha java shit down. You'll be all right.
But 10, 20 years ago, there would have been way more competition. You know, like she wouldn't have just had to keep the weight off, right? She would have had to have been feminine.
It's a standard
like,
back then.
You know, certainly over a 6. Right?
Absolutely.
To get like a B, you know, but so much on the sexual market value, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, but now it's like all they got to do is keep the weight off and they'll stand out.
Yeah.
Even if they're
and they still can't do that. They still won't do it.
I think the women your age can do that, judging by what I saw at the college campuses. Because you know, like when I was going through my old school this weekend, I was just like, damn, there's no women here that I even want to talk to.
Even my generation, a lot of them are fat as fuck. 19 and 20, they're already fucking 180 pounds, bro. It's crazy.
That's the real insane part is like the kids that are younger. You know, and like the children now, man, everywhere I go, these children are fat as fuck.
Fucking
Their parents
shit.
are fat.
Sick.
And I'm just like, oh my God. Like my heart goes out to those kids. You know, the kids are at the mercy of whatever their parents are feeding them, whatever their parents' knowledge is.
Oh,
and we have so many stupid, retarded parents now who just can't even take care of their own health. They have no
fucking hot dogs for dinner, baby.
For them to have these children.
Serving up Franks for dinner.
What's that?
I'm serving up hot dogs for dinner, man. Hot dogs and beans, man. Who's ready?
Oh God, yeah, no, like the worst possible thing you can eat. Right?
Fucking food. It's at the top of the food pyramid, bro.
It may be better than cheesecake for breakfast dessert.
Shit. At the top of the food pyramid, you got hot dogs and cheesecake, man. Fucking standard American diet. You know, it's funny. It's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that the standard American diet, if you take out the first letter, it spells out sad. You know, it means something.
I've noticed that forever. Like it's the sad diet.
It's the sad diet, yeah.
You know, and the other thing you'll probably find this interesting if you don't know about it already. We knew about all this stuff before I was born. Like Dr. McDougall in the 80s did all these studies about, you know, the standard American diet and how bad it was and stuff. And he started promoting the, you know, a lot of the veganism stuff. He doesn't call it veganism; he calls it plant-based diet.
Right.
But you know, basically, you're being a vegan. You're eating lots of starches, lots of plants, and you know, veggies and fruit and all that.
Right.
And no meat, nothing with a muscle was his big thing.
Nothing with a mouth. Nothing that has eyes or a mouth.
Yeah. Right. And you know, like I know that, you know, when I was a kid, that sounded insane. You know, it sounded crazy, but it's now being backed up by all of this other stuff we're seeing, and we're seeing like all these drugs that people are on for all these different diseases and stuff. They're not getting better, and the only thing that works is diet, exercise, sleep, meditation.
Exactly.
All of this stuff that, you know, the ancient
and keeping your fucking legs closed to the women.
People knew all this stuff.
Right.
Is what I'm saying. Like forever.
Yeah.
You know, like, and
bro, the fucking Bible. I'm not even a Christian.
There was no obesity. There was like no obesity before the 1900s.
Exactly.
All. You know, like it didn't exist.
No. There was no fucking cancer either.
Like the kings and queens.
There was no fucking cancer either. Yeah.
And no one's talking about it though. It's
of course not.
Yeah, like this should be like national news every day, right? Because it's like, oh man, we have this obesity epidemic. We even call it what it is, and yet no one does.
There's a lot of money in this shit, bro.
Oh wow, we should all get off our fat asses and like, you know, actually take care of ourselves.
Exactly.
Maybe it would fix all of these problems.
Exactly.
You know.
Try eating the broccoli instead of
get
smoking
away
it.
from
You
the
know?
screens. Yeah, all of that stuff. And that's the hard part because, like we were talking about, all these screens are addicting, right?
Yeah,
That's the real trick. But
absolutely.
what do you feel like it's like for you, like just your generation and stuff? Like, do you think that at some point you guys are really gonna figure that out? 'Cause
No.
I know that veganism is obviously way more popular now than it was even 10 years ago. And
for
do you
older
feel like
people,
it's gonna
maybe.
hit at some point with you guys, or do you
No.
feel like
I think the ship is sinking. I think
not
the
really?
Titanic is sinking, and we just get to
Hmm.
watch it burn at this point. Honestly, you know,
Yeah,
it's fucked.
man. What about in the Middle East? Do you feel like it's any better there?
Yeah, because in the
Then
Middle
how-
East, they've been
right.
following a set of principles that goes back thousands of fucking years. You know,
Mhm.
so it might be 2018,
Okay,
but it's
so-
still back then. Back there, here's the thing, like, bro, in the Middle East, like, and not all parts. Some parts are liberalized or whatever, but it's like you go to Saudi Arabia, it's still fucking 1954 over there. You know,
Mhm.
so it's different. It's way different.
I never thought that would sound like so appealing.
Me neither, bro. Me fucking neither.
Like, I always, growing up, I was always about like
those-
more technology and
those fucking
more
Arabs are so
blah, blah, blah.
oppressive.
Now I'm just like, fuck that. I want to live in a bunker
Oh
with,
shit. With my 72 virgins.
quality organic food
Yes.
and like a woman that I can trust.
Yes.
You know?
Fuck the neighbors. Fuck the
You know,
friends. Lock us away.
I'd be so happy with
Oh,
that, right?
God.
Like, I would be so much more happy with that than
Bro.
like living the Western lie and doing the 9 to 5 thing.
I remember when I was
You
a
know?
kid, man. I remember when I was a kid. I watched this movie from like 2007. You know the actor Aaron Eckhart? He plays Two-Face from Batman.
Two-Face.
Yeah. Harvey Dent.
Mhm.
He did this movie, or he was in this movie called Towelhead. It's from 2007. It's about this like Arab father and daughter, and he's raising his daughter in America. It's a very interesting movie. I want to watch this movie again. It's called Towelhead, and basically it's the single Arab dad with his daughter, and he raises her in America. And basically, she becomes a slut and everything because she's in America. She gets pregnant. She has sex. But there was a scene in the beginning of the movie, right before she becomes a slut, where she comes down to breakfast with her dad, and she's wearing some like pajama shorts, but it's like it's way below her knees, right? It's like cheerleader shorts, and it's just her dad in the house, right? So she wears these shorts down to breakfast with her dad, and he looks at her and he slaps the shit out of her for wearing those shorts. He just jumps across the table and slaps the shit out of her, and she starts crying. And I remember when I was a kid, I was like, what a horrible thing for that man to do. He's just slapping his daughter for wearing short shorts. And then I got older and I thought about it, and I'm like, oh, I know exactly why the fuck he did that. Like, now that I'm dating and shit, I'm like, I know exactly why the fuck he did that shit. Because they get away with that, then they start doing other shit, and then they turn into fucking whores.
Yep.
You know?
It keeps going, and that's why you gotta check that stuff right away.
Yeah.
I cannot, like, another definition of hell for me is being a father of a daughter in
Oh
this
shit.
country.
Dude, I'll never
I could
never commit to a woman
man,
that didn't
like-
have a dad, bro. Never.
no, because I would have to do that shit, right? I would have to literally be
Shit.
you'd be having to like do stuff like that with your daughter
Yeah.
all the time from an insanely young age. Because now it's like, with the GMOs and all this stuff,
Oh
all these
shit.
young people are, they're hitting puberty.
It's fucking 9 years old. Yeah.
It's insane. Like what's happening to our children, and I'm not even a parent, and I'm out here saying like this is fucking insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like what the hell are you all
Yeah.
doing?
Exactly.
Wake up.
Exactly.
This food is killing your children.
Shit.
Like
Exactly.
it's amazing.
She's eating fucking McNuggets and having her period at 5 years old, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the level of ignorance
Shit.
that it takes for a parent to sign up for that
Yeah.
and be okay with that just baffles me.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that a person can function at all in
Oh,
life
yeah.
with that level of ignorance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, and I don't want to sign up for it either. And this is the sad thing, right? Because guys like me and you, we know about all this stuff,
Oh, yeah.
and we know what a pain in the ass it would be to raise a daughter in this society.
I'd never do it.
So
I would
we're
never
doing-
fucking do
We're
it.
doing everything we can to avoid it.
Shit.
You
Oh,
know?
yeah.
Like,
Oh, my God. Bro, I went to public
Um,
school. I was a kid in public school back in like 07, 08, and it was horrible back then. Girls were giving fucking blowjobs in the bathroom and shit. I would be terrified sending my daughter to the American school system. Like the fucking shit she's gonna see. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I think it's bad for the guys too in some ways, because that's they're seeing that behavior too, like you did, and that gives you this. I mean, there's no other way to say it. You've got a very negative view of women.
Oh fuck yeah, I do.
Like from a young age. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And that you're so impressionable at that age.
Mm-hmm.
I remember being 9, 10, and I loved women so much. I remember, like the first time I saw a Playboy, and then I really loved women.
Right.
But I feel like the kids now, they don't have those experiences.
No,
they
dude,
they skip the softcore part, and they go right into the fucking.
Let me tell you something, man.
Shit in the public school.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. I was at IHOP maybe like a year ago, and there were like some 20-year-old kids came in, bro. And the way they were talking about women was fucking crazy. Like, bro, these Generation Z guys are fucking savages. Like, I was talking about how a lot of the guys are going to be born into pumping and dumping, like Generation Z and beyond. They don't give a fuck about respecting women. These guys were like 19, 20. They're like, yeah, bro, I'm trying to fuck Jessica. Like, I heard she sucks dick real good. I just want to fuck that bitch, bro. I could probably get her. I know Johnny got to fuck her. Like, bro, when I was like a kid, I wasn't talking about women like that. I still thought they were like these nice fucking creatures, but guys are learning younger and younger to view them as whores. Pretty soon you're gonna have fucking second graders that are like, I fuck these bitches, fuck these ratchets. John from MGTOW's Freedom?
I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Well, this guy John from MGTOW's Freedom, his channel got deleted. But anyways, he's like this 40, 50-year-old guy. And he was talking about how he has 2 sons that are teenagers right now. And he says they come home from high school talking about how much the girls are whores. So, like, dudes are catching on younger and younger now. And these women are going to have less and less husbands, bro. You're going to see nothing but single moms in the next 10, 20 years getting pumped and dumped. There's not going to be this fucking nuclear family shit ever again, in this country at least.
Yeah. No, I can see that. I can see that happening. I mean, I know it was happening even when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I was from a small rural town, so it wasn't nearly as bad as it probably was in the cities. But, I know it's so much worse now. And especially with the phones and all these parents have given their kids phones.
Oh, God.
Kids younger and younger and younger getting these phones.
Bro, when you give a daughter...
It's just too much.
When you give your fucking 12-year-old daughter a smartphone, you just basically gave her 1,000 dicks to come fuck her.
Yep.
That's all you just did. You just gave her 1,000 dicks. Yo, someone quote that shit. Someone say Karama 2018. When you give your daughter a smartphone, you just gave her 1,000 dicks. Someone fucking copyright that shit. I don't know, man. Post that shit in the comments. Man. Yeah.
Well, I think that's worthwhile. I think that that should be a MGTOW
shit.
slogan.
That should go in the MGTOW Bible.
For the single dads
fucking
out there,
right.
like that's just because it's so true, and it's even more than that. Because not only are you giving them access, or not even access, you're opening the floodgate for the 1,000 dicks or whatever. You're also giving her this device that puts her in instant contact with all of her dumbass friends.
That too.
And she doesn't need that much contact with them because she already gets too much of that as it is in school.
Oh yeah.
They're like, if you have a daughter and you're actually doing a good job with her, like you got to realize, like you are literally fighting every friend she has, because every friend she has comes from some dumbass
shitty fucking trash family.
Yeah, some blue-pilled as fuck household that doesn't care at all about those girls, and they're the ones with the they're coming down the stairs in the skimpy shorts and shit.
Yeah.
And their dad's just like, oh, what's up, baby?
Oh, you're looking great, sweetie. You look great, sweetie.
You're gonna get all the dick, and it's like, oh my god, like,
shit.
It's amazing, like. Father, and that is like one thing too, where I'm just like, that is where guys drop the ball.
Fuck yeah.
Like,
I'm telling you, bro.
Like just letting their daughters basically railroad them and walk all over them, or really it's their wives probably, or whatever, in whatever capacity the guy feels totally emasculated, like can't do shit. And
bro, I remember.
But it's killing that generation, man.
You just reminded
those girls.
You just reminded me of a story, man. I don't know if you saw the video I did called "My Millionaire Ex-Girlfriend." It was one of my very first videos.
that was so interesting. I watched that, I think, yesterday.
Yeah.
It was so interesting.
And so
I
what
mean,
happened
like, how
was
you-
I was 15 and she was 14 or some shit. And I slept the
Yeah,
night
right.
over at her house, right? She's her dad's rich fucking beta male. Anyways, so me and her are laying in bed the next morning and I have like my shirt off. I think I was in my boxers or some shit. Anyway, her dad opens the door to her room and sees me lying there practically naked in her bed. He looks at the both of us and says, "I'm such a bad parent." And then he closes the door. And in my head, I was like, motherfucker. In my head, I was like, motherfucker, beat my ass. I'm laying naked in a bed with your fucking daughter. Come over here and throw me out the fucking window. Like, what the fuck? They're just they're fucking pussies, bro.
No.
Dude, if that was my daughter, that fucking
Oh, my
15-year-old,
God.
bro, he would be hanging by the ceiling fan, spinning around, hitting the fucking walls. Like, oh my God, bro. They just let their daughters get fucked, bro.
Well, and that's how emasculated he was. So I'm
Yeah.
sure like his balls were in his wife's
Shit.
purse. And
Oh yeah, you know what he
it
did?
was?
Yeah, she divorced him. His wife, he lived in a mansion,
Oh,
right?
shit.
He lived in a mansion, right? And
Right.
his wife divorced him, and he bought her a mansion across the street from his mansion, so that the so that the kids could be with both, so that the kids could be with both parents, so that the kids could be right
Oh,
next to
my
both
God.
parents.
Oh yeah, so the kids could see
Yeah.
basically how
And
I
then-
took my balls off and I took my mommy's
And
purse,
bro, I go
you
across
know,
the
so
street.
that,
So I go
Oh,
across
my
the street.
God.
So one day me and her go across the street to the mom's house, right? And she has like some young 25-year-old muscular boyfriend who like drives a pickup truck. And he just comes over and fucks her in the mansion and then like leaves. And the dad's paying for it.
And you got to watch.
Yes, he can see from the window across the street. He can
Oh,
see
my
when the fucking
God.
pickup truck
Can you
pulls in.
imagine that?
He can see
Dude,
the
I
fucking.
I can't even imagine, like every girlfriend, because I've never been married, but
Oh shit.
every relationship that I've had, once it ended, I was like, and I'm not saying they all ended badly. Some of them were mutual, but
Yeah.
by the end of it, I was like, yeah, I'm ready for some
Shit.
new pussy. Like I'm
Yeah.
ready to like.
Glad
not,
that's over.
Not be seeing.
Glad
you
that's
right
over.
now.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Glad
you
that
know,
shit's
right?
over. Fuck.
Could you imagine like how brainwashed? I mean, that's got to be like that's one of the most
Oh.
blue-pilled stories. That might
Oh.
be the most blue-pilled story I've ever
God.
heard.
That was my
That's
very first.
insane.
Oh shit, man. Oh shit.
Yeah,
That was
and how horrible for you, right? Because
shit.
here you are, a young man in this situation.
Yeah.
You see how bad it can get,
Oh god.
like right away. Like
Yeah.
you basically you were witnessing like this man. Like
Shit.
it would have been a mercy
Yeah.
killing.
Oh, I
if he
forgot to
did.
tell you. I forgot to tell you. He made us breakfast
Yeah.
after he taught us in bed. Yo, like 10 minutes later, he made us like fucking, he made us like scrambled eggs with oregano and shit. And we're sitting at the table, like having a conversation, like nothing happened. We were sitting at the table having a conversation, like nothing fucking happened, bro. Holy shit.
That was how he was dealing with it.
Yeah.
He was like just pretending
Shit,
nothing happened.
nothing happened, man.
It's all good.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, it was like meeting my daughter's
Yes.
boyfriend who just
Yep.
really pounded her.
Yep.
Like,
Yep. Made him some eggs. Made him an
No big
omelet.
deal.
Let me make him an omelet. Help us get over the situation.
God,
Fuck.
poor bastard.
Think-
Like, and I hate to talk so negative about him. Like obviously this is one of the nicest things I've ever walked the face of the earth.
Shit.
Kindest people ever. But damn, oh man, my heart goes out to him.
Shit. God.
that is beyond.
I think this was like
sad.
2011
That
or
is-
some shit. Yeah. Fucking A.
2011 for real.
Yeah.
Wow.
Shit.
Man. And now, like, it'd probably be disturbing, like, if we actually knew, like,
Shit
how
they get away.
common that shit is.
Oh god.
Like, not just in, like, the rich households, but, like, in all
Fuck.
the houses.
Fast
right?
forward
'Cause
7 years,
a
I'm
lot
sure it's
of-
way worse.
Yeah. Plus, we got 7 years of smartphones
Oh.
and social media.
Yes,
bullshit.
yeah.
on
Smartphones
top
were
of it.
barely catching on back in 2011. Like there was no Tinder and shit. It
Yeah.
was still brand new. Yeah.
No, there was no Tinder.
No
There was
shit.
online dating, but it was nowhere
Not as
near
big.
what it is now.
Nah,
for
there were,
sure.
yeah, exactly.
And but even so though, like, so we can't blame social media for what happened, but I feel like just what it's been doing to our society, it's probably like we were talking about before, right? These women are all walking around with these inflated egos,
Yeah.
because of the makeup, because of the friends, because of
Exactly.
all this bullshit. that they just consume, and they don't know how to filter it out. They don't know how to be like, okay, like they have no sense of value.
No.
They have no sense of like, this is something that is, actually valuable, worthwhile, worth my time, right? They will give their time to, like you were saying, like the women that are all about like trying to get, 30 days straight on, Snapchat, whatever, or all the snapping, all that bullshit that does not matter at all. No one's even going to remember it in a day.
Bro, does anybody remember? Let me ask you something, bro. Does anyone remember the most popular girl on MySpace?
No.
Does anyone remember?
No way.
Does anyone remember?
No one gives a fuck.
Does anyone remember the most popular girl on AOL Messenger back in like fucking 1998? No. Exactly. So why do you think dude, that's why I deleted social media, because every 3 years a new app comes out and you have to fucking compete on that one. But bitches are so dumb, they don't think long term like men do, that the shit is going to be irrelevant. So they waste their prime years away where they could be finding a good loving husband and starting a family. They waste it on Snapchat and at the fucking club.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's the thing. Like they don't recognize the value that they have. Like that's the thing. Like those early 20s.
Yeah.
That's where they're peaking.
Here's the thing.
In their sexual market value.
Here's the thing. They've been brainwashed by feminism to think that what makes them valuable is actually a curse, and they need to throw it out the window and be mediocre versions of men.
Yep.
Yep.
And God, what a tragedy. Like, I mean, and that's the part too. Like, because I actually, I would say like a few years ago, I was blue pilled, of course, and I had this idea that, or I thought because of the way that everyone sold it, that feminism was a good thing.
Yes.
Parts of feminism were a good thing. This idea of like, oh yeah, of course women should make what men do, or doing the same job, that kind of thing.
Bro.
Blah blah blah, things like that.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with equality on that level, but I'm so sick of it on like we're talking about the women trying to be men. Like, don't try to be me. Like, yeah, sure. If you want to have a job, be independent, fine, whatever. I'm not going to fault you for wanting that. I want that for myself. But I also, you don't have to be a whore to do that. And you don't have to be an attention whore to do that either. Like, and also you don't have to demean yourself, your body, and, which is a temple, to at all, like to have that level of equality. Like no one's trying to hold you down. I'm not saying there's not sexual harassment and shit like that goes on, sure, but it's nothing like they try to trump it up, like the feminists have done, just this incredibly disenfranchised group and stuff. Because at the end of the day, men are still producing everything.
Of course,
we're still the ones that are actually like, we're going out there hitting it every day, whatever you guys are doing, whether you got a job or you're running a business or whatever, and women are getting more into it now, of course. But I don't think it's because they actually want to. I think it's because feminism has sold them this idea that, somehow you're going to be more happy if, you're working and pretending you have a dick than, just being at home with the kids and cooking for your man and stuff, which I don't buy that at all, man. I don't think that if they were really happy, we wouldn't probably be having this conversation. Because, we'd both be with some incredibly happy bitch right now. And,
of course.
Just having a good time, right?
Of course.
So, like, that right there tells you that feminism hasn't worked, like at least in its current iteration or whatever.
It never did. None of it. It was all a horrible fucking idea, honestly. Every last second of it was terrible. Even as far as giving women the right to vote is a fucking horrible idea, because women vote emotionally. They don't vote, does this president, if we go to war, will he win the war for us? Women go, oh, Obama, that sexy chocolate man, I'll vote for him. It's, they don't fucking know what they're doing.
I think that you're right about that on the level of just like people voting in terms of, very shallow regions. And stuff that they will vote. I mean, that's why. And this is one part of history where I'm just I love it because it's so fucked up. When John McCain picked Sarah Palin as his running mate, because it was like, no one's gonna vote for a crinkled up old guy like me. I need some hot people.
I need some hot Alaska pussy to win this. I need some.
I need some. All those dumb fuckers to vote for
I need some hot Alaskan pussy to win
this. It totally backfired because she was so fucking dumb.
Oh god. Oh god.
It was hilarious.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I feel like that's like it's funny, but that's actually kind of an illustration of feminism right there.
Pretty much.
Like how it's pretty much like just belly flop in society.
Absolutely.
And it was like sold as this thing of like, oh, you're gonna be sexy and happy and independent and all this stuff, and no, really, you're just gonna be old, fat, and alone.
Exactly.
Like
with your purple hair and your 10 cats.
That's what's gonna happen here because you're taking all of and I can't remember if you were talking about this or it was one of the other guys, but someone was talking about how women had taken away, like part of why society was suffering was that women had taken away man's drive.
Yeah.
Because it fundamentally our whole drive and why we do what we
get
do
a loving wife
was to impress women. Yeah, it was to impress women, get attention, whatever, and get a wife that was loyal and that we could trust and all of those things and really love. And when I heard that, I was like, "Oh man, that you're totally right." And that's one reason why I've been kind of mediocre in my career the past few years, and I've just been kind of like on autopilot a bit. Like I don't really give a fuck because
bro, I don't even shave anymore.
I know how to survive. Like I can take care of myself. Like I could retire right now with the money I have,
bro.
And just be fine.
Yeah, bro. Sometimes, man, like I'll be like, it's been 5 days I haven't taken a shower. Fuck it. They're all whores anyway, and I can still fuck them. Even though my dick smells like cheese, I'll still get some ass. Fuck it. I'll never be able to marry them anyway. Fuck the hygiene. I'm still getting laid. It's pathetic, bro. Like we don't have to do shit anymore.
Yeah. Oh God.
Fuck. Who needs to shave? Fuck shaving.
No one's talked about this, but you made me think of it. I forget what we're talking about, but I was just wondering, how much do you feel like the whole like gay rights thing and transgender stuff has played into all of this?
Here's the fucking problem. They're protecting the fucking gays like they're an endangered valuable species or some shit. Like a rare, fucking rare Alaskan spotted owl or some shit.
Yep.
Bro, what the fuck value do they provide? Like, I'm sorry. Look, I don't hate the LGBT community. I just don't see any fucking value in them. Why are we walking on eggshells to protect these fucking trannies and shit? They're not pumping the economy up. They're not fucking doing anything as far as I can tell. They're not the fucking main breadwinners. Fucking A. Like, what value who the fuck cares? Honestly. Who the fuck cares about them? I'm sorry. I just don't give a fuck. Like,
it's like that video you had. You had that video about that girl who was, like trying to like, why don't you have gay friends?
Yes.
And all that stuff. And I was just like, I was losing it, man. As I was listening to that video, I was like, because I've been in that situation, and I was just like, that is so true.
God.
It is so true. How these like liberal, like super liberal, and I have some liberal values myself, but super liberal women, like they go that far, right? Like way off the deep end to the point of stupidity, where it's like you're on a date, you're trying to get laid, you're trying to like actually learn about this girl, what she's about, and all that shit. And she gets hung up on this stupid thing that has nothing to do
with anything,
with you or her, like, at all. And she's like using that as a way to filter you out. And I'm just like, oh my God, of all the filters you could use, why would you use something that retarded?
Exactly. And here's the thing, bro.
Nothing to do with this guy.
And here's the thing guys don't understand. Me and her were talking for a while. So guys were like, bro, you fucking butt hurt. I'm like, nah, bro, we were talking for a while and she was cool as fuck. Like we were talking for days and she seemed cool as fuck.
Wow.
And then out of fucking nowhere, like a fucking boomerang, I get hit in the side of the head with this fucking gay shit. And I'm like, no, dude, I'm straight. You're straight. Let's do some shit. No, you gotta fucking have gay friends. I'm like, I don't really care about that. I like you. You like me. What's the fucking problem? Like, shit, bro. Hit me like a fucking boomerang from Australia, bro. Shit.
Oh my God. That's amazing. It's like just how they can take something like that. And that stems from some sort of emotional insecurity.
Yeah.
Or fear.
Some straight guy did her dirty. So I don't know, man. Like,
you must be a total bastard because you're a straight male in America
straight
right
devil,
now.
Bro.
I hate that shit. And you know what? We get a lot of what I call Donald Trump hate.
Yes.
We're all like any straight male right now. Yes. And I'm white too, by the way, so I get it.
You get it. Dude, you get it twice as bad as me. Fuck.
Oh yeah. We are white straight males right now.
Oh
are
God,
so
fucking
fucked.
spawn of Satan.
It is amazing, and I'll be the first to apologize for the asshat that we have for a president right now. But also, I feel like, oh my God, why am I getting all of this hate
Right.
for that reason? Like,
Right.
whatever your politics are, I'm not trying to be super political or anything. They all suck.
Fuck
right?
yeah, both parties suck dick.
I hate all of them.
Both parties
You know,
suck,
like,
and every
we all know
president
it, too.
sucks.
Like, yeah, they're all horrible,
Yeah.
horrible people. And like, you know, the thing is, why do I have to get so much hate for it? You know, right now, like, even when Obama was president, I don't feel like black people were getting a lot of hate just because Obama was president.
I don't know.
You know,
Yeah.
now I'm sure there was racism and there was stuff. You know, obviously they've suffered a lot in this
Yeah,
country.
yeah.
So I'm not trying to take anything away from anybody there, but I am very pissed off. Oh, perfect example. I haven't gotten to share this before.
Yeah.
This was Trump wasn't even president yet, right? This was like right before the election.
Yeah.
And I went to it was a Halloween before the election, right?
Yeah,
Whatever
yeah.
it was. And I was at this Halloween party, right? I'm talking to this chick, and you know, who I kind of just want to hook up with.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Not,
It's a
like,
fucking
really
party.
serious or anything.
Yeah.
Right. And I just want to hook up with this girl, and I feel like we got some chemistry. We played some games, whatever. And you know, so at the end of the night, like an idiot, I asked her for her number because, oh my God, maybe I want to see her at some other
You
place.
fucking
where,
oppressive
we
piece
could
of
have
shit.
sex.
You
know,
fucking
you know,
oppressive piece of
oh
shit.
my God, I went there, right? Like, I
You
overstepped the bound.
How
Of, like,
dare
I
you.
asked for a
You
number.
fucking
You know, and by
chauvinist.
the way, when I was a kid, that was just what we did.
You fucking
You know, like,
chauvinist.
there was none of this, like, game playing bullshit. It was like, you want to get up with somebody later, you better get their damn number because you're
Yeah.
going to see them again.
Fucking
You
A.
know, like,
Exactly.
there's no social media. There's no email. You know? And, like, anyway, so I asked for this girl's number, right? And she freaks the fuck out. And she goes into this whole thing of, oh, well, you know, like, I'm not trying to hook up. I'm not interested in a relationship. I don't want to see you, in that way, like, at all. Like, you know, like, I feel really bad about white men right now.
Oh,
like,
God.
exactly. It was right. It was like, they're like, I think she used one of those bullshit, like, millennial terms, like cis or whatever, like whatever it was that defined me as a heterosexual white male. She used that term, and she was just like, I'm just really turned off by that
Shit.
because of Donald Trump, or like because of what's going on in politics right now, and shit like that. And I was like,
So what's she gonna go fuck a giraffe? What is she gonna fuck?
Like, I will never be able to get an erection in front of you now, like, ever. Like, you just ruined it for me. Like, I can't.
She gonna go fuck a zebra?
I would rather just, like, fuck a fat chick right now than fuck you. Like, you know?
Jesus.
So, like, but can you believe, like, it was just, she didn't even try to hide it. She didn't even try to be clever or anything, or make up some bullshit excuse. It was just like, that was her reason. It was because I happen to be a straight white male interested in having sex with a straight white woman.
Jesus Christ.
You know?
Oh, but bro, let me tell you something, bro. Let me tell you something. She'll fuck brown guys like me behind your back and fuck black guys and shit.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because you know we can play the Democratic victim card. You know, we can say, like, oh, he's trying to deport my people. Please give me the pussy. She'll be like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
Shit.
oh man, I would play that card too if
Shit.
I was brown, by the way.
Fuck it, man. Might as well get something out of it.
But, no, definitely.
Oh.
And I mean, you got to get something, right?
Shit.
And I feel like, you know, I'm very fortunate that that's the only time something that stupid has happened to me in my life. But, you know, like that was like an epically stupid thing that
Absolutely.
I've never actually shared with anyone because I don't think anyone I've known could have appreciated how fucking
Yeah, exactly.
it was.
Well, you know, son,
You know,
you shouldn't
and
have been
the other-
right at the party. You know, they'll say some shit like
What's
that. I said they'll say like, well, you know, son, you shouldn't have gone to the party as a white man. You should have done something else.
True. Right. No.
You know, should have gone to
Well, and
fucking
I
Home
should've-
Depot, got some fucking black paint, lather that shit on, and then go to the party. You know, shit.
Right, no, just talking about in Ebonics, right, over the phone,
Shit.
and just like turn the lights out.
Exactly.
Don't have any lights on.
Exactly.
Yeah, turn on some fucking Al Green.
Bang,
or,
bang,
you know,
bang, bang,
Marvin-
skeet,
Marvin
bitch.
Gaye.
Fucking yeah. What is it? When a man loves a woman, So shit like that.
Yeah, totally.
Shit.
I think I could pull that off. I could fake it.
Fuck
I could
it.
fake it long enough,
Exactly.
at least for
Oh.
one orgasm.
You can find me in the club. Boom, boom. Just walk up to her.
Boom.
Boom, boom.
And I know you're telling the truth there too. Like
Yeah.
the whole thing about white women fucking
Shit. Oh, bro.
other races
I'm the
behind
fuck.
their backs,
Because
that
here's the
kind of
thing, bro. Here's the thing, bro. Women like to take care of like injured animals and shit. So as a brown man or a black man, we can play this like injured, oppressed, fucking little minority foreigner. And she's like, oh, they want to like nurse us back to health or some shit. Because like we're like, yeah, gone through racism, fucking white man. Oh, and then before you know it, she's riding your dick. Oh shit, bro! I get more white women than anything. Let me tell you something. I attract nothing but white women for the most part. Like Spanish women see through my bullshit. Asian women see through my bullshit. But fucking white women, for some reason, just coddle me, bro. I don't know what the fuck it is, bro.
Well, most of them are in their 20s, right? So they're
Teens,
incredibly stupid.
Yeah. But that's the best ones. That's the best ones. It's the best fucking ones. You know?
Oh, sure. No, I'm not saying they're not the ones you want to be pumping and dumping.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not surprised that you're getting white women in their 20s right now.
Nothing
like,
but fucking white women, bro. Fucking Spanish women, they see me from a mile away. Asian women, they're like, no, I'm after the money, you know? But fucking white women, I'm like the fucking SPCA, like for 10 cents a day, bitch, you can be on my dick, you know? Like, you know that Sarah McLachlan, you know, in the eyes of the angel, you can come and save me, you know? Shit.
You know, they feel even better having sex with you than sending $5 to the,
exactly.
Exactly.
That's her good deed. Bro, that's her good deed for the day.
That's right.
Shit.
Because she's cheating on her, six-figure a year white boyfriend.
Keeps the fucking lights on.
That's her good deed
exactly.
for the day,
she sleeps with Pablo, so she takes care of the minorities, and her hubby, you know, pays for everything. It's fucking beautiful, bro. Bro, let me tell you something, man. I was fucking this white chick maybe a year ago. Anyways, after we have sex, she comes to tell me that 2 months ago, her white husband blew his brains out. He killed himself. And 2 months later, she's fucking brown guys in the house that they bought together. In the house that he bought for her. So in the house that he bought for her, she's fucking little brown Pablo in the bed they used to share together.
Wow. Man, see, that's like, God, it's like, they don't even try to hide it.
No.
Like, why hide it? Like,
2 months later.
Like, it's like, it's just everywhere. And
2
it's
months.
Just amazing, like, to me, just watching all these videos and stuff, like how in just a few weeks, you know, like I said, I've just gone from, you know, what I would say is, not even blue-pilled. Like, I've been so, you know, like I said, I had that issue with the girlfriend a few years ago. I've been turned off since that point.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I have been unable, I've been, like, physically and mentally unable to take women seriously.
Same here, bro.
Like,
same.
Like, I can't even bring myself, like you were talking about doing the pump and dump versus the, hey, how are you? The weather's nice today, blah, blah, blah. You know, like trying to even fake being a nice guy.
No.
And
should have said, bitch, I want to fuck.
I can't even fake it.
Bitch, I want, bitch.
It now, man.
Like, bitch, I want fuck. Bitch, give me fuck. It's like, have to be like that. You have to be a caveman, bro. I'll fuck now.
And
you know?
like, I got to tell you, like, I mean, I get why you're doing it. And stuff. It makes sense. Obviously, you're being successful at it. But the issue for me is, like, that's just not even who I am.
Me neither. And
know,
it's,
like,
it's sick.
Yeah, like, I'm actually, like, I was a nice guy. Like, I was the nice guy.
I would have loved to be the nice guy, bro. You know? I said I would have loved to be the nice guy. I would have fucking loved to do a nice hard day's work at the office, come home from work. We got the white picket fence, the fucking golden retriever, fucking Sparky. He comes out and hugs me and shit. And then I walk in, my wife is wearing the fucking little, polka dot dress with the poodle on it from like the 1950s. And she's like, honey, I made pot roast. And then the kids are like, hey, Dad. Oh, hey, Junior, how you doing, Skip? Hey, Dad, I made fucking varsity baseball today. Oh, that's my boy. And then we're all fucking eating the pot roast, watching fucking Leave It to Beaver. And then we put the kids to bed and shit. Like, I would have loved that shit, bro. I would have fucking loved it.
You go upstairs. If it's the full thing, though, you go upstairs and then there's two little twin beds. Like, on opposite sides of the room of each other.
Fucking perfect. That would have been beautiful.
I mean, it's sad, but like, it's actually hard to watch shows like that now because of this idealistic.
Makes you have a fucking stomach ulcer.
They painted.
Yeah.
you know. But life back then was more like that
Yeah.
too. It wasn't just in the
Yeah.
movies. You know, like families were like that, and you know that's why they did it that way. And
Yeah.
that's like, you know, it's just it makes it that much more depressing, and horrible
Yeah.
now, right?
Absolutely.
Because, like I can't even watch that stuff.
Shit, no.
You know, because it's just like, oh my god, like
Yeah.
it hasn't even been a century. Like
Right.
look what's happened to this country in
Right.
60 years. It's
Exactly.
unbelievable.
It's like looking
You
at
know,
footage
like-
of your dead parents or something.
Yeah, I just can't. It's so much to process.
Oh yeah.
You know, and like this is, I guess it's a good segue too, because I also wanted to ask you about the rage factor.
Yeah.
And like, what did you do to get past it? Because like I'm at a point right now, like I said, I was pretty turned off before,
Yeah.
and now I'm wise to all this stuff. It's even compounded it to the point where I'm just like, man, I'm just kind of mad at everything, and it's so much negative energy that
Yeah.
I want to process. I want to deal with it in some way. I need to get my focus back to, you know, better stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
Shit.
that's the hard part about watching the videos, because at the end of the day, there's a lot of negative energy in them.
That's
you
true.
know.
That's why I try to keep my videos as positive as possible. You know, I try not to show too much
Yeah.
red pill rage and shit like, you know, YouTubers of the past, MGTOW guys of the
Right.
past. Because I want guys to have some kind of light at the end of the tunnel, you know. So that's why I say, like, you know,
Right.
get your money, become an entrepreneur, and then get rich, and then go overseas, and then do it in a country where you have the power. So even if the shit falls apart, at least you don't get fucked, you know.
Right.
So that's
how would you define like rich in these other countries? Like, how much money would you think that you would need
oh,
to
dude,
basically
let me
build a
tell you
life
something,
there?
bro. Like in the Middle East or in Thailand or some shit, you don't need that much money at all. You know, fucking like 50, 60
Mhm.
grand over here. You're like 150 grand over there, some shit. Like you're loaded. So let's
Wow.
pretend you like buy some real estate here, right? And you're making, let's say, 250 grand a year off of your investment properties. You got tenants and shit, and you're making that money. And then you go overseas and you have money coming in every month. So you can just chill the fuck out and not work a job overseas, right? Have your money coming in, have someone manage your properties, and then spend all your time with the wife and kids. And then you're like under that Sharia law or some shit, fucking chilling. You know,
Wow.
living like a king.
That sounds pretty sweet,
Yeah,
for sure.
absolutely.
I mean, that sounds like a way better deal than, you know, fucking
Fuck
trying
yeah.
to do it here.
Bro, I never
God.
experienced, let me tell you something, man. I went to Dubai in November. I never experienced jealousy in my entire life. I've never experienced the feeling of jealousy until I went to the Middle East and saw how these Middle Eastern men are fucking living like kings. They got their wives, they got these guys look like they didn't have a care in the world. All right. They were wearing
Yeah.
those long white dresses with the fucking sandals and shit. And you know what I'm
Mhm.
talking about? Those fucking blonde, retarded
Yeah.
looking, and they have their wives by their side, smoking hot. They have the two kids in the fucking stroller. She's pushing the kids. He's fucking swiping away on his smartphone or some shit, like uninterested. Dude didn't give a fuck. Like there was so much of that over there, you know? Fucking guys, they
Wow.
look like lions roaming through the jungle with their mane in the fucking breeze. You know, they didn't give a fuck.
Wow. And I've always loved those, you know, the sandals and the clothes. Like the clothes are perfect for me because I'm white as fuck, and
Yeah.
I'll burn in like 2 seconds
Oh, yeah.
in the desert sun. You know, so like
Shit, fuck it,
I
dude.
think that, you know, that whole attire would be good
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah, and not to mention, bro, some of them, they have smoking hot wives and they cover them up so much you see nothing but their eyes, right? So you don't have to worry about dudes catcalling your chick or guys trying to steal your woman because they have no idea what the fuck she looks like
Right.
when she leaves the house. They have
Wow.
no fucking idea what she looks like. They just see her eyes. So it's like, shit, bro, those Arabs knew what the fuck they were doing, man. Fuck,
Yeah.
you know?
Makes perfect sense.
You got
I
something
mean,
good,
like,
you hide that
living,
shit.
living in a culture. What's that?
I said, you have something good, you hide that shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that makes sense. And that's the issue here with like trying to have even a girlfriend now.
Yeah.
Like, I just feel like it's a completely futile effort
Yeah.
because, of course, we've got the loyalty factor, but aside from even that, I'm just like, you know, with how easy it is, like the whole like the desire they have from social media to
Yeah.
just, you know, ride the cock carousel
Yeah.
higher and higher. I'm just like, I cannot even express to you how much of a turnoff that is to me. Like, I just don't, like, I have no desire to be involved in that at all because I have self-esteem.
Absolutely. Bro, you know something I've been
like,
thinking,
for
man?
all of my faults, I still have some self-esteem and I still have respect for myself.
Yeah. You know
Like,
something I've been
I
thinking?
just don't want to be a part of it.
I don't
at
blame
all.
you. I do not
Yeah.
blame you, man. But you know something I've been thinking is you know how girls walk around, like I'm in Florida. So let's say you have a girlfriend. She wears some skimpy little two-piece bathing suit, right? You know, it's basically like
Yeah.
she's naked. Like, let's pretend I like go to the bathroom or some shit while me and her are at the beach. And she's just walking around, and some smooth, sexy guy just walks up to her, starts rubbing on her pussy, and just pulls her fucking bathing suit to the side and starts fucking her. And she's like enjoying it. Like, it's that easy to fuck American women. They're already practically naked when they go out.
Yep.
You know, it's so easy for another dude to just get up in there. You know, it's like fuck, bro.
Right,
Like,
right.
it's crazy.
So let me ask you this then,
Yeah.
related to that.
Sure.
Talking about the women in Dubai being all
Sure.
covered up and stuff. How do you know what any woman you meet looks like?
Well, here's the thing: not all women are covered up. Maybe like 10% of them do that shit. You know, the other
Okay.
90%, they wear normal clothes. But I didn't see any women
Okay.
dressed slutty over there. And I was there for a week, right? I didn't see a single situation where a dude, not one time did I see a guy like, damn girl, hey girl, shit, hey, like, dude, guys over there were not catcalling. They weren't. I didn't see a single thirsty situation when I was over there. Every 2 minutes in America, damn girl, like your ass, girls. No, none of that catcalling shit. I didn't see it one time. You know. Oh, also another thing, like kissing in public is illegal over there. So like, if you're kissing, if you're doing sexual stuff in public, it's illegal. Like, you can go to jail for that. So there's an incentive for people not to act slutty as fuck in public.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whereas
Right.
here, you know, you can do whatever the fuck you want. And it's a fucking freak show.
So like over there, then it would be like if you just kiss a girl, like, you know, if you kiss your wife who's covered in the burqa or whatever.
You can't do it in
that's
public.
like-
You can't do it in public.
yeah. Okay. But that's like a fetish over there, right? That's like fetish porn for
Yeah,
them.
yeah, probably. Shit. But here's the thing, bro.
Public
Here's the
kissing.
thing, bro. Here's the thing, bro. We laugh about it, but it protects people. It makes it so that dudes aren't gonna come fuck your bitch while you're at the bathroom.
No, like, I'm not trying to take that away. From
Yeah,
it.
like I
you
used
know,
to think
like,
it was oppressive
just
and
making a
weird.
joke, but
Yeah, but now that I live in
Yeah.
America, I'm like, oh fuck, I'm so glad they do that shit over there. Because shit,
yeah.
you know.
No, it makes perfect sense. It totally does. And this is the other thing I realized from that, not just the social media, but especially the social media. I feel like that it has created this culture, you know, where I noticed this in myself in my 20s. I think it made me more insecure than I needed to be.
Yeah, because you're looking
Right.
at all these people
It-
pretending to live these
yeah,
great
'cause
lives. Yeah.
it makes you compare yourself with all these people, and it makes you compete for the attention of these women that are impossible. It's impossible. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Brad Pitt. You're not going to get the attention of all of these women.
Right.
You know, like there's no way that you're going to be able to do. You might get it for a second or two, and then she's on to the next one.
Of course.
You know, but that's as good as it gets.
And that's that's
and you have to work so hard for those 2 seconds. You know, like
Oh,
you have
God.
to do so much shit
oh
just for
god.
those 2 seconds.
Bro, that's why you have to, and that's why in this culture you just have to pump and dump as quickly as possible, because there's so many guys giving her attention, you barely have enough time to
Yeah.
do the pump and dump. You know, if you wait more than
Right.
fucking 10 minutes, she's gonna be on to the next guy. They have no fucking attention
Yep.
span.
Gosh, yeah, it's so tough. Like it's so tough to take any of it seriously.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you can. You can't.
Dude,
take
you
it
just stop
seriously.
giving a fuck,
Like-
bro. Have you ever seen the movie Office Space?
Oh yeah,
Bro,
I feel like that actually.
yes.
Like it's kind of an autobiography.
Yes, bro. I feel like fucking Peter from Office Space every day now. I'm just walking around in my slippers,
Yeah.
like not giving a fuck about
Mhm.
bitches, not giving a fuck about my career. I'm just like, whatever, bro. Like, fuck it.
Yeah.
Work hard so I
Wow.
can just fuck sluts for 10 minutes and then she's on to the next guy. Like, whatever.
hmm
You know, fuck it.
So you're not like trying to build a business or whatever.
Oh, I
or,
am.
like,
No.
do
I
it?
mean, look, I do that
or-
shit for me though. I was saying that in reference to
Okay.
the guys that do it for women. But no, I do that shit because
Okay.
I love the hustle. I love the entrepreneur spirit. But that's just me. That has
Mhm.
nothing to do with my
Right.
society. But a lot of guys, you know, everything
Sure.
they do is for pussy. So once they see what a joke it is, but yeah, you know, fuck it.
Well, and that's what I was telling you before. That's what I went through. Like
Yeah.
that was my 20s and late 20s and stuff. And I'm still
Yeah.
like I'm coming out of that haze.
Right.
Like I feel like I've been coming out of that haze for a few years now, and I'm just and I'm trying to figure out, right? Like, well, what do I do now? I've made all this money. I'm single. You know, like Dubai sounds pretty good.
Yeah. It's not bad, bro.
Maybe to just like focus on getting out of
Shit.
here. You know.
Yeah, man, you got some money. Dubai is a great place, bro.
You know, I'm about to do a lot of traveling in the States and maybe go up to Canada. Like, actually, are you familiar with van life?
Yeah. You know who's funny? My mom always talks about that, living in an RV. She's fucking fascinated with that fucking camper van lifestyle and shit.
Yeah.
So she wants to buy like the
right.
Nissan 2500 fucking van and live in it. I'm like, Mom, you make great money. You
Yeah.
have a good job and you have a nice apartment. Why the fuck do you want to live in a van? But she's into that minimalist van shit. Yeah. But I know what you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm doing. Like, I actually did a conversion van last year.
Oh, okay.
And this was part of the motivation for it was really from like a place of just realizing like I just don't give a fuck about anything anymore.
Yeah.
You know, like
Shit.
I hit that Peter Office Space thing right now.
Yeah.
Like, okay, how can I minimize all of my
Shit.
overhead to the point where I don't have to work ever again
Yeah.
if I don't want to?
Yeah.
And also, I'll be able to spend all of my time just focused on improving myself and learning new shit.
Fuck yeah.
You know, like and doing new stuff. And that was what I came up with. And so far, it's been awesome.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
I love it. Like that was part of how I discovered MGTOW, right? Because I had all this time to just be like, oh, I'm just on YouTube learning new stuff
Exactly.
and watching random shit. That was how I found it. You know,
Absolutely.
like I wouldn't have found. It would have taken. I may have never found MGTOW if I had been, you know, in that same corporate 9 to 5 hellhole.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the real sad thing. Like I know some guys find stuff like that at work or whatever, but not everybody does by a long shot.
No.
And, you know, like, I was so blue-pilled, I wouldn't have even been looking at shit like that.
Absolutely.
You know, like, it wouldn't have even come up as a suggestion,
Right.
you know? So, like, just that alone, I feel like I've already paid for all the work I put into my van.
Yeah.
You know, like, and everything. Like, I feel like just learning that part of it.
Sure.
So now, on top of that, I'm going to get to build. Right? Like, anything I do now is just like, it's like foam on the beer, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
And you know, it's fun, and yet at the same time, it's like I said, that and why the first reason I called in. You know, it's interesting, right? Because I have this feeling like I should be lonely, but I'm not.
Well, here's the
I'm
thing.
not lonely
You know
at
something funny,
all.
bro?
You know,
something
really.
funny? I don't get lonely when I think about the fact that I don't have an American woman, because when I see how empty American
Yeah.
women are, I feel even lonelier when I'm with them than when I'm away from them.
Right.
The only thing I get lonely
Yeah.
about is wishing I was with a quality woman in another country that's actually sophisticated and loyal. But I know I'm not going to get that
Right.
here. So I don't get lonely when I'm not with an American whore. Whereas I used to get lonely when I wasn't with an American whore because I thought I'm missing out on something. But after you fuck so many of them, you're
Right.
like, yeah, nah. I'd rather just fucking play
Sure.
Pokemon and shit. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
And I mean that makes perfect sense. It's such a weird state of being, right?
Yeah.
Because in my 20s, like I was so horny all the
Yeah.
time, and like just always chasing women and doing all that stuff, and you know, had a lot of friends and all that. Now I'm just like, wow, I'm basically a hermit
Exactly.
at this point, you know,
Exactly.
and I'm totally okay with it. You know, like I mean, it's like I said, like I'd like to have some friends or some people to interact with, but you know, it's not. The only reason I'm even talking about it is because, like, that's just general good, healthy psychology. It's not because, oh God, I have to talk to people right now.
Yeah, no, it's just so you
know?
don't go crazy.
Right.
I'm the same way.
And and it's weird because it's like I told you about the poker game last night,
Yep.
and like, you know, where I was going into it expecting one thing and I got something very different. And, you know, but even that, it's like you said about the American women, like, you don't miss it at all.
Shit.
I don't miss seeing those guys at all. I'm not going to miss seeing them at all. And when I'm with them, I'm going to feel awesome, even more better about my life.
You're winning every hand, whether you know it or not, bro.
Right. And, like, it's worth seeing them just for that.
Oh, shit.
You know, like, I feel kind of like an asshole saying that, but, you know, It's true.
It is, bro. Absolutely, man.
Because it's like everyone at the table. I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna enjoy seeing all of you here. Until the divorce hits and you can't afford this $20 buy-in.
Yo, oh yeah. Yo, bro.
But slowly, I know that some of you won't be coming back.
Oh shit! I remember, man. The dude, the fat dude. Oh, exactly. I remember the fucking fat dude who I was working the 9 to 5 with. I told him the joke how, remember, this is the guy who I told the joke about shooting myself in the foot and still being better off than him. Anyways, it was a Friday night one time, and he was like, so Karama, what are you doing? I asked him, I'm like, yo, what are you doing what are you doing this weekend? He's like, oh, just gonna hang out at the house, catch up on some bills, see my wife and shit like that. And he's like, what are you doing after work, Karama? I'm like, oh man, I met this slut on Tinder, bro, and I've just been going over to her place and listen. I've just been going over to her place and fucking her. And like, I'll just be fucking her from the back. And I'm like, this is fucking awesome. And it's great. Like, we've been fucking for about a week now. And I could just see the envy in his eyes when I said that. I'm like, I've just been fucking this slut all week. Like, I've just been hitting it from the back. And it's fucking great. And he was I could see that he's fuming mad, but I could tell it's just he wishes he was doing it. He's like, oh, that's cool, man. Just, okay. Well, be careful. I'm like, yeah, man, it's great. I've got to be honest. I haven't even been using a condom. It's just like that raw feeling when you're fucking some new pussy. Like, it's fucking great. And I could just see him like having dying to wish he could like trade places with me. And I'm like, anyways, have a good weekend. And I just fucking left.
Amazing. Dude, I'm surprised though. I would have thought that you'd use a condom all the time.
No, I mean, I was an idiot. Like, this was a year ago.
Just because I just don't trust.
Oh, me neither. Me neither. I was like, it was a stupid thing I did a year ago, and luckily I got out of it scotch-free, and I'll never do that again. But just the envy in his fucking face, knowing that's what I'm doing this weekend, and he's gonna be fucking paying bills and sitting there getting bitched out,
Yeah.
You know what he even admitted to me one time, bro? He admitted to me that after work, he doesn't go home. He hates his wife and daughter. He has 3 daughters and a wife, the poor fucking bastard. And his daughters are all in their late teens and 20s. Anyways, so he says after work, he has a DVD player, and after work, he goes and like sits in a McDonald's parking lot all night and like watches movies in his car. Like, that's how fucking pathetic his life is. After work, bro, like he goes home at like 10 p.m. He gets off work at 6. But he goes home at like 9 or 10. He goes into the parking lot at like McDonald's and just watches like fucking Spider-Man and shit because he doesn't want to go face his wife.
Oh my
like,
God.
What the fuck?
God, can you imagine you like existing like that? Like,
oh shit, dude.
I wouldn't even care anymore, man. Like, I'd just be like, you know what? Take the money.
Take the money, bitch.
Get the fuck out.
Shit.
Take the money. Get the fuck out. I'm moving to Thailand or
shit.
Dubai or
fucking
somewhere
A,
else.
bro.
Fuck you all.
You can get 10 Thai hookers for like $50, bro. Shit.
Yeah, right. I mean, like what's it about, man? I mean, and I'm not trying to say that every parent, father should do that. Not at all. But like, I mean, if that's the level that you're functioning at, I mean, you're not really functioning. You're just existing.
Yeah.
And, like,
living to die.
That's not what life is about.
No,
like, I can't tell you what life's about for you. Everybody's got to figure it out for themselves. But I can tell you that's not what it's about.
Oh shit.
You know?
Oh
shit. That's crazy. I mean, like that's just totally insane. All right, we're talking about dads. One of my very good blue pilled friends, you know, he got divorced. I want to say probably about 6 or 7 years ago. He's like 42.
Yeah.
His wife's like 41, or ex-wife's like 40, 41, whatever. And he's got a 12-year-old daughter, and they share custody, and you know, but he basically lets her walk all over him, right? Like, she moved to another city that's like, you know, 40 minutes from where he lives, and he still takes his daughter to school on the days, you know, he has her, you know, he's got to drive all the way to the city, take her to school, pick her up from school. He owns his own business, but he's the only, like, he does all the work.
Of course.
Right? And so he has to physically be at his business in the other city all day, go get the daughter, go back to his business, go back to work. You know, it's a mess. And it's just, and you know, when he told me he was going to do this, I was like, you know, I didn't say anything because I knew he was just going to be a pushover with his ex-wife.
Yeah.
And all that, like, but in my head, I was thinking like, oh man, dude, you can't let her do that. Like,
Shit.
it's your daughter too. Like, fuck that. She has to. You know, you need to be consistent for your daughter. Like, don't move her from the school she's in. You know, like that kind of thing. If your whore ex-wife wants to, you know, make more money and get a new job and commute, fine. But make her do the commute. Like,
Absolutely.
you don't need to be doing that shit.
Absolutely.
You know, like, whatever. You know, like, I was just like, oh my God, I can't believe you let this, like, bitch just walk over you like that. You know? This is crazy. And you know what? The real tragedy of that is the daughter is seeing all of it happen.
Oh, shit.
And she's seeing and learning, okay, I can get a man just like Daddy, and I'll be able to walk all over him just like Mommy does to Daddy, because that's how relationships work. Now, that's what she's seeing, man.
Oh, God.
Like that's the worst part of it. You know?
Shit.
I mean, what do you do? Like, have you ever had blue-pilled friends like that, where you want to throw them a life?
I just let them drown, bro.
Jacket or something?
I stopped throwing that
life
jacket.
Anything you can even do?
No, I stopped throwing that life jacket years ago, bro. Fuck them.
Yeah. I've thought about that. Like, I haven't talked to him in like a month. You know, we're really good friends. I mean, he called me a few times, and when he called me, even I was just like, man, this is before I even discovered MGTOW and all that stuff. I was just like, I can't. I don't respect you. You know, and like I just don't respect. Like I feel bad about it. Like, you know, like it's like I really want to. Like, he's a great guy. He's a really nice guy. You know, very. You know, he's helped me with a lot of stuff, and you know, we've helped each other with things. But at the end of the day, I'm just like, oh my God, you're such a pussy. You know, and you know, you don't need to be either. It's like, he's a great guy. Like, he'd be a good catch for any woman.
Shit.
You know, and but it's just like, he is so blue-pilled and programmed to just fall over backwards for his ex-wife, who, by the way, totally let herself go and is disgusting. Or why she's this fat, ugly bitch, and she is such a hypergamous. She left him just because he wasn't making money and he was in debt from school.
Sounds like true love.
That was the only reason she left him, because he, like, you know, and I'm just like,
it's like a fairy tale.
I'm just like blown away. You know, that was where I really learned, like, hypergamy was a legit thing, you know, like, because, you know, he was going to get his shit together. Like, he had just gotten out of school. He just needed time to pay off debts and, you know, make more money.
Of course.
Like, and it's like, bitch, what did you think you were signing up for? Like, you knew he was going to be in school. You knew he was going to do these things. Yeah. You know, like, why do you have a kid with him if you know, if you had issues with this?
Yeah.
Right? And we all know what the answer is: alimony. You know?
Cha-ching.
But
I get money.
You know,
I get money.
But it's like, can you imagine? Like, I can't even imagine having that mindset, right? I can't even imagine what it must be like to be a woman and just be like, every time you see a man, it's just dollar signs. You know, like, that's all you see.
I don't know. I wouldn't want to be that, honestly. Fuck that.
And it's all, who has more dollar signs? Who can I fool? Right? And then hooking up with all these other guys on the side.
Who can I give this used up pussy to that's willing to pay a premium for it?
Right. Who's the one who's dumb enough?
Right, who's dumb enough to buy this used car?
Yeah. Right. To buy
Fucking
me.
A.
Yeah. That's the thing. And you know, man, I feel like now it's so funny. Like, it is totally reframed. Like, every girl that I failed with, right? Like, every girl who, like, I asked out and for whatever reason wouldn't go out with me, whatever.
They're all losers
I feel
now.
like, oh my God, I'm so lucky she rejected me.
Shit. Bro, I'm so fucking... Let me tell you something. Bro, I'm so glad fucking Jasmine did what she did. Because who knows, bro? Right now, I might be fucking dressing up her little son that's not mine and fucking eating dinners at the table with her and fucking her kid and like, oh, how was work, honey? And in her mind, she's like, oh, it was good. And then in her mind, it's like, oh, I fucked some guy in the break room today. But, oh, no, it was good, honey. Nothing happened. Everything was great, you know. Business as usual. I'm like, oh, good. You know, I paid the bills again for you. Oh, thanks, hubby. But that could have been me, bro, if she had, like, agreed to fuck. I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, God.
I got another story, actually. It's funny. You mentioned Jasmine again.
Yeah.
I was, I was gonna date this girl. She was moving from another state, back and forth. Anyway, we didn't end up dating. Like I just pulled out because like I can't deal with this constant back and forth. Like it was supposed to be like she was like moving here like immediately, and then it turned into this like long term bullshit thing because she couldn't sell her house.
Yeah.
Anyway, she sold herself to me. As, I'm gonna tell you like in detail. She sold herself to me as this enlightened, yoga instructor, like
fucking
super
spiritual.
cool, hippie chick, right?
Third
like,
chakra is open. My third eye is open, baby.
Right, like, right, all that stuff, right? And and I was sold. Like I bought it all, right? Like I was just like, wow, you seem totally legit. Like in all of these, like passed all the tests, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I'm on the booze or the Kool-Aid at this point. And, but the whole, like, I decided not to date her because I didn't want to do the long distance thing, right?
Oh,
and,
God. She tried to put that shit.
No.
Oh, shit. She tried to put you on the long distance shit?
Yeah. It was like the long distance thing, right?
Fucking.
And so I was just like, no, fuck that. I'm not going to do that. But, I was keeping her on the line, right? Because I figured, all right, well, maybe she'll move down here later. We'll hook up.
Yeah.
And, and so, like, just keeping her on the back burner. And so I'm talking to her some here and there. And one day, this was so random. She'd been having some kind of health issues, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I was talking to her about it because I was like, I'd done a lot of research on that sort of thing and stuff. And I was trying to just, to basically direct her in any way I could or like help out if I could, And she got so angry at me. She was like, oh my God, you're just like all my other friends. You're trying to tell me that, there's nothing wrong with me, blah, blah, blah. Which, by the way, I wasn't saying that at all. I was saying like, well, Western medicine hasn't helped you? Well, it kind of didn't help me either. Here's some other shit you could check out.
Right.
Like,
real herbs and shit.
Chinese stuff.
Real herbs.
Stuff from the East.
From the earth. Yeah, real herbs, not fucking chemicals.
From the earth, all of these things, right?
Yes.
So I'm talking about all these things, stuff I've tried, things that have helped, things that haven't, that kind of thing. Just sharing my knowledge, right? The way that, and now this was my mistake, right? I was making a mistake of thinking I was speaking to a man, in which case he would have understood that this is my experience. I'm trying to share my experience. I'm not saying that any of this is necessarily going to fix your problem, but here is what has helped me. Maybe it can help you. Yeah, right?
Right.
But it's on you to figure that out, right? And and instead she goes through this whole thing of saying that I'm just like everybody else. All of her friends who have told her that she has nothing going on, blah, blah, blah. And, and she starts railroading me with it out of nowhere. And keep in mind, hippie chick, super chill up to this point, right? Like, totally cool. And then all of a sudden, she's just like freaking out, like, oh, God, the yoga doesn't work. no one knows what's wrong with me. Like, oh, God, all this stuff. And she wouldn't even tell me what was wrong. That was the other thing that pissed me off. I was like, well, what's wrong? What are the actual issues? She wouldn't even tell me what they were. And, I'm like, I'm basically firing medical buckshot in every message I have. It's like, well, maybe this shit will help. Maybe this will help. I don't know what's going on.
Shit. Yo.
So this is how ridiculous it was, right? Because we were like, now, and this was at the level. Keep in mind, I didn't know about MGTOW or the the whole you can't really be friends with women thing. I was sort of trying to be her friend too, at the very least. That was the only reason I was even talking to her. She's 5 states away, right?
Oh my fucking God!
And I'm just like, I'm trying to be a nice guy, right? And she just is not having any of it. So by the end of this, right, I was just like, look, I'm done talking to you on social media, and this was before I was red pilled. If I was like I am now, I'd have been like, look, I'm done. You need to lose my number. Just lose it. But I was like, yeah, if you want to talk to me anymore, you can call me. This is all over text too, by the way. In the first bit, I was like, you know what, we need to talk over the phone because it was really complex. She wouldn't call me. She wouldn't just call me. She just kept talking over text. I was like, look, I'm not like, it's just getting super emotional, right? And when you're texting, people misread text all the time. They misread tone, all of that stuff. It makes them more emotional. Yeah, this is I might have a personal policy now where I don't text women at all.
Shit.
You know, like I'm kind of to a point where I just sort of feel like it's all because they're not smart enough to figure out that you know what's going on. Like they read whatever they want to read into whatever we say.
Exactly.
Right?
They interpret it. Yeah.
It's not, and you miss so many social cues by tone and volume and all of those things, right?
Exactly.
So. Anyway, this was just, that was how ridiculous it was, right? So after that was a huge, again, yet another, like, felt like I took a cold shower, like, huge turn off.
Fuck yeah.
And, so I'm to a point now where I'm just like, man, I can't trust anybody. Like people will try to sell you, anything. It doesn't matter how messed up they are at all.
No, and blue pill men and the average woman and the average blue pill man are basically the same fucking thing. So it's like, who can you trust?
Yeah, no, and that's the thing too. Like, all these blue pill guys that we know, which is basically, I guess, all the guys that we know, unless you guys have figured out another way to communicate. It's like. It's not that they're intentionally trying to screw you over, but they're in positions to totally screw you over just because of how blind they are to everything.
Yeah.
It's potentially, I see it as, the poker table is about as personal as I can get with these guys now because they're all so blind to what's going on.
Yeah.
And I don't have a need to develop a friendship with anyone like that, Like, I feel like it would be so empty because, again, it would be the same thing of lack of respect, right? Like, I can't respect you. It's like the women who can't respect these guys that are doing everything for them, taking care of them and stuff, and they want the thug,
Absolutely.
right? Like, they can't respect these blue-pilled guys. I can't respect them either.
Shit, no.
And it sucks because it's basically all of my friends.
Same here, and family.
All of my old friends.
And my family
I
members.
know, right? Certainly, because most of them are married, right? It's like I have a handful of guy friends who aren't married at this point. Like they go back to like college, and some from high school, but everybody else. And by the way, it was like a handful of 5 guys. I was sending them some of your videos.
Oh yeah.
Like I was messaging them the videos, and I was like, "Look, I actually care about you guys. That's why I'm sending these to you.
Yes.
Like please watch this, and if it resonates with you, send it to your friends."
What did they say?
Like only one of them replied, and he said, "Oh yeah, I've already seen some of this shit, and I understand. Like it makes sense. Like I'm seeing these patterns and stuff." So at least he was waking up, and he was about your age, I think. I think he's probably 25 now.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. So he's a little older, but still, I was glad at least one of them got back and at least said something. At least like that made me feel like, okay, and then of course he follows it up with, "Oh yeah, but I still want like a normal relationship."
Oh, of course.
And I was like, dude, I get that. I mean, but I'm kind of like where you are now, and I'm like, he actually also lives in Florida, and I'm like, are you really gonna? I need to have a follow-up conversation with him and be like, look, you need to shelve that for right now. Focus on your making that money.
It's not the time. We're not in the climate for that shit anymore.
Just do that somewhere else. Like, don't even try it here, because I agree with you. I think that trying to do that here has just become a futile effort. It's like you're gambling at the casino in Vegas and the table's rigged.
Absolutely.
You're gonna lose. Like at the very least, right? You get married here, and the woman lets herself go at some point. Whatever dumbass reason. right?
Wow.
Like, I mean, she could still be faithful. She could still do all that stuff.
Which she
That's
won't.
all good.
Which
But
she
man,
won't.
if she just lets herself go, like, to me,
Can't divorce
that's a
her.
disrespect.
You can't divorce her either.
What's
There's
that?
no law against if she
Right.
gets too fat,
Yeah.
you're allowed to leave her. Nope. That's
Right,
your
right.
fucking
And,
whale, bro.
You know, and, you know, I'm sure there's plenty of guys out there in happy relationships with women of questionable appearance, but, you know, I don't want to be one of them.
No, man. No.
Myself.
And you know what fat pussy smells like, right?
What's that?
I said, you know what fat pussy smells like, right?
I've never smelled it, so
No. You've never dealt with a chick who the vag just smells like shit?
Oh, God.
Never?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
No,
that's most
no.
fat women. Well, you're lucky then, because so many women I've been meeting, even the skinny ones and the hot ones, they just let themselves go down there, and that shit fucking reeks.
Oh,
Shit will make your eyes burn, man.
dude. I didn't. What, do you think it's the food?
I don't know what the fuck they're eating, bro, but that fucking shit smells like the fucking plague. I don't know what the fuck it is. God.
That's terrible.
It
like,
is.
that is such a turnoff to me.
It's
Like,
horrible.
that would have to be. No, I couldn't do that because I like to go down there.
Oh, fuck. Fucking come back up and have your jaw melted off.
Like, the closest I've ever been to that was I dated one girl. Well, I didn't even date. I just hooked up with this one girl who was, you know, a smoker. Like, you know, she was my neighbor. It was super convenient. That was why I tolerated it when I did. And also, I had just broken up with my college girlfriend, and she was just basically throwing herself at me. So that was fun. But it was like, even that though, it was like she just tasted like an ashtray. It was disgusting. And I fucking hated it. And, you know, I really appreciated that. I think it was one of your videos you were talking about how the women get on the drugs and the cigarettes and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
You know, they pollute their bodies in that way, and they just become just so disgusting.
Fucking worthless.
Because they weren't designed to do anything.
No.
In my opinion, none of us were designed to consume that
But
shit
men
at
can
all,
get
but
away with it. They can't.
Yeah. And it's just, God, it's so disgusting. Like, you know, and that was the thing too, where it was just like, I went into that knowing, okay, this is just a hookup. I'm not staying in the ashtray.
Whoa. That's so fucking palota, man.
Yeah, like just busting a nut, right?
Shit.
For, you know, a month.
You ever saw the movie Scarface?
You know, just, you know, before upgrading, so.
Yeah. Did you ever see the movie Scarface?
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
You remember
you
remember the scene where Tony and his wife and Manny are sitting at the dinner table, and he's like, I can't even have a little.
I can't even put a baby in her mouth.
Fucking palota, man. I can't even have a little fucking baby with her, man. That was the inspiration for that video, bro. So fucking palota, man. And she's like, how dare you? Like, fuck.
Right. And there's Michelle Pfeiffer, you know, like looking beautiful as the drugged out, you know,
yeah, fucking coke whore. Shit.
You know, but it's still like, and in that scene, it was so interesting to watch that again. I think from your video, I went back and I watched the whole scene after the video.
Yeah.
And it was amazing how it struck me because I was just like, oh man.
Yeah.
When I was a kid,
you never thought about that.
Or whenever it was that I saw this movie, I was just like,
she's hot.
You know, I was sort of horrified at that. You know, like I was like, oh man, that was like so
mean of him.
You know, that was so mean of him to do in public, and man, what an asshole and stuff. And now I'm just like,
damn right.
Wow, that's actually, Tony was keeping it real.
Shit,
like,
bro. Back in 1982.
Yeah, I respect that more, right? And that's the thing with feminism, though, right? Like feminism I feel like made audiences in just the mainstream cringe over stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And you know, like that was why they put it in movies. It was like, oh, look at Tony's being such a bastard, that kind of thing, you know. And now the meaning is totally changed. That's why I had to rewatch it.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh man, I'm not blue pilled watching this at all. Shit. Like Tony's actually like speaking the truth here.
Yeah.
You know, like
same thing. Same thing with that fucking towel head movie I was talking about. She comes down in the short shorts. Fucking dad slaps the shit out of her, as he should. Jesus.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And But shit, you do that shit here, you'll get social.
Oh
services
yeah.
called
Oh,
on your
exactly.
ass.
Exactly.
You
You're not
know?
even allowed
I
to
mean,
discipline
you
your
know, you
kids. Exactly.
can't do that here.
Another reason
like,
not to
there's
have
no-
kids here.
Yeah.
Another reason not to
and
have
then
kids here. Shit.
Right. And I mean, I get why we have those things. It's so, people are protected. This is the thing, right? Like, everybody likes to badmouth welfare and social programs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The whole point of them should have been to actually help people who really needed it. Like, I get that's why they exist, because there are some assholes out there who beat their kids for no reason.
Yeah.
Like, that goes on. It exists, but it's given everyone a bad name. And it's,
It's been abused,
to the
man.
point where, like you said, like the father can't discipline the daughter now because of, that sort of thing. It'll just get trumped up as some sort of domestic violence for no reason thing, and he'll go to prison.
Oh yeah, that's right. And then fucking
And,
Jeff, her new boyfriend, will move in and start fucking her. And then her new boyfriend
Right.
will probably start molesting the kid too while you're in prison getting molested yourself.
Yep. And, what's
God
so
bless
hilarious
America.
about that?
What'd you say?
The social justice program just created an incredible rift in society.
Yeah.
Because you've taken the father away from the daughter,
Yep.
and you've also put him into this prison system that is probably going to swallow him for life in
Yep.
one way or the other.
Exactly.
And how did that help society?
No.
That didn't help society at all. You
Yeah.
damaged society.
And then fucking
irreversibly.
yeah. Yeah. And then your wife moves in her new psychopath boyfriend into the house who starts molesting your fucking kid.
Yep.
There you go. America. God bless America.
But it's unbelievable. Like,
Bro, imagine that, bro. Imagine that, man. You're a guy who's in prison because your wife lied that you did something to her to your daughter, right? So now you're in prison
Right.
getting raped, and also you're wondering, is her new boyfriend raping my daughter while I'm in prison getting raped? Imagine the fucking
Yep.
psychological torment that shit would have. That's some
Dude.
heavy shit, bro.
I mean, and that's the problem too. This is what would keep you in the prison. Like, this is what would keep me in the prison system more than likely. If I was in that situation, like, I'd be killing dudes.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
that's the thing, bro.
Like, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna tolerate that shit. Like, I don't care how big the guy is. I don't
Fuck
care
no.
what
Shank his fucking
what
ass.
his tattoos are, who
Exactly.
his people are. I'm gonna fuck his shit
That's
up.
right. So now you're a lifer.
like-
Yeah. So now you're a lifer in
Yeah.
prison and you're in a gang
Right, exactly.
because you got a false charge. Oh yeah.
And you know which gang I get to be in?
You're the
Because I'm
fucking
white.
Aryans, bro. You're a fucking bro. Me and you are gonna be at war. Let me tell you something, bro. When we're in
Yep.
prison, me and you are gonna be at war every day because I'm gonna be with the cholos because I'm brown. You're gonna be with the fucking Aryans, and we're gonna be shanking each other
Yep.
and setting each other on fire every fucking day, all because two bitches lied
Right.
that we did something to them. Shit.
Right. It's like, it sounds so ridiculous,
Shit.
but that could fucking happen.
Welcome to the brotherhood. Shit.
Like,
Fucking A.
yeah, like,
You ever see that
just
show
like
Oz?
American
Bro-
History X.
Bro, you ever see on HBO from the 90s that show called Oz? It's fucking prison
no,
show.
I don't think they did, actually.
Oh, it's this fucking prison
No.
show. It's great. It's like all the different gangs in prison always going to war with each other. It has
Oh, cool.
it has the dude who plays fucking the dude from the Daily Bugle and Spider-Man. The fucking that same actor. He's like he's the leader of the
yeah.
Aryan. He's the leader of the Aryan gang.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
awesome.
He's the leader of the Aryan gang. It's fucking hilarious. It's almost like a comedy. It's a drama, but that show's fucking hilarious. Anyways, the Mexicans and the Aryans and the blacks are always fucking going to war. That's the whole show. That would be us in there. Fuck.
Wow. Have you seen American History X?
I've seen just the rape scene.
Oh,
Yeah, on
okay.
YouTube. Yeah.
Mhm. Well, that's the thing. Like, when he goes to prison, right? He's got all the Nazi tattoos
Yeah.
and stuff, and he has this inner monologue, because he beat up. Well, he killed this black guy who was trying to break into his car and beat up the other guy. Like it was a brutal, like, excessive force, quote unquote,
Yeah.
thing. That's why he goes to prison. But anyway, so as he's going into prison the first time, he has this internal monologue where he's like, I guess I better just throw up a flag and hope a friend sees it. And
Shit.
he just takes off his shirt in the yard, you know, where all the guys are working out and shit.
Yeah, I saw that part too. Yeah, and then he gets recruited.
Takes off his shirt. Yeah, the Aryans give him the wink or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just like he doesn't even want. I think at that point he was still on board, but you know, eventually he reforms. But you know, it's just crazy that's like the mentality, right? Like he was that's what encourages that sort of thing, like because he felt the need to do that just to survive.
That's what you have to do, bro. You have to join a gang in prison. I gotta join the fucking MS-13s or some shit, you know. Andale, fucking stabbing people.
Right.
You know, when the riots happen, stabbing white and black people. You know.
It's so weird.
All because a bitch lied about me.
I'd have to fake it.
Yeah, you'd have to be.
Through. Like,
you'd have to be a fucking Aryan.
Incredible acting on
exactly.
my part,
you'd have to be like, bro. You would have to be like, kill those niggers and wetbacks. Fuck America.
Right, yeah.
You'd have to be fucking savage. Shit.
Yeah, it wouldn't go well.
Fucking A. And I'd have to be like, bro. I'd be fucking walking in there like, what's up, Holmes? Yeah, man. Let's go kill some fucking gringos, man. You know, fucking like ready for war.
Well, the funny thing is, I would probably fail so bad at being Aryan that I would get rejected from the Aryans. And, you know, I'd try to make it look like, yeah, fuck all you shit kickers, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm going to go hang out with the homies, you know.
Oh, shit.
And desperately try to get accepted by the black guys.
Oh, shit.
That's how bad it would be.
Yo. Did you ever see the show Prison Break?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
You're
shit.
into all these prison shows.
Yeah, well,
there's a theme here.
Yeah, shit, man. You got to get ready, bro. When your day comes, you got to be ready for that shit. Fuck it. Yo, I'm going to do a video on that. Like, always be ready to go to jail. Like, I'm going to do a fucking video on that shit. But
I think that's a good idea. Actually,
I'm going to do that.
Because that is one thing that, as a Western male, I feel like
any day now.
Is a constant,
any day now, bro.
Constant threat, like for any dumbass reason.
Remember Jessica from the third grade? Remember Jessica from the third grade back in like 1996? Well, guess what, bro? You fucking touched her leg in the lunch line, and you're going to prison. You fucking touched her leg back in the lunch line, and you just got me too, bro, like Bill Cosby.
You know what's fucked up about what you just said? That reminded me of this girl Ashley in like second grade.
Oh shit!
In the lunchroom.
Oh shit!
And this is what happened, right? I'm having lunch with my friends, and it's like all these guys are sitting around me, right?
Yeah.
And Ashley walks up to us, and you know, I forget if there was another girl there, and we overheard it, but she was like right by our table, and she was just talking about these two boys that, you know, she knew, you know, liked her, right? Or whatever, like had crushes on her.
Yeah.
And, you know, she was just like basically talking about them like they were objects.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and it didn't register to me at the time at all, you know, because I was just checking her out. Like any, you know, blue-pilled young kid would do. And, you know, you know, I was interested in her too, but then I heard that she's like, you know, juggling these other two guys, and I was just like, fuck that noise.
Yeah.
You know, like even at that point, like even at that young age, like, and it's too bad I didn't like maintain that through puberty.
Right.
You know, but you know, it's like I had more figured out at age 7 than I did, you know, until I was 30. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's fucked, bro.
But that's how what messed up was like. I mean, that was second grade.
Shit.
You know, and like back then, you know, it wasn't like it is now. I'm sure, like as far as like how gratuitous it all is, but you know, it was still like that was the same thing, though, right? Like society was teaching her she could have her pick of guys, and all she'd have to do was, you know, she didn't even have to show up. She just had to be somewhat present occasionally, you know, like she could just be, you know, be there, and she would always have dick.
Yeah.
You know? Basically, like obviously a very, you know, different small level, but that's still the message she was getting. You know, and that's what I feel like we're ignoring, you know, so much. Like we're not. parents aren't paying attention to all the messages that their kids are getting, and they get them from all these different places, you know, media especially.
Oh,
you know, and social media now is like obviously the big. That's like the worst thing. Like, dude, I wouldn't want to have a kid right now just because social media exists. Like, just for that reason. You know, like it's not worth it. It's like they're instantly fucked. You know, like they're gonna have self-esteem issues. They're gonna have, you know, they're gonna have like over entitlement issues of being impatient all the time. You know, I mean, it's amazing, right? What these things. I mean, these things make adults have all those issues. What do you think it's going to do to a kid? Right. You know, like.
Shit.
It's basically like saying, "Hey, kid, here's heroin. Enjoy."
Yeah.
We'll see how fucking long you can last on the needle. The adults haven't been doing too hot, but hey, maybe you guys will do better. Maybe you'll develop some immunity or some shit. You know, like it's amazing. And I feel like it's going to take your whole generation and the generation after you probably to get to the point to where we've gotten now with cigarettes. You know, on the social media.
I don't think it'll ever come back because this is way worse than a cigarette habit. I mean, these generations are fucked, and they're only getting dumber and dumber. You're going to have the single mom apocalypse in like the next 10, 20 years, you know?
Right. Yeah, it's true. You're right. And it's weird, but like, I feel like maybe the safest thing for a man to do if he's going to stay in the West is get a vasectomy.
No, because you can still get the false rape charge. That's the main problem.
Yeah,
the best thing you can do is just fucking leave.
Get your doctor to write you a thing that says that you're impotent.
Shit.
Make friends with a doctor and have him falsify a report saying you're impotent.
Exactly.
So that,
exactly.
You're physically incapable of rape.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. No, she can say you raped her with your eyes. You know, you fucking street harassed her. You know.
What's that?
They say they can say bro. You can go to prison just for touching her ass or looking at her too long. You don't even have to rape her.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So no. You might as well just become a trans woman. That's the best way.
I didn't realize it could be that bad.
Just become a trans woman, bro. Start wearing a skirt. You'll be all right.
Wow. You talk about a good reason to
like if you want to stay in America and not go to prison, then become a trans woman, and then they'll just pass for a woman.
I was gonna say, like become trans, right, and get it chopped off.
Exactly.
That way, I won't go to prison.
Exactly. Exactly.
Maybe that's why the movement is taking off like it has. It's all these guys who are just like,
yo,
you know what?
Bro, I think
like all these bitches have turned me off. And I don't care anymore.
That's why Bruce Jenner, bro. That's why Bruce Jenner did it, because he was so jealous of all the attention and praise that his daughters were getting. He's like, fuck, dude, I want some love and attention. So he becomes a fucking woman.
That's right.
That's what that was.
God. That's, yeah, and how sad is that? I mean, like, as epic of an athlete as he was.
Exactly.
Like, the idea that...
Bro, there's no bigger honor. There's no bigger honor than being a fucking man. You're the most powerful, intelligent creature on the fucking planet. And somehow they have us thinking that it's like we're less than or we're worse, and we should have been blessed by being a fucking broad who sits when she pees and bleeds once a month.
Yep.
What the fuck is so cool about that shit?
Man, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. At times, I've thought it would be kind of fun to be a woman.
Yeah, for like a day, for like a day, for like a fucking day, but not forever.
Yeah, I would get bored after that. After that, I'd be looking for someone else.
Exactly.
But it is, it's weird to think about. I hadn't thought about the gay and trans stuff in quite that manner before, and it is very interesting because it feels like, I don't know, it just feels like it's all related, or like it's all playing into it. Like it's the destruction of masculinity in the West, right? Like
exactly.
Because, and by the way, I'm totally cool with gay people, trans people. I have friends that are trans. It's not a big deal. I don't know if I call them trans actually, or like friends, but acquaintances. And I get the desire to be accepted for who you are, blah blah blah, whatever, all that stuff. But the issue I have is that's all fine and dandy, but why do we have to attack genuine, just straight masculinity to have acceptance of all of these other people? Like, can't we all just get along? It's basically what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like let me be me, you be you, everybody be friends with whoever they want to be friends with, do whatever, like hook up. If you all want to get married, if you want to be able to do the marriage thing, fine, do it. I don't care. You can be as miserable as everybody else who gets married. And that's the funny thing too. Like all these kids, they're gonna get those laws changed and everything. Everybody's you'll be able to marry a frog by the time we're all done with it.
Yeah.
And but come 10, 20 years, they're all gonna start paying the pipers, and they're gonna realize, oh fuck, I shouldn't have done this because I'm getting screwed in this divorce. Like why did I fight so hard for this when I was a kid? This is bullshit.
Absolutely.
And that's the real tragedy of it, because that's how effective feminism has been at selling marriage as this, this thing to aspire to, this thing to desire. You've got all these gay people who just want to be.
Bro, straight people don't even like being married.
Why do they want to be married? Like if they're already like they all love each other.
They got the best deal ever, bro. They can be with each other and not lose half their shit. They got the best fucking deal. Now they lost it. Now they can get married too. Now they can get fucking raped.
Yeah, and it's like, God, and you know what it was all about? Just a perception of status in society.
God.
That's all that was.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, of course. Like, successful people get married in America, and they have families and all this shit. And it's like, no, they don't.
Yeah.
Successful people, they know what's up, and they're like, they're watching out for number one.
Of course.
Like, I mean, if they're going to be successful long term,
here's the thing, man. You're not marrying her. You're marrying the fucking government. They say, by the power invested in me in the state of California, I now demand you man and wife. So you just married the state of California. You didn't marry the fucking woman,
Right.
You married the government.
And what they actually should read is like, and bend over to fully receive
the compensation package.
Dick that is the state of California, Mr. Ford or Mr. Jackson, whoever.
Shit.
You are now the man who receives.
Oh God. Oh God.
Yeah, because the state of California is going to fuck you.
Exactly.
It's amazing, man. It's just it's incredible. And I guess we've allowed it to get this way. Like that's where part of my rage was coming from this week. Like realizing, like, man, like this stems back to the baby boomers and shit they did.
Oh
like,
God, fucking pussies.
They let all this shit happen.
Bro, did you see the video I did called "Clueless Older Men"?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it talks about how, and I had a couple older guys comment like, "Bro, it's not our fault. We didn't see this shit coming." And I'm like, dude, at the end of the day, you did fucking nothing, and I'm cleaning up your fucking mess. So get the fuck out of here.
Well, and I guess from their perspective, like they didn't have social media, they weren't as connected. I get all of that.
Okay, but when you saw the fucking women marching in the streets in the 70s, you should have gone out there and fucking cleared them out and said, "No, bitch, you're not fuck that shit." No. You know what I'm saying? Like, you saw them marching. Well, we're equal rights. I deserve as much money as you. Nah, bitch. You really don't. Right. You don't produce as much value as me. You don't deserve as much fucking money. Straight up.
It's weird because, I used to be more about, equal rights and stuff. But now I do feel like because of the way that it's played out, it's broken everything.
Yeah, I don't know too many female Steve Jobs, do you?
What's that?
I said, I don't know too many female Steve Jobs, do you?
Oh, yeah, no, I don't.
Exactly.
I mean, there's women who own big companies and stuff, for sure, but,
all 10 of them. Yeah, all 5 of them.
Or, what they're doing.
Exactly.
That sort of thing. And I'm sure there's plenty, I'm not going to lie, there's plenty of women in the world that I'm sure have a higher IQ than me or smarter than me, whatever, but, I don't feel like that matters so much, though, right? Because at the end of the day, it still would come back to what we were talking about before, which is I can go anywhere, I can learn anything,
Exactly.
I can do anything.
Exactly.
And I, you know, even if I'm not as smart as you, I'm probably going to survive longer.
Yeah.
You know, like ultimate, like if the shit really goes down, right? You know, so, and I'm not saying that makes me better than anybody, but I do feel like we have really, like men in our society have really, you know, just let that go in this culture of social media and Netflix and just,
Yeah.
you know, overconsumption of bullshit
Yeah.
is what I call it.
And twerk videos.
You know, in general, all of the food, the drugs, all of it. I don't know if it was you or if it was somebody else. Somebody was talking about how the drugs have actually, you know, been promoted in a way
Yes.
to keep us down.
Keep people under
Was that
control.
you?
Yes, that was me. I did a video called Drugs and Alcohol. And I talked about how, and
Yeah.
I learned this from my mentor, Mr. Jones, by the way. He did a video on drugs and alcohol and he took it down. But what my video was basically paying homage to his. And it talks about how there is an agenda for you to be smoking weed because weed keeps you
Right.
dumb and docile and easier to control. Okay. They pretend
Yep.
weed is illegal. They pretend it's this bad stuff you shouldn't do, but yet it's so easy to get your hands on it. Why is it so easy for
Yep.
me to get my hands on weed? I could go outside right now and meet a weed dealer in 20 minutes. But if I want some,
Mhm.
if I want some fucking African herbs that cure AIDS that exist, I can't get my hands on them for
Right.
some reason. Yet I can get
Yeah,
my hands on
exactly.
weed, which keeps me dumb and docile. You know what I'm saying?
And
It's an agenda.
they're not going to let you get your hands on those herbs just
Fuck
because
no.
of Big Pharma, dude.
Exactly. Oh,
You
I
know,
know
like,
this, sir.
just-
Absolutely.
Just because of that.
Absolutely. There's a doctor
They
who
can't-
cured AIDS and they killed him, you know? Absolutely.
Yeah, they can't monetize that shit.
Fuck
They
no.
can't monetize it. They don't care if it can help
Exactly.
anybody.
Exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
and that's as fucking messed up
Yeah.
as it is.
And they legalized weed once they figured out how to monetize it,
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly.
you know?
Yep.
It's a
That's right.
fucking
And
sin
some
forever.
states it's legal now.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's why I can't take any of the drugs laws seriously. 'Cause I'm just like,
Yeah.
it's such a double
Of
standard.
course.
You know, it's like you go to your doctor and he's gonna put you on all of this shit that is way worse than anything you find on the
Fuck
street.
yes. Once you start
know,
taking pills,
like-
bro, fuck. Shit.
I
once-
mean, you're just fucked. You got to get off that stuff. If
Oh,
you're on
yeah.
pills, you got to change your diet. You got to
Fast.
change your routine, your habits,
Fast.
whatever. You got to get off
that shit.
because your
Yeah.
doctor is just a dealer. He's worse than a dealer.
Yeah, he's a chemical
you know,
dealer.
like, because it's all legal. He can fucking kill you with that stuff,
Shit.
and nothing happens to him. He'll get
Yeah.
to go into work the next day, continue to make his millions.
Of course.
No big deal. You know.
Of course. Bro, there are people, there are life
yeah.
stories of guys who have cured their cancer by just detoxing and taking fucking
Yeah.
vegetable drinks. Like guys cured their leukemia.
Right.
All they do when you have cancer at the hospital, all they do is put you under chemotherapy and kill every cell in your body, the good ones and the bad ones. And then they just pray to
Right.
God that they got the cancer. That's all they do is just fucking kill you. You could just fucking
Yeah.
fast and detox and drink nothing but fucking grinded up vegetables for like 90 days. There are guys who have cured their
Yep.
fucking cancer this way. But all they do at the hospital is sell you chemical drugs. They're drug dealers. They're not selling you medicine. Real medicine makes you stronger than you were before you took it. No pills, no chemotherapy makes your body stronger than it was. It just kills everything, you know?
And that's the thing too that I've been learning about the fasting lately.
Yeah.
Experimenting with it some myself, and it's amazing stuff, man. And
Yeah.
it's like, you know, like I'm at a point now where I want to do like a long one, right? Like I
Yeah.
want to do like a 20-day, because I've heard stories about people that did like a 20-day fast.
Exactly.
And they would go through these amazing detoxes, right? Where like they would like purify their colon and stuff, and they get rid of all these diseases and shit, and just feel like so much better. And I'm just fascinated by that.
Yeah.
Like I'm so curious, like how that works, because you know, particularly as a Western man, you know, no one taught me about that. You know,
Right.
I had to go out to YouTube and research
Yeah.
all this shit
When you're
and
sick,
figure it out.
When you're sick,
You
they
know?
tell you, "Oh, take some Tylenol." They don't tell you, "Oh, grind up some
Right.
kale,
But
grind up some
there-
kale and some vegetables into a drink and drink that, and you'll cure your fucking problem." They say,
Right.
"No, take some Tylenol." Well, guess what? Tylenol doesn't make your immune system stronger. You know, it's
No,
bullshit.
it's destroying your stomach.
Exactly.
It's destroying
Exactly.
your gut.
Exactly. Look up this African doctor. His name is Dr. Sebi. This guy cured AIDS and cancer, and he proved it legally. And there's documents online where he went to court and proved that he cured it. This guy has a fucking he has this diet where he eats nothing but earth foods, and it cures any fucking disease. He's cured blindness, herpes, all kinds of shit.
Wow.
And they fucking and it's all over the internet. His diet, his formulas, his recipes, it's all over the internet, and yet the media never talks about this. You have cures to all. I had arthritis in both of my
There's no
wrists.
money in it.
Exactly. There's no money.
in it.
The money is in the treatment, not the cure.
Yep.
So like I had arthritis in both of my wrists, right? I had bad arthritis. I was starting to have trouble with my hands. I just stopped eating meat and sugar and dairy and animal products, and my arthritis went away in 48 hours. I had arthritis for like 2 years, bro, in my fucking hands.
Wow.
In 48 hours, bro, the shit went away, and I've never had it since when I went vegan, you know?
That's amazing.
So imagine,
yeah,
imagine, bro, if I had my arthritis, right? And instead of changing my diet, I just go to the hospital. All they would do is give me, what is it, like fucking cortisone shots or some shit? They just start putting me on pills and shots, and it would just get worse.
Do everything they could to numb you out and
Exactly.
not do a damn thing to actually fix it.
Meanwhile, it's just getting worse and worse.
Yep.
It's bullshit, man.
And then they charge you a fuck ton of
Oh
money
shit.
for that.
Oh yeah.
And,
Build that
God
insurance,
knows
baby.
what they would charge for that. Just cortisone injections in a hospital.
And then
I
you
don't
need an
wanna know how much it
operation.
would be.
And then you need an operation. We need to cut out this and that and this. And oh fuck.
Right, yeah, because I love that too, like the surgeons and stuff. Because every time they do that, I'm like, oh yes. It feels like they're saying like, yes, I'm so much smarter than your body.
Oh,
you know, I know how stuff works better than your own body.
Right.
You know, because basically I'm God. You know, and it's just like, no, you don't. Like a person's body, you just need to give the body what it needs, and it's gonna do all
exactly.
the work.
We existed
You know,
before hospitals. We existed before. We were given everything we needed on this earth to survive. This African doctor I listened to, Dr. Sebi, he says, he says saying that it's wrong for people to be naked is saying that God made clothes.
Yeah.
That was some crazy shit. And basically he was talking about the Africans that were like naked in Africa, eating nothing but fucking fruits and berries and shit. And he was saying to say that that is wrong is to say that God made clothes. And I'm like, damn, that's some deep fucking shit. You know?
It's true. I mean, it's totally true. And that's what's funny here because, you know, it's like we've taken the worst parts of that and like just taken them to an unbelievable extreme because like we were talking about before, all these young women dressing like whores.
Oh shit.
You know, showing parts of their body is very inappropriate.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. And, you know, we celebrate this in our culture and in the media and all this stuff. Like it's some great women's empowerment bullshit. You know, and like that stuff drives me insane because I'm just like, that is promoting so much negative energy and like not just from the women too, because the women do that, and then the poor dumbass blue pill guys, you know, they go nuts for it, and you know that reinforces the behavior, and then you know, so the kids, like you said, they're just getting younger and younger doing that stuff, and it's destroying everything.
Yeah.
You know, like I can't imagine what it's like to be a kid in, you know, like an inner city public school growing up now, and like you're exposed to all this stuff in like first grade.
Jesus Christ.
It's like it's depressing.
Yeah.
You know, I'm so glad I'm not a parent.
Oh shit, me too, bro.
You know,
fucking hate myself
now in this country.
Shit.
You know, like I cannot imagine how much stress that must be. Like how much
fucking
like if you give a damn, you know, a lot of parents just don't even
they
don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Nope.
But you know, like, but the parents who do, you know, like, and I would, like, there's no way I wouldn't be able to care.
Of course.
Right. So
my daughter just got fucked in high school. Oh, that's nice. Some football player just fucked my daughter and knocked her up.
Like that millionaire you were telling us about, like with the girlfriend or whatever. Like, oh my god, like, like just.
He made some good eggs, though. I'll tell you that. Made a nice omelet.
Oh yeah, no. So he was basically
fucking
like
beautiful.
The best butler ever.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, bro. He put fucking oregano and basil on that shit. Oh my god. My bro, my balls were empty and my stomach was full. I'll tell you that much.
picture him standing there in like an apron, just like Alfred from Batman. With like a towel over his arm and walking up to the table. After you finish trying to pick up your
May I
plate,
wipe your mouth, sir?
Will sir be having sloppy seconds after the
May I wipe your mouth, sire?
Sean, prepare the bed
May I wipe your mouth, sire? Oh shit. Like calling me sire and shit, or like anything for you, my liege. Oh.
Plus, you have plunged balls deep of my loins. I shall endeavor to serve you ever so gracefully.
Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh.
I can't. I've heard some crazy shit before, but I've never heard a man, so destroyed.
Jesus Christ.
Before, like that is like
yes.
just the ultimate destruction.
And I'm fucking his daughter, right? And then across the street, his ex-wife's new boyfriend is fucking his wife. Simultaneously.
You know what he probably does? After you left, he was outside of her house.
He went over there and made them some eggs.
Yeah, no, he was cleaning his car.
Oh God. Oh God. He's like, hey, I made some eggs. You guys want some? Shit. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking A. Oh.
It's got to the point, or it's getting to the point now where I feel like, certainly any Western woman, like she couldn't handle guys like us.
Oh shit! Oh yeah.
Like there's no way,
bro.
That because any guy who has a spine at all, who stands up to any bullshit that a woman throws at him.
Yeah.
Just instantly, she's gonna.
Here's the problem, bro. Of course.
Because you involve.
Of course. Yeah, and that's the thing, bro. I did a video. I did a video called "More Beta Equals More Girlfriends," and it talks about how if you want to keep a woman long term, you have to pretend to be the beta to trick her into thinking she's going to be able to manipulate you. Because here's the thing, bro. Even though eating vegetables, which is what being a strong, tough man is to a woman, even though eating vegetables is good for you, when you've been eating nothing but dessert your whole life, you're going to reject the vegetables, even though it's what's right for you, because you've been eating dessert your whole life. So it's like, yeah, the tough guy is good for her, but she's been enjoying that nice beta male fucking dessert, all her life. She doesn't want the vegetables. So you have to pretend to be the beta. You have to pretend to be submissive and weak. And meanwhile, you're doing her dirty behind her back. And that's the only way to be in a long-term relationship in America, because like I said, she's been getting those fucking omelets every morning and shit. She doesn't want the fucking tough guy, No, man. Deep down, she desires it.
Daddy just get stomped on by mom.
Shit.
Like all the time. Like, since she was a kid.
Fucking A.
She thinks that's how women act.
Oh man.
That's how women.
I forgot to tell you, bro.
Move up.
I forgot to tell you, bro. He made some fresh squeezed orange juice too. He fucking cut up some oranges, and he hand squeezed that shit. I had some OJ and some omelets with the fucking basil leaf on top, like it was at the fucking Cheesecake Factory or some shit, bro. Oh man, I'll tell you, man.
Yeah, and you talk about a girl who's gonna have a tough time eating veggies.
Oh yeah.
And talk about Miss Cheesecake Factory
in
2018.
And bro, that was in 2011, bro. That was in 2011. We're talking 2018 now.
She probably has. I hope she's bought stock in Cheesecake Factory because she's probably been making it go up.
Shit. Fuck, bro. This was 2011. This was before Snapchat and Tinder, bro. Imagine how bad it is now.
Yeah.
Fuck. Tinder and Snapchat killed.
Imagine how bad it is.
Bro, Tinder and Snapchat killed monogamy. Straight up. In America, at least.
Yeah.
It's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's over.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't even want to try.
No, me neither.
You know, like I'm like, just my spirit is, you know, sad to say, so broken. But I don't even see it that way so much anymore. I think I had a lot more of the, you know, quote, depression or whatever about it all with the girlfriend from before I even knew about this stuff. But also, it's like now that I'm aware of this more so and more awake, I especially just feel like, you know, damn, I got lucky.
Yeah.
And damn, you know, like, she actually did me a huge favor by, you know, fucking around.
You could have,
you know, like, I could have been I could have been married.
You could have been a butler.
Been,
you could have been a butler with a daughter like Alfred.
Right? Oh God, I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure I would have just killed myself for that.
Oh, may I wipe your mouth, sire?
That is a man who, like, legit, straight up, I would, you know, I would literally respect him more if he put a gun in his mouth. You know, I hate to say that, but, you know, like, there's a point, right? Like, I feel like, this is the other thing. You had that video, right, about always being ready for death.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Yes.
Which I thought was really good and an excellent point. But, you know, that's the thing, too. Like, for me, I've realized in the last few years dealing with some health issues and stuff, you know, I've been borderline suicidal before.
Yeah.
But I think everybody has.
Fuck yeah, bro. I was like,
everybody's gone to a certain level there, right?
Shit.
So it's not a weird thing to talk about.
In this society, fuck no.
The interesting. What's that?
I said, in this society, fuck no, bro. I was fucking. I was in the bathroom like 2 days ago, and I'm looking down. I have like a hand razor that I shave with. I'm like, you know, I could probably just put this across my wrist really quickly, and I'd probably be out of here in maybe 10, 20 minutes till I bleed out. It's not so bad. Like, I was thinking that shit. I'm like, you know, I'd probably, 10, 20 minutes, I'll be dead. Fuck it. Like that. That's how depressing this fucking society is.
I mean, it's depressing because it's going through your head. Like, just the fact that you're even thinking about it, right? Like, tells you that something is really wrong. And, you know, it's something to, not that it's really wrong in the moment or whatever, like, but, you know, obviously you're having that reaction for some reason. I was having it, you know, because of health stuff and just feeling like totally lost in different things. Yeah. But, kind of like what I was talking about, more of a spiritual journey. But it actually really helped me to go through that, you know, because I was able to be like, okay, look, I've had some serious losses in the last few years, perceived serious losses. Yeah. Right. Same. But ultimately I came out of that with all of this newfound knowledge that I wouldn't have had. Right. Right. And you know, like, yeah, sure, things aren't all exactly how I want to be. Like, I'm not physically exactly how I want to be. I'm not mentally exactly how I want to be. Yeah. But you know what? I've also learned a lot of shit that I wouldn't have known at all. Absolutely. Had things just continued the way they were going. And I could have been totally fucking brainwashed, dude, in some other, you know, with some blue pill. Could have been a butler, bro. Could have been making eds, bro. You know, you could have been making eds, bro. Right. Oh God. And you look at like that, and it's like legit. I'd rather be dead. Right. Like, that's certainly one scenario where if I had the choice, like, I would just choose death. Fuck, bro. I'll go out in a shootout before I'll fucking become a butler. Fuck that. You know, like, go out in a shootout, bro. It's crazy, like, but to go through that and to acknowledge it and be like, you know what, because that ultimately, what does that do? That makes you more comfortable with death. Yeah. Right? Like, that you're facing death on a level where you're like, okay, there are certain scenarios, right, in which I'm totally okay with death. You know, I wouldn't hesitate to make that choice. Yeah. And you know what? That doesn't make me a weak person. That just makes me a human being. Yeah. You know, like that makes me more in touch with who I actually am. Absolutely. You know, and you know, people now, if I said that shit to a doctor or a social worker or something like that, they'd be like, "Oh, let's put you on some pills," or shit. You know, like there's something. You know, we'll put you on the Prozac. You know, like, put you on the Prozac. Of course, suicide is never an option. Blah blah blah. All this stuff. You know, bro. You know, the way that our society has done that, and it's like suicide is always an option. You know, like, suicide is my goddamn right. You know something, man. Like, you know something, man. I hear people say there's always a way out. Just keep going, shit like that. But I look at the society and I look at people, and I think to myself, I'm like, you know what, man?
Like I pretend I'm talking to some guy that's suicidal, and I'd probably look at him and I'd be like, you know what, man, I hope you stay, but if you want to go, I understand, bro. Like I understand.
Yeah.
I understand
Right,
because here's the thing, bro. We're not really living in this society. We're just waiting to die. That's it. We're not really living, bro. When I'm fucking pumping and dumping whores on Tinder, when I'm going to my 9-to-5 job, I'm not really living. I'm just fucking waiting to die. All right. And it doesn't matter how vegan I go. It doesn't matter how much I purify my body or how much I can bench press or how fucking big my dick is. I'm fucking waiting to die. This is not living. I don't feel like I'm fucking living right now. And I'm not proud of my life. And when I'm on my deathbed and I look back at it, I'm gonna say, that was pretty fucking mediocre. Straight up. Like that was some mediocre ass shit. 5 out of 10.
Yep.
That's it.
And I mean, you know, that's I can't argue with that. I think I think the only thing you can do is like you gotta find what you know, whatever it is that does give you meaning.
Yeah.
Right. And you can't count on a woman to do that for you. You can't count on anyone else to do that for you. Like you got to do that for yourself.
Absolutely.
And it's got to be something that, you know, it just has as few dependencies as possible. I think is like a good way to put it. Like, you know, because it needs to be something that you can continue to do regardless of, you know, go down the list of all sorts of fucked up life circumstances, right? Like this is why I started studying, or I got into Stoicism relatively recently, and I was like, the message really spoke to me a little bit because, you know, that's all about like controlling, like doing everything you can with the knowledge you have and what you know you can control. It's very logical. It's very masculine, and you know, letting everything go. Like everything else go, and also letting what you can control go after you've done everything you can do.
Yeah.
Right. And it struck me as such a harmonious way of approaching things. Right. Because it's like we were talking about cancer before, and like the people that go get chemo, they cut off parts of their bodies. All, you know, the doctors have them doing it, and like let's just look at it in that sense. Like, and then like me, if I was like told tomorrow, like, oh yeah, you got cancer or whatever, blah blah blah, like we got to do this, I would just be like, you know what, doctors have been wrong so much.
Dude, oh my god,
right?
You know what I would do, bro?
You know, like just not. What's that?
You know what I would do if they told me I had cancer? I would just win. I would make a game out of it. I'd say, you know what? I'm just gonna try eating healthy and juicing and see how long I live without the chemo, and let's see who was right in the end.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Well, and that's what I was
because
say.
The chemo's gonna kill me anyway.
Like,
you know?
Yeah,
Fuck
the
it.
chemo is
It's gonna kill you anyway.
Destroy you.
Because here's the thing, bro.
And you're literally pumping poison into
exactly.
your body.
And here's the problem. Here's the thing, bro. Even if the chemo kills the cancer and it heals you, you've destroyed your cells so much. You are now so much more prone to getting another disease because you are severely weakened forever.
Yeah.
You know, it's like going in a fucking gas chamber. It's like going in a fucking gas chamber.
And the other thing that we've done as a culture is we have demonized death so much.
Yeah.
We have made death this ultimate horrible enemy.
Ancient societies celebrated death.
You know, and that's the thing too. After you've faced, I think, some suicidal stuff like we were talking about too, and just, you know, entertain certain life scenarios and things.
Right. Even
if you haven't experienced them, you've thought about them, and you can get to this point where, you know, death is like for me now where I'm at, and I'm still in the journey, right? But like even where I'm at this point in the journey, I'm like, you know, I'm okay with dying, you know, like, and I'm okay. Like, I can honestly say to you now, which I couldn't have said a few months ago even probably, but I'm okay now with, like, if my mom died, if my dad died, it's like, I know I'd be okay.
Right.
You know, and I feel like in that sense, like, I actually kind of feel like I'm finally a whole man, you know, because before I feel like I would have been prone to, you know, react in extremely emotional, irrational, fearful ways to, either of those scenarios. And now I just feel like, you know what, they taught me everything that they needed to, and we had a great relationship, and I'm so blessed to have had them as parents. And, maybe I'll see them again at some point. And, if not, I know that there's more to all of it.
Absolutely.
I have a spiritual level of, just acceptance and,
Yes.
and calm.
Did you
that I just didn't have before.
Did you ever see this movie called They Live? It was from like the late 80s.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, fuck, bro. It's this movie about this guy. He finds this pair of sunglasses and he puts them on, and he can see that most people around him are like these weird zombie aliens, and it's all about enslaving the earth and like getting people to become human sheep.
Whoa.
You should watch it, bro. It's
That's
called
awesome.
They Live. It's from like the late 80s. And anyways, this guy, they offer him, they say, join us. The aliens offer him, they say, join us at the end of the movie and like join us in taking over the world, and we'll take care of you. And at the very end, he just says, he's like, nah, fuck that. And then he shoots like the aliens, and then they kill him. And
Nice.
but basically, like,
wow.
it's called They Live. But at the very end of the movie, he's like, fuck it, and he shoots the aliens, and like he dies, and they end up not taking over the world. Like he shoots like the lead alien or some shit. But the point is, he's like, fuck it, I'd rather just die. And it's like, that's how I kind of, and I'm not saying I'd rather die, but it's like when I looked at the society and shit, I'm just like, fuck it. I'm not afraid to lose everything because I'm not even living anyway. I'm like, fuck. Like, bro, if I go to prison tomorrow on like a false rape charge, yeah, it's gonna be devastating. Oh fuck, his phone died, or he hung up. I think he'll call back. But yeah, guys, like what I was saying, like, look, if some shit happens to me, if I get sick or I go to jail or some shit or I die, I'm just like, fuck it. Honestly, I'm not gonna live in fear. It's just like, whatever. Yeah, I'm not really living anyways. I think that's him.
Jack.
Yo, what's up, man? I think the phone died, right?
Yeah. Well, no, we just got disconnected.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
You were saying if you were in prison as the false rape.
Yeah, or if I like got some kind of sickness or whatever, I'm just like, fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go. Like if I'm in a situation where my life has to end, I'm just like, fuck it. It's nothing worth holding on to. You think you'd what?
I think I'd do. Well, I think I'd do the same thing you were talking about, the cancer thing, right? Like if I had to go to prison tomorrow, like before I used to freak out about prison. I was like terrified of it. But now I'm just like, you know what? I think I would get in prison and I would just shank a bitch.
Fuck it.
And I would just be like, you know what? Fuck it. I've got nothing to lose.
The thing about the society.
This is like beast mode. Like I would just work out constantly and like, I would just be like, I got nothing to lose. I'm going to become so badass.
Fuck it.
That when I get out of here, I'm just going to crush life.
Exactly. Bro, this society, it turns you into an animal. It demonizes you and tells you you're fucking worthless. You're a fucking savage. And then they get surprised when men turn into savages. You treat a boy like
that's the thing. Like you gotta embrace that shit though. Like you gotta like
gotta
be in that I feel like if you're like in that society, it's like you gotta become that completely to survive.
You can't be an angel.
Not only to survive, but you gotta thrive. You either thrive in prison or you die.
Yeah, bro.
I feel like that's what it is.
You can't be an angel when you're surrounded by devils, and that applies to modern society. Not even just prison. That applies to just being in society.
Well, and I actually think, like, in some ways, because I wasn't in the military. I've never done anything like that. But I think that, if from my perspective, I have this sick sort of idea of, like, I'll go to prison. I'll probably get my ass kicked a lot, but I'll probably learn how to fight, too, at the same time. So, like, it'll ultimately teach me new shit, that'll be useful at some point.
Fuck it. I'm just like, fuck it, bro. If I gotta die, fuck it, man. I'm not. It's better to die than to live in fear.
Yeah. I mean, you either adapt or die, like for sure. Like that's what it's gonna be, and that's true in any situation, but especially prison.
Absolutely.
And like, I think you should do that video about it because I think it'd be really interesting.
I'm gonna do that when I end the stream. I'll probably upload it. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Always be ready.
It's related to the death thing you did.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like
it's the
being ready to die.
It's the opposite side of the coin. Absolutely. I'm gonna do that after I get off this live stream. I'm gonna go fucking knock that video out, have it up in a few hours, Absolutely.
Cool.
But the way I see it, bro, the guys who became blue pill, they just chose to die and keep living. Like they chose
Right.
to just give in and bend over to society and pray to God they don't get
Yep.
fucked. And it's like they always get fucked. Like, bro, I could be
Mhm.
making eggs for the guy who just finished fucking my daughter. Like, bro, what the
Yeah.
fuck? I'd rather die. Shit.
Yeah. No, I'd definitely rather be dead. And the
Shit.
thing too, it's funny, like, well, related to that, because you were talking about like blue pill guys,
Yeah.
just sort of like being dead or whatever, or like they're dead in their soul.
Of course they are.
But check this out, right? I told you about the poker game, right? The guy who was who called me early on,
Yeah.
ended up beating him at the end,
Yeah.
with the 3 kids, and this was hilarious. Like several points in the night, right, when he found out that I was single and that I was, like living in my van and shit. I basically had no care in the world.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, well, you'll get there eventually, or you'll get a ball and chain eventually." Like several times, right? He made a reference to me, like
to justify his
tied
fucked up
down.
life.
Right, exactly. To
Yeah.
justify his existence.
Yeah.
And each time I checked him on it, right? I called him on that shit, and I was like, "Yeah, it's not gonna happen, bro. Like,
Fuck it.
I'm sorry, but like, I mean, you can place your bets, but you're gonna lose there because I've been down that road enough in my relationships. So like my lifestyle is completely by choice.
Yeah.
I'm not."
Shit.
And you can't tell me that things are going to change in a way that's substantial enough for me to ever make that choice. Now,
No.
I will say this: like the only way that could happen is probably what you guys are talking about, where we just pack it up
Overseas.
pack it in, go to another country.
Exactly.
And,
Exactly. The only peace of mind.
Maybe I meet that Vietnamese goddess or
Fuck
whatever who cracks
exactly.
the
Me love you long
pill.
time. Exactly. No, bro. Here's the thing. I don't give a fuck about what people say. I want to see on paper that the laws are on my side and I have the power. I don't give a fuck about promises. I want the fucking power. All right. Until then, I'm living in a feminist war zone where I can just die at any time. Until then, I just don't give a fuck, bro. You watch that show, Sons of Anarchy?
Oh, I love that show.
Did you see how it ended?
Awesome.
Did you see how it ended?
No, I haven't seen the last season yet.
Well, basically,
but I mean,
I can give you a spoiler.
I don't care.
Fuck it. So, like, being a guy in America, he basically at the end of the show, he decides to just ride his motorcycle, and then he just rides it into a semi truck and gets hit by the truck and dies. Like, he has like 100 cops behind him, trying to arrest him. He has like 100 cops behind him trying to arrest him, and he just decides like, fuck it, I'm just going out with a bang. And it's like that's what being a man in this fucking Western society is. It's like, fuck it, I can lose my shit at any time. I can get arrested or whatever. The way I see it, I'm like riding my motorcycle into a semi truck anyway. So I might as well say fuck it, and be ready and just not give a shit and be ready to let it all go.
Yeah, and I respect that. I saw this thing. I'm a car guy, so I'm on different forums and stuff. And I saw this thing on CorvetteForum.com.
Yeah, how they catch on fire.
What's that?
How Corvettes catch on fire.
Yeah, well, no, this was different. This was about a guy who, I want to say it was like 70 something, but anyway, it was this wicked wreck. He had wrecked his Corvette and like into like a truck or something. It was something massive like that. It basically crushed it, right? And I think it threw him off a bridge. Like the accident with the truck, it like just made the car go airborne, and they were showing the wreckage. And they said that the guy had, he had some kind of health issue going on. He was in his 70s. I guess it was something major. And we were all like talking about it. And we were like, well, yeah, maybe that was, like just one of the old dogs, like just deciding he'd had enough,
Yeah.
Like, and he wanted to go out, with a bang in his bed, right? Like, and nobody else got hurt. It wasn't a big deal. Otherwise, so like it was like the setup for it and all of it was like intentional, right? It was like he chose the way it was going to go, and I said that like I really respected it if that's what happened, and also like I could see myself checking out that way, someday. That's not a bad way to go. I don't feel like it. Like if you're making the But this is the thing, like, we demonize death so much in this society,
Yeah.
and, you know, we've made suicide illegal, which is hilarious, that suicide is
Suicide is illegal? How the fuck are they going to
like,
catch you?
dude, suicide is illegal in this country.
What's the
What
penalty?
the fuck he's gonna do to
Gonna
me
throw my
after
corpse
I
in a
shot
cell?
myself in the head, you stupid motherfucker.
Oh my gosh.
You know, like the idea that it's illegal is hilarious. And anyway, so you know, basically, I'm on the forum talking about it, and then other guys start chiming in, right? And they're like, "Yeah, I could do that," like, or like, I see the, you know, the value of that, or
Yeah.
you know, just like that level. And I was surprised because I wasn't expecting anybody to get it.
Exactly.
You know, but several of these other car guys like expanded the thread and they were talking about it more, and I was like, wow, this is kind of cool. Like, maybe I don't know if it's a car guy thing, but you know, it was like I don't know how legit they are. Like, I was serious, right? Like, I could legit see myself doing that. Like, that's not a bad way to go, because you know, it you know, I fucking thought about driving, you know, my car off of the Grand Canyon before. You know, like,
man.
It's like, you know, if I, it's one of those scenarios where you just think like, oh, if I ever hit fuck it, I'm just gonna drive all the way out west, and I'm just gonna keep going and off that canyon. And like, fuck everything.
It's funny how we all have.
It's
funny how guys all have suicide fantasies. You don't hear women with suicide fantasies.
Oh, you know what a woman's suicide fantasy is? Oh, here, let me take like 3 pills, 3 sleeping pills, and like freak everybody out and get a fuck ton of attention.
Yes, and then I can go on Ellen DeGeneres and tell my story.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, that's what they do, man.
Of course.
Statistically, you know how it is. Like, if men, we commit suicide
because we actually are fucking fed up.
And when we fucking decide to do it, we fucking do it.
Right.
There's none of this pill bullshit.
Oh,
There's
shit.
like, you know, the Glock is locked and loaded, and we pull the trigger.
Fuck yes.
You know, like, and that's all there is to it. And you know, to be honest, that's probably how I'll go. You know, I probably won't do the car thing. It'll probably be a gunshot, but still, you know, it's like I'm totally okay with that. You know,
absolutely.
It's if that's what it comes to. It may not. You know, for all I know, I'll die in my sleep. You know, but you know, like I feel like men, like as men, it's important for us to own death, right?
Yeah.
Like, we have to own our mortality and recognize that's part of what, you know, where our drive should come from, right? Because it's like, if we own death in a way where we're okay with it, we can think about it, we can be in that space, we don't demonize it the way that the culture is trying to program us to do.
Absolutely.
Then that's us taking back our power, right? Because that's what they hold over us, right? They hold this threat of death and imprisonment and all this stuff. That's just one of the prisons that society tries to put on men, is this idea of death. And you know, if we take that back, it's one less thing. It's one less piece of control that society has over us, right? If I'm willing to take my fucking 9 and blow my brains out,
you're not willing to put up with a lot of shit.
You know, no one has control over me. You know, like that's the way it is. And that's where I'm at.
Absolutely.
Now, right? Like,
absolutely.
I'm there.
Absolutely.
You know? And you know, like, just knowing that, and I'm not saying that I'm not planning on doing it anytime soon.
Yeah.
You know, but just like the fact that I know that I could do it, and I'm willing to do it. You know, if shit gets so weird or so crazy or whatever, you know, like, that's, you know, and I gotta tell you, I'll be honest, like the one thing that would stop me is my parents.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I wouldn't want to do it just because of what it would do to them.
Right.
But, you know, once they're gone,
it's open to,
dude, there's nothing holding me.
There's no more barrier. Same thing with me.
There would be no hesitation.
Exactly.
That's the only thing that would make me even
Those are the last people that give a
know?
fuck about you on this earth, and now they're gone. So it's like, shit.
Yeah. Right.
I feel the same way. Yeah.
And that's it. You know, like, and you know, I'm blessed to have them. I'm still certainly more glad to have them than not.
Bro, I can't tell you.
At the end of the day, I realized that, you know, that's the only thing between me and pulling that trigger.
Absolutely.
That, you know, that's of substance. Right.
Absolutely.
Like, I could easily do it for every other relationship I have. Nothing else would hold me
Fuck
here.
them.
You know, like none of these blue pill friends.
It's fucking worthless.
You know, none of this stuff.
No.
It doesn't matter, because, you know, and the other thing is, like, it's a spiritual thing too, right? Because I don't look at death in that way that we so often do in the West with so much fear and you know, like just
You know something funny, bro? You know something funny?
Yeah.
Death used to terrify me because I look at it like,
Mhm.
fuck, I kill myself and then the screen just goes black, right? Like, what a scary
Right.
fucking thing to be in this eternal blackness forever. But every day that goes by, and how it's just shittier than the day before it and more fucking stressful and painful and disappointing than the day before it, and every failed relationship and every failed friendship, it makes you start to feel like, you know what? That fucking blackness doesn't sound so bad. Like, that's fucking peaceful. Like, it starts to get more and more inviting. And the more shit you go through, it's kind of fucking freaky, but it's like, it's true. It's like, fuck, dude, nothing but black.
Yeah.
That's nice.
I mean, and that's also dependent on, you know, obviously everybody's beliefs are different
Yeah.
and whatnot, but you know, like from my perspective, I don't think that that's all there is.
Okay.
Too. So I have a deep seated belief in which, you know, there's more to it. But even if I didn't have it, even if I was on that level that you're talking about, where it's just the blackness,
Yeah.
or whatever, I would still feel this way.
Yeah.
Right? Like I would still be like, yeah, I'm willing to end it all.
Absolutely.
You know, I don't care. You know, like there's not enough. You know, there's not enough holding me
Absolutely.
here necessarily, right? Like,
Absolutely.
and I'm not gonna do it. Like I'm still like, because the thing is, I'm still so interested in other stuff, right? Like there's still so much stuff that I want to do because I happen to be a man, and because of that, I have interests that expand beyond makeup and, you know, fucking, you know, Kim Kardashian. You know, like,
Absolutely.
So, like I actually have many reasons to continue to live and do stuff, right? But you know, it's having that willingness, you know, to do that, you know, that puts you on a different level.
Absolutely.
I think from guys who haven't faced it down, right? Like that's a major thing. Like that, if you're a man, I think that it would behoove you to face that down.
Absolutely.
You know, and really own that shit, because if you can do that, then you can go to prison and you can be a fucking boss in prison.
Fuck it.
You know, if you give no fucks, you know, and you're just like literally you're always ready to die.
Yeah.
No one is going to be able to touch you.
No.
You know,
the rapper.
It doesn't matter how big, how bad they are. Like you just keep getting up.
Exactly.
And fucking, you know, like you defeat them just mentally.
Exactly.
You know, like they won't be able to handle it.
Exactly.
You know, that kind of just devil may care, fuck it, fuck everything attitude. Because at the end of the day, every prison bully is fucking terrified. You know, like they're fucking, they're doing all of that shit.
It can happen to them. Anything can happen to anyone.
Yeah. They're so terrified, and they're doing all that shit to try and look tough.
Of course.
And to, like, you know, basically scare other people, you know, but they're only doing it because they're fucking terrified.
Yo, the rapper 50 Cent, you know the rapper 50 Cent, right?
Yeah, sure.
He said after he got shot 9 times, that's when he realized he's not in control anymore. And then he just stops giving a fuck about everything. Like he got shot 9 times and lived. And he's like, after that, I just realized I'm not in control. And that's the truth, bro. You got all these guys running around nervous because they have debt, nervous about paying bills, nervous about kissing their boss's ass. It's like, bro, you're not in fucking control. Just let go of that shit. You know, like the movie Fight Club. Just let fucking go. You're not. There's no such thing as debt. There's no such thing as money. There's no such thing as fucking taxes and death. And I mean, debt.
No.
It's all an illusion. It's all numbers and fucking.
It doesn't exist.
And you can lose it at any time.
It's all illusion.
You can lose it at any fucking time.
Yeah, you can lose it at any time for any dumbass reason.
Yep.
You know?
Exactly.
And that's the thing too, like with the guys who want to be like, oh yeah, I'll start living or I'll start doing stuff when I have X amount of money, or when I you know, I get out of debt, or I do all this stuff. It's like, dude, you know, like my friend I was telling you about with the ex-wife and the 12-year-old daughter, and all of that. Like he has so many financial problems, you know, in part because of his divorce, of course. But you know, he's got a fuck ton of debt, and you know, my heart goes out to him, man, because he's totally trapped in the system. And he totally buys into the system that makes him trapped.
Exactly.
You know, like if he just woke the fuck up and was like, you know what, money doesn't really exist. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't actually mean anything. everyone I meet tries to tell me it means something, but when I live in a society where bitches fuck thugs who have nothing and homeless guys and cheat on their fucking millionaire boyfriends and husbands and shit, like money doesn't mean anything.
Nope.
You know?
No.
So, you know, like if he could just, you know, I feel like, and just, you know, live more for himself. Now it's tough, obviously, because he's got a daughter. It's a lot harder for him to just balance. I get it. But, you know, I honestly think he'd be better off if he did. It's really sad to say, but I think he'd be better off if he just balanced, like went to, like you said, Dubai, Thailand, somewhere like that.
Absolutely.
You know?
And there are ways around debt. I've got family members that have hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt, and they're like, I'm never paying that shit. Fuck the government. You know, there's ways around everything, honestly.
Well, you can go, you know, do the bankruptcy thing and get out of a lot of it.
Yeah, and if it's like student loan debt, you can just pay the minimum amount every month or some shit, or report low income, hide your money. You know what I'm saying? There's all kinds of ways to hide how much money you make. It's you just got to get creative.
And the other thing, there's people too, like, you know, and he's a good guy, of course. So he's not trying to like take advantage of anything. But the funny thing is, to me, it's like Donald Trump does that shit.
Yeah.
You know, all these fucking rich assholes do that shit every day, all day long. They're fucking using the system in every possible way they can to make a fucking dime.
Of course.
You know, like why shouldn't my buddy be able to benefit from all that bullshit? You know.
Exactly.
Like, that doesn't make him any weaker or any lesser of a man. You know,
the suckers are
just being smart.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
But he gets hung up on the whole. Like I've talked to him about it before, and he gets hung up on the whole honor of it and stuff. And I'm like, bro, there is no honor. There is no honor in capitalism. Like there's only the you know, the strong and the dead.
Exactly.
And that's it. That's all there is.
You got nothing but pimps. You're either a pimp or you're a hoe. There's no in between.
Yeah, and there's nothing in between. No, and that's the way it is. It's sad. It didn't fucking have to be this way, but it's the way that a very small group of people wanted it to be for the world. So, you know, sadly, it's where we are. But anyway, yeah, just my heart goes out to people like that. You know, it just sucks. Like he would be so much better off to drop that dead weight. And I hate to say it, you know, I feel so bad because God, his daughter needs a positive male role model in her life, but he would be so much better off if he could just trudge on.
Right.
Man. And of course, you know, I sound like a bastard because I don't have any kids. Of course, I don't know the emotional involvement and all that stuff, but, you know, like on paper, I know he'd be something better off.
Yeah.
You know? So, God, just talking about all of this just makes me want to never, ever be married or have children.
Nah, dude, not in this country.
Which is sad because you were making it sound pretty good in Dubai or, you know, Saudi Arabia.
Well, it's different. Oh, not to mention, bro, you don't pay income taxes in those countries. I don't know if you knew that.
Really?
Yeah, so you keep everything you make, you fucking keep. So not only do you have the power in the marriage, you're not paying fucking 40% of your money every year to the government. You keep everything you make. So if you make 100 grand, you actually make 100 grand. You don't make 60 grand.
Wow. That's just mind-blowing, man. Like, I could go over there and probably do, like, tech.
Shit, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Make a fuck ton of money.
Fuck yes, you could.
And not even have to pay any of it. Would I have to pay it to... Well,
no, here's what you would do. Here's what you do. Because you're a U.S. citizen, you still have to pay, like, 13% income tax back to America. But that's a hell of a lot better than paying 30 or 40% income tax to live in America. You only pay, like, 13% to live in the UAE. Or whatever other country, because you keep your citizenship. Right. So it's still way fucking better.
Oh, that's insane, dude! I would love to pay 13% tax.
Fuck it, we're paying like 40%.
I'd be fucking rolling in it if I was
paying 13%. Exactly, bro. Pay 40% taxes to fuck some fat feminists in America. What the fuck?
Oh God, yeah, no,
with pink and purple hair.
What's your plan then? Are you going to go international like soon? Then,
nah, probably in like 10, 15 years. I'll plan on doing some shit like that. I need to get like rich as fuck first, you know? But I do have a plan. Like I said, if I'm not dead or in jail, that's my plan.
Cool. Man, it's funny to think about prison now because now I'm. Do you ever see Daredevil, the TV show?
I've seen the movie with Ben Affleck, but that shit was horrible. But,
Oh God, Jesus!
wake me up
No,
inside.
Oh God, I hate that movie so much.
But I haven't seen the show. No.
Fucking Ben Affleck. Anyway, no, on the TV show, like Daredevil puts like the Kingpin in prison or whatever, and of course he becomes like this super badass mob boss of prison. And he runs the whole prison. He owns all the guards, shit, you know. And I think that like you should go watch those episodes of the show before you do your prison video.
Absolutely.
But I just think that would get you in the mood.
Fuck yeah.
Of course, you've already seen all these other prison shows, but
absolutely. I'm not really the mob boss type.
That's what the mentality should be, right? If we ever go to prison, like we should look at it just like we look at capitalism and corporate America, like climbing that fucking ladder.
Well, here's the thing, though.
Here's
the thing, though. We got different everyone has different personalities, though. So my personality isn't necessarily the mob boss type. I would be like the second in command / I'd be like the second in command / hitman in prison. Like I'd be the dude who he would have killing all his enemies. I wouldn't be the leader. I'd be like the behind the scenes second in command type. So it's all about knowing what role you fit and then playing your role in society, you know?
Yeah.
Like
that's true.
I don't know. That's always been me. I'm like a more in the shadows kind of guy. I don't like the spotlight. So, but it's all about, whatever you do.
I'd be the albino spy that's the black guy.
Oh shit! Fucking double agent. Fucking double agent. Yeah. Reporting back everything you got, all the dirt you got on the Aryans. Reporting that shit back.
I'd be pimping all the Aryan dirt for cigarettes that I could then trade to the Mexicans for burritos.
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh man.
I'd have a system. I'd be the stuff guy in prison probably. I'd have all this shit. I could hook you up with the booze and the weed and CD players.
Oh shit. I feel like I would just be the hitman. Like they send some guy to the infirmary to like get band-aids or some shit, and there's no doctor in there. It's just me with like two shanks. It's just me, and I'm like sharpening both blades with each other, and then the door just closes behind him, and that's like the end of it. That's like the end of it.
Yep. Oh man, I don't know. Like I think I don't know what my role would be, but it's like I would look at that shit like, you know what? This is now fucking, get ripped, got like fucking God mode, right?
Yeah.
Like this is just all about working out all the time.
Oh yeah.
And really bulking and getting like so badass.
Fucking Super Saiyan.
Like it actually sounds fucking awesome. Like, and I guess that's partly like, that's part of like just the surrender to it, right? Like, I mean, I'm sure if it happened, I'd be freaked out and shit, but like, it'd be awesome to like be able to get into that mindset. I mean, I would be working on it, right? At this point with what I know, like I'd be working on it before I got there. I'd be like trying to get like,
I'm already working on it,
as I could, before I got there.
Oh man.
And like fucking from day one, I'd just be like working out like crazy.
Yeah.
Fuck. And trying to learn how to fight.
Absolutely.
To survive.
Absolutely.
Like I don't know, like, because I never even got to do Boy Scouts. By the time I was a kid, it was like they were having all the fucking gay scandals.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Like, and my parents didn't want me to be there because they thought that all of the Boy Scout leaders were gonna fucking molest me.
Oh yeah.
And so I didn't get to learn all that cool shit.
Oh shit.
And
it ruined everything we had.
You know how fucked up it is? Like my dad was an Eagle Scout when he was 13. He'd already saved 2 people's lives in a flood.
Shit.
And he got his Eagle at 13. It was fucking insane. Like that's how fucking different we are.
Oh yeah.
Like in terms of the generation, from him being a baby boomer and me being a millennial. Like, I mean, my dad right now, like you could fucking drop him on an island in the middle of nowhere.
Start a civilization.
And he would fucking survive.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like he would figure that shit out. And me, I'd be like, okay, this is gonna be like a hardcore, very quick,
Yeah.
learning experience, or I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of those two, and there's nothing in between.
Exactly.
It's either thrive or die.
Exactly. Oh
and
shit.
I feel like prison would be much the same.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I would fuck like that whole desert island thing. I would pull it off, but it would be like the sloppiest, most fucked up way. Like I wouldn't be organized. Like I would see a crab on the beach, and instead of finding a way to skin it and cook it, I would just stomp on it with my boot like 1,000 times until it's like in pieces, and just eat the whole thing like with the shell on it. And be like, tasty. Yeah. And be like, yes. And like the blood, about tasty. Meanwhile, my stomach is getting like ripped apart. I'm like, yeah, survivor.
Oh, your stomach's like becoming iron because you're eating sand.
Stomping
like
the fucking crab.
Into a diamond,
Oh
like
shit.
The sand is chiseling out a diamond.
Oh shit. Oh god. Fucking.
But I mean, like that's true. That like this is the thing too, right? This is the thing that they fucking brainwash us in the West.
Yeah.
Like your intention, right, has so much influence over the outcome of anything that you do. Like this is something that I've learned, and it's what you're focused on. It's all those messages that are going through your head consciously and especially subconsciously.
Yeah.
But like you're saying, like you're going to that island. If you literally went there with that mentality and that's what you did as you ate that crab,
yeah.
Like this is making me into a fucking god. Like I'll be able to eat. I'll be able to eat anything on this fucking crab.
Right.
Fucking crab.
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm gonna shit razor blades for a day, but it's not gonna matter. I'm gonna get God mode after this.
You know something funny, bro?
That's what would fucking happen.
I know it would.
That's what would happen.
I know it would. You know something funny, bro? Like I've always been kind of a tough motherfucker, right? But something happened after the Jasmine thing. Like that happened in November, right? And here's the thing. The thing about Jasmine, she was the last thing I was holding on to in my mind that was like innocent and pure. Like she was the very last fantasy I had in my mind. Everything else in my life had turned to shit, right? Everything else was just a complete fucking disappointment. But she was the little angel in my mind that I told myself would make it all worth it. One day I'm going to be with Jasmine again, and we're going to have that happy life that I never had, and it's just going to make up for everything. So I was holding on to that. And what I didn't realize is it was actually weakening me by holding on to that fantasy. And then the second I lost her too, like when the shit fell apart with her, I remember it was like, you ever see the Star Wars movies?
Oh yeah, of course.
Remember in episode 2 where Anakin is like holding his mom and then she dies in his arms, and then you can see the look on his face. It just shifts into like sheer hatred. And then he walks out of the hut and just slaughters all those sand people. That's kind of what it was like mentally for me when the Jasmine thing fell apart. Like it didn't turn me into a simp. It didn't make me want to rebound and be with some other woman. I was just like, I have nothing to lose anymore. And I was just like a fucking savage after that. And I still am to this day. Like I don't give a fuck now. I used to be like terrified of prison. I used to be terrified of fucking going bankrupt or some shit. I don't give a fuck now. Like it's like I have nothing left to lose, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean,
and it's kind of liberating. It's kind of liberating. It's not as bad as it sounds.
Yeah,
it's like I don't give.
Free, man.
Yeah,
like that's a form of freedom.
Absolutely.
That most men never.
Absolutely.
Taste, right. Most men don't even get a taste of what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
You know, like because they're so fucking brainwashed.
Yeah.
They're so like that's what at least in the West. I don't know what it's like in the East.
Yeah.
In the West, that's what it's like. And like. Even for me, like, it's funny because, like some of my friends, I do the van life thing, right? They look at this and they won't tell me, of course, but I know that it freaks them the fuck out.
Yeah.
Right? Like they don't get it at all.
Exactly.
Like I'm like right now at this very moment, I'm like, I'm going to go to sleep at a 24-hour Harris Teeter.
That's what's up.
Like, and I don't give a fuck.
Nah, fuck it.
Like no one's gonna say shit.
Bro,
no one's gonna care.
You don't have the fucking mortgage.
You
don't have the fucking debt slave mortgage, bro. That's like a fucking noose around your neck.
The van is paid for, man.
Oh,
everything I've done to
bro,
this bitch is paid for.
exactly.
I built it out myself.
Exactly. And like you said, bro, bitches love thugs. You could fuck bitches in the van. Like, bro, I was getting laid. I was getting laid when I was homeless. Bro, I was homeless fucking bitches. I swear to God. No
Yeah.
fucking house. I was getting more pussy than, dude, I met Jasmine when I was homeless.
Yeah.
Fucking, and she lived in
I
$1 million
believe it.
house. She lived in $1 million house, and I was homeless, and she was fucking with me.
Oh, dude,
What
wait,
the fuck?
She wasn't. Oh, okay, yeah.
She wasn't the
Okay.
millionaire
Wow,
girl.
I
No,
didn't-
she wasn't the first. She
Yeah.
wasn't the, but she was
Right.
also from a wealthy family.
Okay, I don't think I knew that.
No, yeah, it's
Okay.
two different girls.
But
It's two different, yeah.
You know, I'm not surprised though. I'm not surprised
Yeah.
at all. Like, you know, from your
Yeah.
videos, some of the other guys.
And then,
they
bro,
talked
check
about,
this
like,
out. Check this out. A few years after that, I got a high-paying job, and I was driving a Mercedes, and I couldn't get laid to save my life. I could not get
Right.
fucking
Oh.
laid. I had a fucking
Dude,
2014. Let me tell you, bro. I had a 2014 SLK convertible. I couldn't get
Yeah.
fucking laid.
mhm.
I'm like, what the
Yep.
fuck? It's all a lie. It's the exact opposite. If you wanna get
so
pussy,
hilarious.
if you want to get pussy, be a broke thug with a beard and a tank
Yep.
top. You'll get laid. The Mercedes will not get you fucking laid.
Yep.
Blew my reality,
And
bro.
I think it would help if you had a bunch of tattoos at this point too, bro.
Shit. I did a beard. I got the
but
fucking
also-
I got the fucking man. I got the beard with the sideburns right now. Bitches go
Yeah.
crazy over that shit.
Dude, I'm actually afraid of what you just said because I've noticed this. Like I was walking a bunch of trails today, and there were all these surprisingly attractive women, and they were all giving me the eye and the wink
Yeah.
and shit.
And you probably look like
they
shit,
were
don't
smiling
you?
at me as I was walking by, right? And you know why?
Because you look like
Because
shit.
I'm out there, I'm wearing a fucking wife beater,
My man.
and I'm wearing shorts,
Yes.
right? Like just gym shorts,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
This is at the park where I'm just walking through. I got my headphones on
Yep.
and a fucking bandana, and I've got
Fucking
a beard now.
yeah.
That is like, you know, it's down to it's getting down to the chest.
Fucking
area,
Survivor,
right? So
man.
I've got a pretty big beard,
Fucking
and I just look
Survivor.
like I do not give any fucks, and I know that's why they're all up on my
Yes.
shit.
Because
you
they're
know,
so
and
bored
they're-
with their
they're
clean cut beta males,
like,
bro.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
so
and
fucking
you know what, that
bored.
was happening too. Like there were bitches there with their pretty boy white boyfriend,
Ugh, who
you
pay for
know,
everything.
like trailing
Who
behind
pay
them
for
and
yeah, who
shit,
pay
and,
for
you know,
everything.
And you know these are money bitches because they're
Yep.
covered in fucking makeup and their
Yes.
clothes.
And here's
shit.
the thing.
You
Yeah.
know that they rode there
Yeah.
in their boyfriend's fucking
Of
Beamer.
course. And he
you know,
pays for
here she is
everything.
checking me out right in front of him. You
Yep.
know,
Yep.
like it's fucking, you know, it's insane. You know,
Exactly.
and I'm like, and now I'm wise to what's going on. You know, before I would have kind of written that off as just
Right.
like, you know, in my head, my own ego. But now I'm like, no, that's legit.
Yep.
You know, like that's like they're actually legit, like trying to fuck me because
course.
I look like a bum.
Right. He pays for everything, and then you fuck her behind his
Yeah.
back.
Yeah.
It's the American
And,
story.
You know, it's funny because like I part of why I did that and part of why I present myself that way or was doing, I'm not going to be able to do it anymore. But I was presenting myself that way because I wanted to kind of keep women at arm's length.
Right.
You know, and I'm finding now that that's actually going to do, that's the opposite of what I need to do. I need to get clean cut and look like these pretty
Yeah.
boys, you know, if I want to like chase the pussy away, you know?
Oh yeah. Oh, bro, you buy the polo
Um,
shirts and the Mercedes, you'll never get
yeah.
laid ever again. Bro, I was wearing
Right.
$80 polo. Bro, I was wearing $80 polo shirts, okay? $150 fucking Armani dress shoes, and I was driving a brand new black Mercedes SLK convertible. You know what an SLK is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was driving a SLK like 250, $40,000
Wow.
car, and I couldn't get
Yeah.
fucking laid. I was furious, bro. I was fucking furious, bro.
I got to tell you though, related to that, I watched that video that you did about the car,
Yeah,
and I thought that I lost my shit watching that one. That was one of my favorite MGTOW videos.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. Because when you said that thing about the car, I immediately I had a connection with that because I've got a '99 Corvette, right,
Yeah.
that I restored
nice.
with my dad a few years ago, and you know but to me, you know, I rarely talk about it.
Yeah.
I never show people pictures of it. You know,
Yeah.
it's like if a car guy comes to me and he's talking about his car, I'll be like, oh, cool. Like, yeah, I'm into cars too. This is
Yeah.
my ride. You know, check it out, whatever. But I never advertise that shit,
Right.
Because I don't want to be associated with that crowd of
No.
trying to get pussy with a
Oh.
car. You know, like, because that's not why I have that car.
And you know the sad thing, bro?
I have that car because I fucking love Corvettes.
Dude, Corvettes are my favorite car too. My absolute favorite car.
Yeah.
But you know the sad thing, bro?
Yeah.
Like, I would love to have a blacked out Corvette convertible. But you know the sad thing is, your 99 Corvette probably isn't worth shit. It's probably deteriorated so much in value. But people can't tell.
Yeah.
They just see Corvette and they think it's just as expensive as a new one. So you might just
women look at that and they're like, you know, like it's like a
rich douchebag.
I think.
Yeah, rich douchebag. And it's like, bitch, this car only costs like 10 to 15 grand. It's fucking a 99. But they can't tell. They're so dumb.
And dude, it was wrecked when I got it. I rebuilt it.
Oh,
I had to rebuild the front end, everything from.
So
the
you got it for a steal, then. You probably got a salvaged car for dirt cheap.
Yeah, I've got maybe 10K in it, but I rebuilt it in 2012.
Yeah,
and it's but part of that was, I feel like ultimately it's not like I got like a super great deal on it for its condition, but I wanted that experience of working on it, right? Like I wanted to learn about it.
Exactly.
And if you've never had a car like that, you don't know, but everything you do to a car like that is different from what you do to your average little, 4-door sedan.
Yeah.
Like changing the oil is fucking rocket science compared to doing it on a Camry. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to learn a lot of shit just to take care of a sports car. And
that's why I got rid of mine.
It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. Everything I've done to that car has made it more fly, and more of the way that I want it to be. And I did it from day one because I wanted to do it for me. It was never about
yes.
I just love fast cars.
Yes.
And particularly Corvette. So
yeah.
And that's the thing. Like the car, just of course, now that I'm doing the van life thing, it just lives at my parents' house. But it's one of those things where it's like, I love having it there because I know my dad gets to play with it whenever he wants and stuff, and I'm glad that he gets to do that because
Yo, hold that thought, man. I just need to take a quick 2-minute break. I said just hold that thought. I'm just gonna take a quick 2-minute break.
Sure.
Be right back.
Sure. Okay.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, yo, bro, I just remembered something. You said you're into van life, right? Saving money, living in your car and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I'm super frugal. Like the most thing, like I'm trying to get into the organic fruit and juicing thing for health, but that's what I spend most of my money on.
Well, basically, I just remembered a tip that I think I've been doing something lately that I think is very effective and will save you a lot of money. I started pissing in the sink instead of pissing in the toilet, because you don't have to flush it and waste water. And I noticed my water bill went down significantly when I just piss in the sink instead.
I think that's brilliant. At home, actually, like I grew up. My parents were hippies, so I grew up in a house where we were always trying to save energy and water and stuff like that. So we would just piss in the toilet all day. right? And
Yeah.
the only time we would flush is if someone did number 2, you know?
Oh,
like,
shit.
So I'm so used to just having urine around the house
Oh,
all
shit.
the time that once I got in the van, right, and I've got a bucket for shitting, and I've got like a small little, you know, like I've got like one of the doctor urine things. And so literally, if I gotta pee at night or whatever, I just get up and take the lid off the little urine cup thing. And just pee
Jesus
into
Christ.
it, you know, put it back down, and I just throw it out whenever I go to a park or, you know, public space.
Jeez, I'm sure
whatever,
bitches
do
love that
you know,
shit.
discreetly.
Oh shit.
But you know, like it's like such a, it's like, of course, like you don't need water to
shit.
dispose of urine. Like it's such a retarded idea
Oh
in
shit.
general. You know, like it's just one more way that they nickel and dime
Of course.
to death.
Of course.
You know, and also destroy the environment. You know, like
Doesn't
so
every toilet flush
unnecessary.
cost you like a couple dollars or some shit?
It's something ridiculous. It's amazing.
Shit.
Now where I grew up, it wasn't such a big deal because we had our own well.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
but still, it's like every time you're flushing that toilet, you're putting strain on the plumbing.
Oh
You're costing yourself money
shit.
ultimately, like in time. Like, and you know, especially if you live in the country or whatever. Like I grew up in the country, so you know, you just go outside, whip it out,
Yeah.
anywhere.
Fuck yeah.
You know, and you know, like, and that's like, you know, so I come to the city for school. I came to the city for college, right, and all that crap. And,
Yeah.
you know, I'm so used to being able to pee anywhere. Like one of the biggest problems I had was that I had to like hold my bladder more.
Yeah.
And like actually, you know, go to toilets.
Of course.
Which is hilarious now, you know, looking back on it. But like, yeah, no, I think that's totally legit. I think you should keep pissing in the sink and
Shit.
say fuck the system.
Fuck the system. Fuck the power.
Yeah.
Fuck 'em.
You're costing the waterworks money every time
Exactly.
you pee in the sink.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's hilarious.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, see if you can get your mom to do it.
I don't think she. Oh yeah, she's. Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, all her female power can't piss in the sink, can you? All your
Yeah,
fucking female
no.
superiority
Look at that.
can't do that, bitch.
That's gonna be rough.
Exactly. No amount of college degrees and rights will never. You'll never be able to do what I do, bitch.
One thing related to that.
You know what I could do, bro? I could
that
piss in the sink and bench press 150 pounds at the same time over my head, right? I could fucking lift
Yeah.
weights. She can't do that. Bitches can't piss in the
Nope.
sink and lift 2 50-pound dumbbells over each arm at the same. Can't do it.
Nope. There's
Shit,
no way.
not happening.
Not at all. That shit's running down their legs.
And those weights are hitting the floor covered in piss.
Yep. Me too.
Shit.
But you know, we're laughing about it. But you know, that brings up another topic actually about the toxicity of the feminism and the way that, you know, we've programmed the women who aren't the women who aren't selling themselves as whores
Mhm.
and, you know, just dressing super slutty. They're trying to be men, and they're ultra butch, and they're ultra like they're just so like, you know, trying to destroy their feminine nature
Jesus.
any way they can.
Of course.
You know,
Killing their
and
value.
it's just so depressing.
Killing
You
their
know, because
value.
like a lot of these women would be beautiful, right, if they weren't like fucking trying to bench press me.
Oh,
You know,
God.
like, but they're
Oh.
fucking destroying their nature and who they are just to chase this idea of being better than a man.
Bro, I had this
You
bitch
know?
I was talking to a few months ago, and she was like, yeah, I think I'm going to start taking testosterone pills. I'm like, bitch, why?
Oh, Jesus.
Why the
Jesus
fuck
fucking
do you
Christ.
need to take testosterone? What are you trying to do? She's like, well, I've been working
Yeah,
out
what are you
lately.
trying to prove?
She's like, well, I've been working out lately, and I heard like if I take testosterone, I'll get more muscle definition and be able to lift more weight. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with the society, man?
Yeah,
Like,
and your fucking womb will dry up, and
Oh,
along with your pussy,
God.
and dude's gonna want to fuck you.
oh,
You know, like that's the other thing. And by the way, you're gonna grow a mustache. You know, like
fucking God, bro.
like why would you do that? That's like you or me, like taking estrogen
Oh.
injection.
And then we're just
You
sitting
know,
around the
we-
apartment like crying
why
all
would
day.
we do that?
Right.
You know, like I don't know about you. I have no desire to ever have breasts.
Oh,
You know, like
bro, we're just sitting around our houses crying all day because we're taking estrogen fucking pills.
yeah.
Oh.
No, I just Jesus Christ. Like I mean, you know, the trans people that do it, whatever identity, I'm not judging them.
Oh.
Whatever, they got to do them. But you know, like the women that are doing this, like that, just to try and be like, you know, more strong or have more endurance or whatever. It's like, you don't need to do that to yourself.
Jesus.
Like I'm over here. Like, look at me. Like, a perfect example, right? Like, I'm not taking protein powder. I'm not doing shakes.
Oh, fuck that shit. Waste of money.
Do any of that bullshit. I'm just eating healthy and I'm eating clean and I'm working out every day.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm lifting. I'm doing calisthenics. I'm running. I'm doing some. You know, I'm fucking active and I'm getting in great shape.
Right.
You know, like, and I don't need any of that stuff. Like, that's the other thing. Like, society sells men that whole thing of, oh, you gotta eat meat.
Oh, bro, 12 meals a day, bro. 12 meals a day. Bro, have you ever heard of Rich Piana?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Rich Piana, the bodybuilder?
What is it?
Have you ever heard of the bodybuilder Rich Piana?
The name sounds familiar.
Oh, bro, if he's a big YouTuber. Anyway, he had like a heart attack and died a few months ago at like age 44. But look up Rich Piana. Wow. He has 1 million subscribers on YouTube. He's a big famous bodybuilder. He looks like shit though. He's like 5'10", 380 pounds. He has silicone in his arms. And he's like, bro, fucking 12 meals a day, 10 shakes, fucking T-bone steak for breakfast, 10 raw eggs for lunch. I'm like, bro, you might be building muscle, okay? But there's no amount of working out you can do to lower your cholesterol. There is no amount of weightlifting. There's no
fat content. And,
my god!
You know, so many of the keto people are all on the fat bandwagon. Fat is so good for you bandwagon right now, and I'm just like, no,
bro.
Like you don't need to be injecting fat.
There
like
is
your body really doesn't need that. You know,
there is no amount of fucking weightlifting you can do to undo all of the acid from all that red meat you're eating 10 fucking times a day. Okay. Anyway, the fucker dies at like 44.
There's no way.
Yeah. So
and that's the other thing that's contributing to all these diseases. You know, like you talked about your dad having the gout. My dad got gout. Yeah. You know, and
I had it in my arms, bro.
You know, he's controlling it. My dad, you know, he went vegan like 10 years ago.
Did it go away?
And you know, it does go away completely for periods of time. Sometimes it flares up, but he's noticed that it tends to flare up like if he gets dehydrated or if he's like super stressed about something. And you know, but otherwise he just does it with the diet. He doesn't take any pills. You know, I mean that alone is like a huge sell for me on the whole vegan thing because you know like that's like direct family experience.
That's what made me do it, bro. That's what made me do it. My dad, I remember he would tell me he got the gout in his early 20s, right? He got it in his ankles. So right when,
that's amazing.
Yeah, bro. And guess what? Right when I turned 22, I got it in both of my wrists. So he got it in both of his ankles, and I got it in both of my wrists. And I saw how my dad suffered with the gout his whole life. And I'd see him when he's in the hospital getting 10-inch needles put in his ankles, and he's screaming and crying. So once it started in my wrists, like 2 weeks later, I went vegan. I'm like, yeah, I'm not living through this shit like him. So I just gave up the meat completely.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, we get it fucking fast.
I'm glad you found it. You know, like 'cause that's the thing. Like a lot of people, you know, particularly I think young men are so, you know, they're brainwashed by all of that propaganda, the dairy and the poultry industry do to try and make them think that they got to eat all this shit to be healthy.
Bro, did you know milk?
And I mean, to be fair, I'm not trying to bulk, but you can be vegan and bulk.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That's the other thing.
Bro,
like,
my testosterone tripled.
I'm just going to eat a fuck ton of beans,
bro.
You know, and other
yes, black beans, bro. My fucking testosterone tripled when I went vegan. People are like, oh, bro, you're probably a fucking soy boy pussy now that you're vegan. I'm like, bro, ever since I went vegan, I have like more blood flow to my dick and my testosterone is retarded. Dude, I'll be walking through the mall and I'm like, I could rip that dude's eyeballs out right now and fucking eat them. Like that's the shit going through my head, bro. Of course, I'm not going to act on it. Of course, I'm not going to do it, but it's like I'm way more fucking alive than I was.
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Like it does give you like more confidence, and it does like at this point, like it's finally starting to get there for me, right? Like I went through serious depression, serious like perceived health issues, and you know like physical manifestation of you know crazy health stuff for the last 2 years following that breakup and shit, and you know, just a downward spiral of, you know, I used to drink and smoke excessively, do all
all that shit, you know. And now, like, when I quit drinking, dude, it was cold turkey.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like I was just like, you know what, I'm done. And you know, I was starting to get stomach pain. This was in my late 20s. I was starting to get stomach pain every time I would eat anything. Right? I thought I had like, you know, fucking what is it, the gluten thing, gluten allergy, the celiacs.
Oh yeah.
And that thing for a while. And you know, I was about to get the doctors wanted to snake the camera down the throat,
Oh,
fill in the
God.
stomach, right? And I was like, fuck that. You know, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna stop drinking because I know that that's what's causing this, and you know that I just need to stop. So I stopped. I had 4 drinks, like it was 3 or 4 drinks probably in the year that followed.
Yeah.
And that was 3 years ago by the end of that. So like I've been totally sober now for basically 4 years. You know, and I don't. Thank God it never was like a full blown addiction, right? I never like woke up thinking, oh God, I gotta have a drink, you know, that kind of thing. But I was using alcohol in an excessive way to deal with a bitch, basically.
Absolutely.
You know, like, and it was fucking up. It was fucking me up.
Yeah.
And so I stopped that, and you know, I stopped weed, you know, the year after that too.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've been in this, you know, like just progressive detox, right? But now I'm finally doing the organic juices, and,
right?
Fucking all the vegetables, you know. And I've been mostly vegan for years, but now that I'm doing that, it's like, oh, this was the thing too. I meant to tell you, I used to have all this chest pain, right? Like the last few years, I kept getting that, like the pain down the arm, where they say like, oh, it's indicated.
That's fucking arteries, right? Yeah, arteries getting blocked and shit. Yeah.
Right. And so, anyway, what I found was I was doing the vegan thing. I was still getting all this pain. I was still, you know, active and everything. So I was a little worried about it. And what I did though was I cut out oil completely.
Yeah, you can't cook the oil. That's the thing. Like even if you do olive oil,
I stopped
it's not meant to be cooked.
Oil, there's like a coconut mafia out there, right? That's trying to peddle this coconut oil.
Any oil,
you know, to people right now. And like it's good for you, and
not when you cook it though.
All that shit out.
Here's the thing.
It's not. Stop eating. I mean, you can use it topically, sure, but you can't
cook
eating that shit.
Yeah, and here's the thing, bro.
I shave my head, right, and I use oil to polish the dome, so to speak. But you know, that's I have like a lifetime supply of coconut oil now for that purpose because I don't cook with it anymore.
Yeah, here's the thing, bro. Oil is good. Like, well, first of all, like vegetable oil is bad. All that like processed oil shit. But like olive oil and coconut oil are good, but you're not meant to cook it. When you raise it to such high temperatures, it fucking mutates it, and it's not good for you anymore. So yeah, absolutely, you don't want to cook with the oil. You don't want to cook with the oil.
Yeah. So, but this is the thing, though, right? I cut that out, and the chest pain went away like in a few days.
I bet.
Like completely, I was just like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah.
Like, if you knew me too, like I'm a tall guy. Like I'm 6 foot. And, you know, like 160 pounds. Like I am height weight appropriate, right?
Yeah.
Like I am.
But
not,
you're still,
like,
bro.
Accessible.
Bro,
like,
let me tell you
I'm
something.
a runner, and I look like I'm a runner.
Yeah, man.
You know, so you know, like there was. That was why it just wasn't adding up.
Shows you don't have to be fat to get fucked up.
You know,
you don't have to be fat. That's the scary thing.
The fucking oil.
Yeah, you don't have to be fat, bro. I'm like 5'7", 5'8", 140, and I was getting all those fucking throbbing pains, like blood flow problems and shit. I'm like, dude, I'm not even fat. Like I have fucking abs, and I'm getting like fucking heart disease and arthritis and shit. You don't even have to be fucking fat. There's this huge mistake. It's like, oh, if you're not fat, you're healthy. It's like, nah, dude, no.
Yeah.
No.
No, and that's the thing. Like society looks at me and assumes like, oh wow, I must be super healthy just because I'm not a fat ass.
Nope.
You know, and it's like that's not the way it works.
No.
Like not with this food and the consumption that we do and the drugs and everything else. Like you can be totally fucked up and look perfectly normal on the outside. You know, like that's I've lived that. You know?
Absolutely.
So you know, like this is another thing, right? Like that I feel like men have to own. Like we have to break this fucking brainwashing,
right?
Because that's all it is. Like this is all just brainwashing. Like kids, like young men your age, you think that I've got to eat a bunch of meat so that I can go to the gym, in bulk. That's fucking brainwashing.
Let me tell you something, man.
That's like that's bullshit.
You know how they say drink milk every day? They push fucking milk down your throat.
Right, yeah, you get
Did you know? No, the exact opposite. Did you know that the calcium in milk, because we're not meant to be drinking milk,
it breaks
breaks it down.
It's so hard to process. It's so hard to process milk in your body that your body has to strip minerals and calcium away from your bones to process the milk that you're drinking. So you're losing more calcium than you're getting every time you drink milk. So actually, drinking milk is making you weaker and weaker every fucking time.
Yep.
It's crazy,
And
man.
That's why you gotta get up. You gotta get off that ice cream too,
Shit.
man.
Oh,
like,
fuck, yeah.
That shit.
It's fucking
fuck you
poison.
up.
It's poison. It'll
And,
make you weaker.
know, like, technically, you're not designed to even process milk at all.
Bro,
like,
we're
a
the
cow
only
is
animal.
is designed to process milk.
We
You're
are
not a
the
cow.
we are the only
know?
animal that drinks another animal's milk. You don't see cheetahs drinking
Yeah.
fucking polar bear milk. It doesn't fucking happen.
Right.
It's not natural.
No.
It's because they have an
it's not
access of
natural
it.
at all.
They have so many cows and they don't know what to do with all the fucking milk. So it's a fucking money machine.
This is the other thing they do too, like that's related to what you're talking about
Yeah.
with milk. So the moms now, right? Like the women aren't even breastfeeding.
Oh,
they're
God.
doing all it. They're feeding these kids fucking milk
Oh,
that's processed
God.
from a goddamn cow
Oh, my
in place of the breast milk
Jesus
that
Christ.
has so many more nutrients than
Yes.
natural, and it's
Yes.
designed for the baby
And it
to
aligns
actually be able to
the human
absorb.
breast milk aligns the human breast milk aligns perfectly with the human baby's cellular structure. Cow milk does not align with the human cells. That's why we
No.
can't process it. That's why 70% of people are lactose intolerant, but yet no baby is lactose intolerant to its mother's milk. Am I wrong in saying that?
No, I
Exactly.
think that's correct.
It doesn't align
Uh-huh.
well with the structure. It's because you're not meant to eat it. Same thing with meat.
No.
Same thing with meat. You
Yep.
can't, your body doesn't process all of the so-called protein you get from a steak. You'd be better off eating vegetables and getting 100% of the protein. How come humans
Right.
have flat teeth? We don't have long, sharp teeth like a saber-toothed tiger because we're not meant to dig into a raw gazelle. We're not meant to eat a fucking gazelle with our bare teeth.
No.
Our teeth are flat,
No.
you know? They're not
I
long daggers.
totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree, and I think that that's the issue that I have with a lot of the keto
Yeah.
people and a lot of the
Or the pescatarians and shit.
like I mean, you can still do like I'm not trying to badmouth like all those diets or whatever. Like I think it's better to do something rather than nothing.
Yeah.
But if the alternative is the sad diet,
Yeah.
the standard American diet.
Yeah.
But I mean, like it's still better to be keto, right, than to just do plain standard American diet. But I will say that it's not. I don't believe that it's the best thing necessarily.
Right.
And I think that what I'm doing now too is I'm trying to do the Bruce Lee thing, right? I'm learning all this shit. I'm trying to take what works. I'm trying to take the best stuff from all these different philosophies and things. And
Right.
one of the things that I think is really great that I've noticed some really good improvements with is not only doing right at the moment I'm mostly raw vegan, gluten free, but I'm also doing the intermittent fasting thing with
Yes.
that. And I think that the combination is really badass. Actually, I think it takes it to a new level because I've been able to shred so much fat. Like I mean, I've been skinny fat for years, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I've had all this like excess, fat.
Yeah.
That I'm just finally I'm at a point in my life where I'm like, fuck that. I'm done with that shit. Like I'm converting all of this fat to muscle, and any of the fat that doesn't want to turn into muscle is you got to get out of here. I'm
Yeah.
stripping you off.
I got to make a quick comment
know,
because I
and-
see people in the chat are saying, "What are you talking about, bro? Our teeth are sharp." But yeah, our teeth are kind of sharp, but they're not sharp like a shark's teeth or a tiger's teeth that are meant to shred through other
Right.
animals. Our teeth are just sharp enough to like bite through a hard fucking nut or like a fucking vegetable or some shit. They're not. The rest of them are flat.
Right.
They're not like a shark that
You-
can shred you to ribbons
Like a shark. That's exactly what I was going to
Yes.
say. Like a shark or an alligator.
or a long
Look at
saber-toothed
all of
tiger.
these- Look at all of these carnivore
Yes.
animals, like a fucking lion or
Yes.
a tiger. Like they are totally designed to consume
To
flesh.
dig into
I mean,
an animal.
you could look at any. I mean, perfect example, right? Like look at any cat, any
They're
kind
long
of
and
feline.
sharp, extremely long,
Right.
sharp teeth. Yeah.
They are all nature's perfect killing machine. That's how
Yes.
they are designed, from their
Yes.
claws to their teeth,
Exactly.
all of it. That's why they got that name, because
Right.
they can kill
Exactly.
so many different things.
Exactly.
You know,
The
they
fucking
can kill.
tigers and the cheetahs, their teeth are long, like half a foot long. That thing can dig all the way into a fucking gazelle. Its teeth are so long and
Yeah.
sharp. Our teeth are a little bit sharp,
And-
but they're not long, you know?
Right. And I mean, you think about all the animals, like all the massive animals that a lion could kill,
Absolutely.
that a tiger could kill.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, it's unbelievable what they can
Exactly.
do.
A human can't
know?
outrun a gazelle and jump on it and eat it.
No, there's no way.
You need like 50 of them. You need 50 people.
Shit,
Exactly.
you know, I mean, the fastest man in the world, they broke the 4-minute mile, but I mean, that's like a snail's pace compared to what a fucking
Cheetah
can do.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like you're fucking dead. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter if you're Usain Bolt.
Nope.
You're dead.
Yeah.
You know, and like that's the thing though. Like you got to look at it from that perspective, because all those animals are designed to eat other animals.
Exactly. And how come, like, for example, the vulture, you know how the vultures eat dead animals?
Yeah, sure.
Did you know that the vultures have an acid in their stomach that allows them to eat dead animals without it poisoning them and without getting the parasites from the dead animals?
That makes perfect sense.
But
I mean, they would have to.
Exactly. But a human can't do that. A human, if you eat a dead animal, like cannibals, they actually have holes in their brains because, like, the acid from the dead humans they're eating, it melts their brains away. That doesn't happen to a vulture,
Right.
because a vulture was meant to eat dead animals, not a human.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important that nature did that, because they're basically nature's garbage collectors.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, and that's the thing too with our stomach acid, like the beer and the fucking, I think the weed too probably, but you know, like pretty much any kind of drug.
Yeah.
I believe at this point, or I'm very suspicious of any
Yes.
kind of drug at this point, the effect that it has on our guts.
Yes.
And like just and specifically the colon.
You know what
and
my
all
theory
that,
on
because,
weed is?
You know, what's that?
My theory on marijuana is that back in the old days, before modern medicine, when someone was injured beyond repair, because you got to remember, back in the old days, if you broke an arm or a leg or some shit, you were fucked, right? There was like no healing that shit. My theory is that weed was for those people back in the day to numb the pain, like while they're waiting to die, you know, or like while they're just in a state where they can never recover. You know, let's say some old Native Americans, he like breaks his leg hunting or some shit, and he's always going to be paralyzed. The weed is for them to get through the fucking life, not for a normal person to consume.
Hit that pipe,
Yeah,
you know,
because if
that's
weed was for
interesting to say
everything,
that.
because here's the thing, bro. If weed was for everything, if weed was for everybody, why does it make a lot of people crazy? Like weed made me crazy as shit. Weed made me fucking super paranoid, and you know, so that it doesn't make sense. You know, how come vegetables don't make some people crazy? How come everyone can eat fucking broccoli and not go crazy, but how come I smoke weed and I fucking lose my mind? You know?
Absolutely, everyone can eat vegetables. Everyone can eat fruit.
Exactly.
You know, and don't let the like the fucking the media convince you that you can't have fruit if you're a diabetic and that shit. Like you need to go out and read John Dougal's work. You know, and like shit. Like the fruit is not messing you up.
No.
You're diabetic. It's the fat
and the sugar. Yeah.
You know that's the real devil.
Yeah.
But related to what you were saying about that, like the whole Native American thing, it's interesting because you know they have that part of their culture too, right? That's so ingrained where they're you know they do the peace pipe thing, but they would go on vision quests,
yeah,
you know, and they would go on these shamanic, you know, kind of guided vision quests where they would, you know, experience, you know, what I believe are technically out of body experiences. And, you know, you're probably right that, you know, it's possible the weed played a role in that, or whatever they were smoking, you know, was something that they were using to induce those states, possibly, or, you know, related to it.
And,
and so, because they're in the tents, right? They're exposed to all that smoke. They're exposed to whatever's burning, you know.
And here's the thing. Every race has its flaws. I'm not saying any race did. If you look at every culture, here's the thing. Like, I've been studying this African doctor, Dr. Sebi, and I feel like these fucking tribal Africans are the only group of people who got the diet right. They eat nothing but like raw fruits and vegetables, you know, nothing processed, nothing cooked. This African doctor, he talked about how every different race it has a fucked up diet. Like I'm Middle Eastern, right? He talks about how the Arabs, we eat a lot of lamb and a lot of beef, and we go blind before any other group. The Arabs have like the worst eye problems because we eat so much of that acidic meat, and it fucks your vision up after a while. He talked about how the Indians, the Indians, not the Native Americans, but like the ding 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 Indians, they fucking cook all their food in this stuff called ghee. So even though they're against eating beef, they basically kill the nutrition in all their food, and they have a lot of health problems. He talks about how the Asians eat this raw fish with these parasites, the sushi, and it fucks them up. So every group for the most part has its flaws, and I think the Native Americans to a degree did also, by smoking all that weird shit. Because guess what? When the fucking white people came over with guns, they weren't ready for that shit. Who knows? Maybe if they weren't smoking pipes and going on vision quests, they would have been smart enough to create guns and be able to fight against the white people. But that was, I think that might have been their flaw. They fucking they were doing vision quests all the time, and then the white people come over with guns, and you can't out of body your way out of that shit.
Now, there was a documentary done about that a few years ago called Guns, Germs, and Steel.
Yeah.
And it was about what we're talking about. Like, it's like so much. I mean, human history, like the whole history of the world, and as far as long humans have been here, is completely defined by the different cultures, the rate of development of different cultures, and when they encountered those food things.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how so much stuff, it, like you said, like if the Indians had been ready for it, and if they knew not to trust white people, which I'm white, and I'll tell you right now, you can't trust white people.
Believe me, bro.
Believe me, I'm from the inside here. Let's see, I'm already trying to score points with the black guys.
Interesting. Why is that? Can you go into that? Can you go into depth for our colored listeners? Why can't you trust white people? We'd love to know.
You can't trust white people because at the end of the day, right, white people are willing to do anything to maintain their position in society, which is on top.
Yes.
Right? Like, and at least in the West.
Yes.
Right? Like that, and think about it. Think about it if you were in an Arabic country or whatever.
Yes, they're never going to let anyone else have the power.
The Arabs, I'm sure, they're willing to do
anything
to maintain their position
in
that society. Right?
Exactly.
And it's no different from white people. It's different parts of the world.
Yes.
No
one's going to hand their country over to anyone.
Like if I went right now and I was living in a country where it was mostly populated by non-white people, I would expect to be lower in the chain of society. Right? Like I would just expect it.
The Arabs, bro, they're such savages. The Arabs are so crazy, bro. If anyone from another race fucks up in their country, like shoplifts or some shit, I'm not saying Dubai, like the modern countries, probably not. But if you're in like fucking Syria or some shit and you shoplift, they might just cut you up into pieces and feed you to their dogs and laugh at you. No fucks given. They'll do it in the middle of in town square or some shit. Cut you up and feed you. Yeah. So way worse than anything white people will do to you here, because it's their country. They're gonna protect what's theirs, So I understand that.
We say that, yeah. Maybe that's not true though. Maybe white people will do equally bad things, but maybe it's not as blunt. Right? It's not like that intense, but they'll send you or me to the prison system.
That's true.
They'll slowly process us and break our souls.
That's true.
Like, and maybe maybe I'd rather be just killed and eaten immediately than slowly die over a 20-year prison sentence.
Maybe you're right. Fuck. I didn't think of it that way.
I mean, that's you got to think about it in terms of the suffering.
That's
right? Like it's more insidious that way. Like it breaks your soul.
Absolutely.
It breaks so many. Like it could. I'm saying. Like I'm not saying that would necessarily happen, but you're gonna face immense challenge. Right, you're gonna face pain and suffering like you've never known. Like that's just what I would expect if I was going into prison.
Something funny, bro. I'm starting to see like what a bad idea America really was, because when you take a bunch of different people from their countries and force them all to live together, and now none of them really have an identity anymore because they've been stripped away from their countries. No, some were forced to come here like the blacks, but some were sold a lie that it's better and came by choice. But like
Right.
even even when I was in the Middle East, I felt this sense of belonging. I felt this sense of like my people, you know, and it was a good feeling. And I think
Right.
everyone who comes to America, and even the white people, bro, because you got to understand, there's no such thing as white. You're either like Irish or Scottish or British, or so you're from
Oh
another
yeah,
country
totally. I
too.
mean,
You know,
I'm German, man.
yeah, you're
I mean,
German,
like that's
exactly. So
I, so you know.
even white Americans don't really have an identity. Because here's the thing: we all came here, and what the fuck is our culture? Hot dogs and Instagram and fucking Snapchat, like and beer. Like that's not a fucking culture. We don't know what we
That's what it
stand
is
for.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
that's
don't
all
know
that's
what we.
left of it.
People are so confused
You
and
know.
miserable here because they don't know what the fuck they stand for. Like, what does it really mean to be an American? You know, I don't fucking know what it
Yeah.
means.
Well, you know, I used to. It's really funny. I used to do so many things, but I used to feel like a sense of pride and like a sense of nationalism
Yeah.
to a certain extent until 9/11 happened.
Ah.
And then once that, see, you got to realize, like when 9/11 happened, right? I was 14 years old,
Shit.
and I watched the second plane hit the second tower in New York. I watched it in real time.
You were there.
And but yeah, I experienced it.
So it was a plane.
You know?
So it definitely was a plane.
Yeah, it was. Oh yeah. No, well, that's what they showed us on.
No, but did you see
Right.
it in person or did you see it on TV?
No, I saw it on TV.
Oh, okay. Because I heard it was something a lot different from people.
9/11, dude. I could talk to you like for a day
about how it's
like
an inside job.
Conspiracy and how it was all bullshit.
Yeah,
by our own government.
exactly.
Like, you know, like for sure.
Yes.
There's no question of that. Like from the eyewitness account on the ground.
People said they heard multiple explosions from the inside.
It was 9/11 was a fantastic scheme to blame brown people
exactly.
for as an excuse,
so they can go to the Middle East and get that oil.
Make a lot of money on oil.
Because here's the thing, bro. Here's the problem, bro. The ultimate telltale sign that it was a scam is that they tried to do it in '93 and fucked it up. They tried to do it with a van and they fucked up. So they had to wait. They had to wait 8 years till everyone forgot and then try it again with planes instead.
Yep. And you know the thing about it was, so I had that sense of nationalism for that happened, right? And then after that happened, a bunch of my friends, like I said, I'm from a rural community. A bunch of my friends just straight up joined the military right away. Right? They just signed up because they're like, we're gonna get those terrorists.
Fell for the bait.
You know, and you know, like. So I watched that happen, and I watched them get broken after they were there, and I watched them physically and mentally just get beyond repair. Right, like a lot of my friends just got so fucked up in the military. Like you know,
what happened to them there?
They're just essentially like you know. One of my friends was in the Marines, and like he can't go a day now without all these heavy hitter antipsychotics.
Jesus Christ!
Right, like he has to be on antipsychotic medication daily, or he'll fucking strangle his own dog and shoot himself.
Jesus Christ!
You know, like I mean, it's fucking insane. You know, like I mean, I can't imagine like being in that state and that like that's his level of dependency. Right?
Did you ever see that?
You talked about like dying quickly, right? Like in the Arab Square or whatever.
Yeah.
He is in a level
eternal
of hell
torture.
that is so far beyond that. You know, like I can't even conceptualize it.
Jesus Christ.
You know?
Yeah, you're right, bro. Maybe this is the ultimate torture. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
And you know that's just one example.
Yeah.
You talk to any number. You talk to any veteran. Right, like if you just meet a veteran, he's gonna know 20 guys like that.
Jesus.
Right, like he's gonna be able to tell you like, oh, this happened to Bob, this happened to Tim, this happened to John, and you know what? Billy got his balls blown off over there.
Fucking A.
You know, and he just fucking died. You know, like
Jesus.
And you know, like and he's gonna be able to go down the list of that. Now he's not going to talk about it, of course, because he's so fucked up that he's on some kind of drug that's either a street drug or peddled by a doctor or both. And you know, he's not going to want to talk about it. And a lot of them are just drunks. You know, they come back alcoholics. My grandfather drank himself to death after World War II.
And then the ultimate tragedy is that you go to the VA hospital, they treat him like fucking shit.
Yep. They go to the VA and they get shitty mainstream Wonder Bread fucking Kool-Aid bullshit medicine. And, you know, it makes them even fucking worse. Right? It's like, you know, my friend who, you know, is on all these antipsychotics, this heavy hitter shit, who will ever know or even be willing to test trying to take him off that stuff,
Exactly.
right? And trying to actually heal him and, you know, cure him of that. Like, who's gonna do that? It's not gonna happen.
Right.
You know, like, he's gonna be on that shit. It's gonna be destroying his immune system or some other part of him forever.
Jesus.
You know, like, and his mind, like, just ignore the physical part of it, right? Like, God knows, I'm sure there's horrific side effects, right?
Right.
But like, just the mental part of it, just the mental part of being dependent on a goddamn pill every single day, like, just that part of it, it emasculates us.
Oh yeah.
In my opinion, you know,
absolutely.
like, it doesn't matter what it's for.
Dependency
right?
is death.
It's like, because you know what it was like before, right? Before all this shit existed, before we had, quote, modern medicine.
What was it like?
Men suffered and experienced and died. You know, like, that's what we did. And you know what it was? It wasn't this big fear thing. It wasn't this, like, horrific thing. It was respected. You know, like, it was part of where our respect came from, right? Because you could be that guy who was massively injured, or like something really bad happened or whatever, but you rocked it out. Either like you fucking adapted and you survived, or you put a 45 through your head.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, like, and either way you were respected.
Exactly.
Right?
I heard that back in like the Civil War, when the fucking troops had diarrhea, they would like with a lighter like sew their ass shut, and then they just go to war and keep shooting until they died.
Wow, that's
because like the diarrhea was deadly. The diarrhea was like deadly back then or some shit. So and they were gonna die anyway. So they would just stitch them shut with like a lighter, and then they just go out and kill as many people as they could before they died.
Man, I mean, that is a level of hardcore that I can't even.
Yeah.
You know, right? Like what man now could do that?
Oh my God!
Like, not a man,
these men can't even. These men can't even tell their wives to shut the fuck up.
Right,
dude.
Like, there's no way that they could do that. Like, even the World War II generation, right? Like my grandfather's generation. Like, you know, the shit that they did.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, my grandfather was, you know, in the Navy, and I'm sure like the shit he did and what he saw and stuff in the Pacific, like I'm sure that it would like just destroy me.
Yeah.
You know, like
absolutely.
And like there's just a level that you got to be at, like, to be dealing with this idea that any day at any moment my ass could be blown off.
Oh shit.
By some Jap submarine or some kamikaze pilot.
Absolutely.
You know, like out of nowhere. Like, I could literally just be gone immediately.
Yeah.
You know, at any moment. You know, after all of this training, after all of this shit, like, there are no guarantees.
Did you ever people like to talk about Saving Private Ryan a lot, but did you ever see this movie called Dead Presidents?
Yeah, I've seen them. I actually watched a bunch of clips of it on YouTube recently. I've never actually seen the movie.
Because
I really want to see it now.
It's really good.
Because it is a story of the veteran, right?
Yes, the Vietnam.
The bank robbery.
Yeah, it was Vietnam vets that did a bank robbery because they came back from Vietnam broke as fuck. But and people like to give the Vietnam veterans shit like, oh, it wasn't a real war, which is fucking insane. Did you see the scene in Dead Presidents where they're in Vietnam? It's nighttime and they're just walking through the forest. And then one of the guys steps on a landmine and blows up. And then the gunfire looks like fucking laser beams going through the night. Like, it was fucking insane. It was like green laser beams and shit. And people are just blowing the fuck up when they get hit with these fucking laser beams. It was guns, of course, but it's like, it was that dramatic.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, people like the shit these fucking troops go through, man. It's crazy.
Well, and that was insane. I mean, like, you know, Vietnam was like, there was so much guerrilla warfare going on, and we didn't know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
You know, and we obviously we fucked it up in epic ways.
Yeah, didn't America really lose that war too, and they just swept it under the rug?
Yeah, no, we totally lost that war.
Yeah.
You know, that was the thing, right? That was the first time that American troops came home defeated and beat down, and that's why it was so detrimental to our society in part, because we didn't know how to lose them before.
Exactly. And then it happened again in the Middle
You know?
East, right? I mean, did they win anything in the Middle
Oh
East?
yeah. No. I mean, we're going through the same thing now.
Exactly.
And that's the real tragedy of it, because we already learned this lesson in Vietnam. You know how when we try to police the world, it really doesn't.
No.
go
Yes.
well,
Exactly.
for
Exactly.
us.
And if you think about it, bro, this country has
Yeah.
really been on the decline, I would say, since like the 60s, right? Since they went to Vietnam. If you really look at it,
No,
even
that was a huge turning point.
yes, even the 70s and 80s,
society.
even the 70s and 80s and 90s, arguably, even though they were good, if you study every 10 years, the quality of people and the quality of life did go down every single decade,
I mean,
every 10
you
years.
could just look at the generations. What was changing in the generations?
Exactly.
The quality of the people, and hell, what was happening in politics
Yeah.
and stuff like that too. Like, things were just getting shittier and
Exactly.
shittier and shittier.
Like this has been
And,
building
you
up
know, and
forever.
it was everything with capitalism too, right? Because back in the 50s, you know, like for example, if you worked for GM or IBM or something like that, like, man, you were set for life.
Oh yeah, 50
like,
years.
You were just set. And you had so much company loyalty. Like,
Yes.
you were showing up, you were doing.
You
a
would
great
climb
job
the
for them.
ladder.
They had you covered with an awesome pension. But
Of course.
now, if you don't work for those companies, you don't get shit.
Fuck no.
You know,
And
you're not getting. There's no loyalty.
No.
They're not taking care of you. They're trying to undercut you every
Of
chance
course.
they can and
Of
replace
course.
you with
The younger
someone
kids.
who's going to do the
Yeah.
job for less.
And then when it's
You know,
finally
like-
and then when it's finally time to retire, some clever banker will fuck you out of your social security.
Yeah, that's it. And that's how it's done. And you know what? He'll get a promotion for
Of
doing
course.
that.
Of course.
You know, and you know, it's the whole system is so fucking broken. It's amazing, you know, and it's
Yeah.
made it impossible, I think, for my generation, certainly your generation,
Yeah.
to take any of it seriously.
No. Bro, like
right?
what
Because-
Generation
because,
Z
like,
guys?
like,
Let's pretend
we can't have any loyalty.
No.
Like, I've never had loyalty, really.
no.
My loyalty has been entirely based on how easily can I get paid for the least amount of money.
Exactly.
Bullshit,
Exactly.
you know, like
Exactly.
that's
just pimp
that's
shit.
literally the extent of my loyalty.
It's just pimp shit.
You know, yeah, and it sucks to be like, and I recognize, right, because like I came out of school with a lot of energy. I really wanted to build. I really wanted to produce,
Yes.
you know, and do shit.
Nope.
And corporate sucked my soul.
Yes. And replaces you at the
after that.
drop
Like,
of a
like,
hat.
I saw how fucking pointless it was. I saw like the harder I worked,
Yeah.
the less I got,
Yeah.
and I noticed that the less that I worked,
The more.
I got.
Yes. Exactly.
And you know, like I couldn't help, but I had to take advantage of that because I'm not an idiot. You
Yeah.
know, but at the same time, it was like I
Soul
knew,
crushing.
I could tell, like as the years went by, it was killing my soul.
Yeah.
Right, like because I realized how backwards it was.
Because you want to be a
And
go-getter.
now I'm at a point where I wanted to be a builder. I wanted
Fuck
to
yeah.
like make shit. I wanted stuff to like, you know, like I had that entrepreneurial
Nope.
spirit.
But it's
too,
about
coming out of
kissing
college,
dick and
now
it's about
like,
sucking dick and
it's
kissing
just like
ass.
not even. It's not even there. It's like I said, like even with the relationships and stuff, like there's just no passion there. But
No.
I know that I'm that person. I just have to rediscover it.
You know something funny,
You know?
bro? You know something funny? The corporate jobs, there's a parallel between the corporate jobs and the relationships with modern women. And
Oh,
it's
yeah,
and
you're
and,
absolutely
and the
right about that.
parallel is that you don't rise in the company by being the top performer. Same way you don't rise in your relationship by being the stern, honest, loving, disciplined man. You
Right.
rise in the company by sucking your boss's dick and kissing ass, and your
Yep.
relationship lasts longer by being a beta male bitch and letting your woman extort you and wear the pants. That's how your relationship
That's right.
lasts. Same thing
You're
with it. It's
absolutely right.
fucking crazy, man.
It's totally backwards. Think about that. Like both of those things, that's completely backwards
Yes.
from the way it was in the 50s.
Yes.
country.
And
You
it
know,
goes against our
that's like-
biology as men. It spits in the face of our biological right to be rulers and kings and leaders.
Yep.
Where it kills our souls, you know?
Right. Interesting thing, kind of related to the whole time thing. When we were talking about the 50s and stuff, I was thinking about this the other day. One of the guys in one of the videos mentioned, you know, that like we were talking about hitting women and stuff, and like
Right.
the, you know, just how obviously, you know, that's the worst thing ever in our society now.
Not
And
shouldn't be.
what was interesting though, like it got me thinking about the old movies, right, where the guys would you know, if a woman was mouthing off too much or whatever, like he'd slap her,
Yeah.
you know, with a backhand or something, right? She'd shut up and cry or
Yes.
whatever. And you know, I've thought about this in particular. This movie, one of the old Bond movies, On Her Majesty's Secret Service. He hits Tracy, the female lead.
Yeah. I saw
like
that.
in the hotel room, and that, you know, that early scene, right? And because, you know, she's fucking with him, right? She just sent this guy to kill him, basically, right? To just to test how hardcore he was.
Yes.
You know, or like, you know, or no, that wasn't it. Like her dad had sent the guy there, and, you know, he almost gets killed fighting this huge black dude, right? And, you know, then he goes, and then, you know, because the guy's like in her hotel room and whatever, and he finally gets back to his room, and then she's there and she's holding his gun on him, right?
Yeah.
And she's just like flirting with him with this gun, and he's just like, he's not having any of it. He fucking bitch slaps her, and it's like, who the fuck was that dude in your room? He's like, basically almost killed me, you know, like, and you know, of course, she plays that wounded, you know, like, oh, I'm so weak, you know, card shit, and, and he sees right through the manipulation, right? I'm just like, dude, that's where we need to get back to.
Oh my fucking God.
We need to get back to the point where we can fucking check a bitch when she needs to be checked, right? Like
exactly.
that. And, you know, like, because you know what happened after that?
Yeah.
She fucking respects his ass through the whole movie.
Yes.
Right? She never again tries to play him or to fucking, you know, mess with his head or whatever. She respects him so much.
Bro,
and you know what? You watch any of those old movies, the same thing happens.
Did you ever see this movie from the 70s? It's called The Mac.
No,
it's
I
about
never
a
did.
pimp.
That was one of the like pimp movies.
Yes,
maybe, or...
it was a great movie. It's about pimps. Anyway, one of his hoes, she's basically she's with a John. You know what a John is, right? Like a guy who pays the woman for sex.
Okay, yeah.
So she's with the John in the hotel room, and the John is in he's in the bathtub, like taking a bath before they're gonna have sex. And she goes in his wallet and takes his money and then runs off with his money while he's in the bathtub. She doesn't sleep with him, right? So she runs away with the guy's money because she doesn't want to fuck him. And the pimp pulls up in his car, and the pimp's name is Goldie, right? So she's like, Goldie, the white pimp, he fucking robbed me and took my money. Like, he robbed me and shit. I need some money. So she stole the guy's money, and then she's trying to steal her pimp's money, right? And the pimp sees right through the game, and he's like, listen up, bitch. I don't give a fuck about what happened to you. And she's like, ah! Yeah. And he's like, I want you to go back out there. He's like, I want you to go back out there and get me my money. And she's like, ah! And she like runs away crying. She runs away crying, right? But then she goes and gets him his fucking money. She goes back to sucking dick and making him money. And he sees right through the lie. He sees through that fucking lie. He's like, I don't give a fuck about what happened to you, bitch. Go out there and get me my money. Fucking beautiful movie, bro. Watch it. It's from 1971. It's called The Mac.
I gotta see that.
Fucking that's great awesome. Movie, man. 1971.
I mean, I hate that we're there, right? I hate that we've arrived at this place where
we shouldn't have never left. You know, we shouldn't have never left that other place.
Yeah.
To get to this place.
I mean, it's not just that, but like, you know, like I hate that I'm having this conversation about hitting women. And like it's like. You know, like it's like I simultaneously feel, you know, the feminist. I feel the feminine sort of guilt trip, right?
That you've been brainwashed to have
by society.
Yes.
And at the same time, I feel like, oh my God,
I'd love to do that shit. Yes.
You know,
it's like a split personality.
I mean, no, it's not that I want to do it. Like I don't want to have to do that, but I feel like it's what we have to do now to get society back to a state of normal. Right.
I mean, bro, why are these kids these days so misbehaved? You want to know why kids these days are so misbehaved? Because they know they can pick up the phone and call a social worker and get their parents thrown in jail. You know, look at how kids don't respect teachers anymore. You know, my mom told me when she was a kid that fucking teachers would slap the kids if they were misbehaved. So kids were always quiet. These days, the kids are Snapchatting in class, twerking in class, fucking smoking weed in the back of the class. I used to go to high school with weed in my pocket, selling weed in the bathroom. I don't give a fuck. What are they going to do to me? Kick me out? Okay, I'll go to another high school. There's a million of them.
Yep.
You know? No penalties.
Well, they could have sent you to juvenile detention, though, right?
Yeah, but I was always kind of smart. I never carried enough weed that I couldn't get rid of. But still, it's like there's no slight giving a fuck. You know, there's really no. There's no, and even if I got
sure.
caught and they tell my parents, what are my parents going to do? Nothing,
Right.
you know? So you never really care. There's no consequence.
Yeah. Plus, you've got that whole you've got that badass, thing going on when you're in high school. If you're doing
Yes.
anything like that, it's like you instantly get asked.
Right.
I mean, for real. Well, and it's not just high school. Like right now, like it doesn't matter how old you are. I feel like if you do anything to break the law, it just automatically makes all the bitches wet.
Exactly.
Like,
oh man, you just reminded me of so many, bro. You reminded me of so many fucking stories, man. This is how the criteria of what attracts bitches. Yo, you know what happened, man? I was in high school, and this crazy girl that I ended up dating, she liked me and this white boy at the same time, and it was kind of like me or him. So one day, and I knew this is back when I was like, I didn't give a fuck about my fellow man, right? So I knew she liked both of us, and she hadn't made her decision yet which one she wants to date, right? So one day I'm walking through the hall and I see her, and then the guy she likes also is walking right past me. And out of nowhere, I just push him up against the wall, and I'm like, "What the fuck did you say to me, bitch?" He's like, "What, bro? I didn't say anything." I'm like, "You called me a fucking faggot? I'll fucking kill you." And he didn't even call me a faggot, bro. He didn't even call me a faggot. It was all a fucking play. So I put my arm up to his neck. I'm like, "I'll fucking kill you." He's like, "I'm sorry, man. What the fuck, shit?" And he scurries off, and she sees this shit. And like a couple days later, me and her are dating, and I totally stole her from him. All I had to do was just make a bitch out of him in front of her one time, and she was mine for like a year. And I'd just be like, I would be like hitting that ass from the back and like thinking about him and like laughing. And I'm like, this is fucking pathetic. Oh God.
Yeah, that's hilarious. And you know what? The sad part of that is I would have been that white kid in high school.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, man. And I hate that it's like this.
Like, don't apologize. I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Like that's how fucked up it is,
oh,
right?
God.
And it's like you got to learn, adapt, or die.
It's pretty much.
Right? You got to learn and adapt or die.
Pretty much.
And I mean, it's from day one for men. I feel like now, like if I had a son now,
fuck.
I would be, and there's guys who talk about that, right? Like if they had sons, what they would do, the whole big cow thing. I feel like if I did it, I would have to make sure he was aware of all of this stuff.
Yeah.
From a very young age. And making sure that he was going to protect himself.
Absolutely. And let's not kid ourselves, guys. Like, look, I see you guys in the comments. Don't think this shit is cool. This shit is dysfunctional as fuck. Like it was never meant to come to this. I shouldn't have to do shit like this to get a woman. I should be able to be in
our society shouldn't be like this.
No, this is not normal, and this is something I'm trying to change.
Dangerous, horrible.
Yes, sick fucking.
Particularly for you,
and don't think, guys.
Younger men.
Here's the thing, guys. Don't think you're gonna get long-term peace and happiness and a long-term successful, healthy relationship by being that asshole. You're not. You'll get some quick sets for a couple months, maybe a year. Maybe a hookup, but this isn't a foundation to build your life on. It'll be a fucking train wreck if you do that.
No, these women will take you to the cleaners. They will do anything. That they're capable.
Yes,
of it.
And they're not loyal to the bad boy either. Don't think
they're not loyal at all. So they will dump you the minute they can move up the ladder.
Exactly.
And it doesn't matter. And even if that doesn't happen, like you just have so many things against you.
You don't want a chick that likes you for the wrong reasons,
Right, exactly.
It's never a good long-term strategy.
And women are notorious for liking.
And the problem is you have to up the abuse. The longer the relationship goes on, she gets used to how abusive you are, and you have to up the drama, and that becomes exhausting for the man.
No, and particularly if you're like me, where abuse and drama is not your natural state.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here.
Like I actually fucking hate.
It's heartbreaking, bro. It's fucking. I hate that I had to do that.
It's too much work.
Yes.
Right? Like I'm not gonna do it. Right? No. Like I'm not gonna do that.
No.
Like I am by default. I am relegated to pump and dump.
Yes.
Right. If I want to be around a woman at all.
Right.
In that sense, like in a sexual sense, it has to be pump and dump, or I'm gonna have to leave the country.
That way you don't have to keep being. That way you don't have to be the asshole boyfriend for months and months, and it sucks the life out of you.
No. and I'm not going to be a sucker like
Right.
that, right? I'm not playing that game. I've already been down that road.
Yes.
I'm not doing it again. You know.
Yeah.
I'm
And that's the thing no
so
one talks
over that
about.
shit.
That's the thing no one talks about. Being the asshole is just as exhausting as being the beta, just in a different way.
Right.
Just in a different
Yeah.
way. It's not
It's
really
still a lot
better.
of goddamn work.
Fuck yeah,
you
it's
know,
not a
like,
good thing.
At the end of the day. Yeah.
Right.
And you gotta I mean, and you gotta really ask yourself, right? Is hitting the pussy that, you know, really, how good is it? Right?
Exactly.
mean,
I got
let's
bored
be
of that
honest,
bitch, bro.
I mean, I'm
Oh,
not
shit.
saying it can't be fun and you might have some good times, whatever, but you know,
Oh,
I mean,
shit.
let's be honest, like you're acting, right? Like if you're
Yeah.
not like a natural asshole thug,
Yes.
you know,
It's an
and I'm
act.
sure that there's some of them out there.
It
That's
is an
fine.
act.
It's easy for those guys, but
It is
if
an
it's not like your natural state of being, like you're constantly acting,
Of course.
right? And acting is exhausting.
Exactly.
You know, like if you're doing it 24/7 just to keep a bitch around you, you're
Shit.
gonna get exhausted. It's gonna suck the life out of you. You're not gonna be able to focus on your mission at all,
Exactly.
right? Like you're not gonna have any energy.
Exactly.
You know, like it's like you got to make that choice, right? Like it's so much easier to pump and dump or
Shit, yeah.
jerk off.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly.
And you know, like, what are some of the other comments? Is there anything else that you know that we're talking about that needs to be addressed? Like,
As
I
far-
can't, you know,
As for, oh, the YouTube comments? No, they were just a few guys were like, bro, Karama, that's kind of fucked up that you did that. And I'm like, look, guys, I'm not proud of this shit. It was just something I had to do. It wasn't something I wished.
right,
I'm not happy about this. And
Yeah.
I wish I could have been a nice guy and got a nice girl and
Right.
lived a nice life. That's what all men, we want peace and happiness. We don't like fucking drama, you know?
yeah, no, like
So-
not this drama, not this having to, you know,
Shit.
right? I mean, look at how crazy this shit
And
is.
think
We're
about it, bro.
talking
Think about
about
this. It
going
always
to
ends
prison.
badly. Being the bad boy, you always pay the price in the end. You're either like dead or in jail.
Yep.
And then while you're dead or in
That-
jail, she's fucking another bad boy until he's dead or in
Yep.
jail. And then she moves from bad boy. So it's not like being the bad boy makes her loyal to you. She's gonna fuck with other bad boys after you. There's no winning, you know?
Yep. No, there's no winning, and she's had them before you.
Yes.
So, and that's the other thing that like just like kills it for me.
Yes.
personally. I'm like, you know,
It's just pump and dump.
she's taken on all of those traits of all those guys she's already fucked. You know,
Exactly.
so every time I'm fucking her, I'm actually fucking all over the guy,
Yes.
which is a huge turn off for me because I'm actually
Yeah.
straight.
Exactly.
So, you know, like
Yeah, bro. I don't like, bro, if you order a steak, all right, and then I come and spit on it, then another dude comes and
Yeah.
spits on it, then another dude comes and
Yep.
spits on it. You really want to fucking eat that steak, man?
I don't want that steak anywhere near me.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, like I don't want it. You know, like
Exactly.
it's tainted.
And you know something
beyond-
funny, bro?
beyond
You know
repair.
something hilarious, bro? Like bitches I pump and dump or whatever, and then they ghost on me and think they won over on me. It's like, bitch, you're so fucking dumb. All I did was add emotional baggage to your soul that you're gonna keep forever. I imprinted you
Yep.
forever by fucking you, and you think you got over on me by like us having sex and then you disappear. Bitch, you're so dumb. I live with you forever now. You don't live inside me
Right.
forever, you stupid bitch. You think you won, but you're gonna learn over time how fucked you are. And you see these women in their early to mid 30s, it starts to hit them, all these different guys in their mind fucking with their head, and they go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about that too? Because I know, you know, we're talking about the whole soul
Yes.
thing, and what do you think? Like, do you think that these women who have been used by all these different guys, do you think they even have a soul left?
They are
Do you
what?
think there's even anything? Do you think they even have a soul left?
No.
You know,
Bro, you ever
like,
see like
I
a
mean,
you ever see a cute girl with makeup? She'll maybe post a picture on Facebook and she's looking into the camera and you can just tell she's dead inside.
oh yeah,
That's called the
Yeah.
1,000-cot stare.
Mhm.
Notice how you never see
Yeah.
any like 9-year-old girls or 12-year-old girls or like virgins have that soulless look when they take pictures.
right. Yeah, that's the look of the thousand. That's the 1,000th dick look.
Exactly. See, men when we get older, we have that same soulless look too. But it's not because we've had a bunch of dicks in us. It's because life has been such a fucking bitch. We're kind of over it. But we're still not as fucked up as women. Like, bro, even me at my most suicidal, I'm way happier than like the women I know. I'm way more chill and like, whatever. And even like me and you, we laugh about going to prison and dying, but it's not that big of a deal to us. Like, if it's like, fuck it, if I lose my life, I lose my life. YOLO. Women, they've had all these dicks in them. They're like, oh my God, what the fuck? I'm so fucking confused. Like, it's a nightmare, bro. It's a whole different animal. You know, I still know who I am. What'd you say?
I said I still wouldn't trade.
Fuck no, bro.
You know,
fuck that shit.
I mean, because they have to live in this, you know, they're super emotional and they act everything super emotional way.
I'll tell you something. Exactly. I'll tell you something,
bro.
Then
you add in the fact. Oh, go ahead.
I'll tell you something. My millionaire ex-girlfriend, the one whose dad made me Eds, the butler, she told me one time, me and her were laying in bed, right? And she told me, I wish I didn't lose my virginity to this other guy. She looked at me out of nowhere. She's just like, I wish I didn't lose my virginity to this other guy. And I didn't understand what that meant until years later. It finally hit me. I'm like, after I learned about pair bonding and guys living inside her soul, I'm like, oh, she wishes she didn't lose her virginity to this other guy because deep down that other guy still lives in her soul and she can't bond with me because her mind is still on this other guy and it's fucking her head up. See, me, bro, I lost my virginity to a girl who's now a porn star, and I don't even give a fuck. Like, I never think about it. I'm never like, I'm in love with that porn star. I'm like, that was cool. Like, if it was a fat chick, I'd be like, oh yeah, I lost my virginity to a fat chick. Doesn't fucking matter. I don't, bro, like, I don't even remember half the girls I've slept with. I don't give a fuck. Women, they remember everything. It becomes a part of them. And I remember this girl, I could feel it. If that guy she lost her virginity to came back, she would have always been ready to go back to him because he owns her forever. And it's the same thing with girls that I've took their virginities. They'll be dating some other guy, and then I'll come back, but hey, bitch, you want round two? She's like, and she'll dump that other guy and jump right back on my dick because I own her. I was the first one who planted the flag, you know? And that's some scary shit when you're fucking with a girl that's not a virgin.
No, that's true. I mean, what's really scary is that I could probably go back to any of my ex-girlfriends and easily get them back.
Yeah.
And, you know, like, it doesn't matter who they're with right now.
Exactly.
But for the reason you just said right there, because of the soul thing and the imprint.
Yes.
And all of that, like, you know, in my 20s, you know, like, I'm guessing I was one of the early ones you never really know.
Yes.
Right? But that's going to have a stronger impact.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, like the first 3 to 5 guys.
I wasn't dick, you know, 998.
Exactly.
You know, I was
Here's the thing,
like,
bro.
You know, dick 10.
I'll put it this way. I'd say every guy before age 21 that a woman sleeps with, let's assume it's like 3 to 5 to 7 guys. Anything after that, forget it. No soul. No fucking soul.
Yep.
You know, when I fuck girls that are like 22, 23, bro, we'll be in like the middle of having sex and I can just see it in their mind. They're like in another place. They're just like, yeah, they're enjoying it physically. It's like, and all that shit. But when we're done, they don't get attached to me the way girls I used to fuck when I was 16 and 17 and 18. After the sex, they wouldn't leave me alone. I couldn't get fucking rid of them. Yep. It's like they were mine forever. When I fuck girls in their mid-20s, bro, after the sets, they're just like zombies. Like, all right, yeah, got work tomorrow. See you. I'm like, yeah. Yep. It's fucking disgusting when you think about it. It's like fucking a dude or some shit. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been with women, dude, straight up, like, that have been, you know, they've done that, basically the whole, like, they just wanted wham, bam, thank you, man.
Yeah.
They were outdoor, that kind of thing.
It's a turn off.
It shocked me
at
the time, right? Because
exactly.
I was used to that, right? I was used to women being,
exactly,
you know, much more intimate.
Right.
And I'm actually a very intimate guy. Like, I'm much more of a, like, I want to fuck and then let's hang out.
Yeah, it's fun.
Like, and like, I like that pair bonding.
Exactly.
But I want that kind of connection. I desire it, right?
Exactly.
Like, and that's the thing where, like, now I've done with these women work, like, they act like what in my head is like sort of the thug sort of dude attitude, like just the asshole attitude. And I'm just like, it's such a turn off.
Exactly. And even
like, man,
even Jasmine turned into that over the years. Like I talked about how in the video we stopped talking for a couple of years, and then I reached back out to her because I broke up with her the first time. So I broke up with her because she's going to the military. Anyways, a couple of years later, I'm like, I'm older, she's older. We're both more mature. I've made some money, she's made some money. We can actually afford to do this, like be together, and we're both wiser. And what I failed to realize was I'm the only one who got wiser. She got dicked down by 20 or 30 guys when she went away to the military. And now she's a cold zombie shell of her former self. And she can't love me anymore. And when I talked to her, she was just like dead. It was like a zombie, man. It was heartbreaking too, but I'm like, she's not the same person anymore. See, the beautiful thing about being a man is we can pair bond till the day we die. We can go through 50 bad relationships. I could fall in love with a woman tomorrow the same way I fell in love with Jasmine when I was like 19. She can't do that.
Yeah.
Women can't do that. So that's the ultimate curse, I say, of being a woman is if you're not, with this guy that you took your virginity, you're kind of fucked. Bro, did you ever play this game? Like, did you ever play like Gears of War by any chance? Like the series? Like on Xbox?
No, I played the Unreal Tournament game. So
Oh,
the
shit.
one that same studio did.
There was
No,
this game Gears of War 2. I remember there was this scene. It kind of reminds me of Jasmine. Like basically, the dude's wife gets kidnapped by like the fucking the enemy, and the enemy are like these weird zombie creatures. But they know how to use guns though. But anyway, so the zombie creatures they create this like slave concentration camp for all the humans they capture to work in. And the guy he finally finds his wife like years later, and he rescues his wife from the zombie camp. Like he kills all the zombies, and then he like opens her little chamber, and he's imagining her when she comes out of the chamber to look just as good as she did the day that she went to the zombie camp. And she comes out of the zombie chamber, and he still sees her as this like looking just as good, and he's hugging her and shit. And then his teammate is like, "Bro, what the fuck are you doing?" And then he looks at his wife one more time, and she's like a fucking zombie woman. Like her hair all fell off, her skin turned black, like she lost all her teeth. And he's like, "Oh my God." And he was in denial at first. And then his friend points it out to him that she doesn't look the same. And that's like the same thing when you have these girls that like you met them and you've slept with them, and then years later she's been with a bunch of other guys, and it's like you still have it in your mind that she's the same person she was back then, but she's not. And then she'll do something that'll let you know how much she's changed, and you're like, oh shit, like this shit isn't the same anymore,
No, that's true. That's why I used to have this fantasy, right, where I was like, oh, I'll try to deal with women in a way, since like kind of at the point after a college girlfriend breakup where I was like, that was a 3-year relationship. We had been together for a while. And after that, I was kind of like, you know what? I'm just going to do the James Bond thing. Like, I'm going to travel around, fuck whoever I want. And, I'm not going to worry about this shit. And, and I'm going to try to keep it cool, with all of these girls. And, I'll just have a little black book in whatever country I'm in.
Yes.
Maybe I'll hook up with, whoever I knew when I was there before, that kind of thing, which sounded pretty good to me, on paper, in my head. And, but the problem with that now is exactly what you just said, right? Like, I can't do that in America. I can't fuck anyone here and expect them to do anything like they were. If I go away for a few years, or if I'm traveling or whatever, even just traveling around the state, whatever, my girlfriend in Florida, I'm still in touch with her. She's keeping me as a second right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I know that's what's going on. Because she still talks to me, and she's dating another guy.
That's what Jasmine did.
Why
Same
the
thing.
fuck would she still be talking to
Same
me if
thing.
she wasn't thinking about fucking me later?
Exactly. Same thing Jasmine did.
If I show up in Florida tomorrow, it's like I can.
Exactly. But it's like, do you really want to do that? It's like, do you even want to do that though?
No.
Same.
No, of course I don't want to do it.
Same thing.
I don't want to do it at all because I know that's what's going on.
Exactly. And it's you feel kind of bad.
No, I feel terrible about that, man. I feel sorry for the poor bastard
fucking
right now.
Exactly. And it's heartbreaking for you because you don't want to be a second option either. That's why when I found out Jasmine was with another guy and she's been talking to me behind his back, I told her, look, you can have that guy. Because the way I see it, I'm so valuable, I'm nobody's second option. Either I'm the prize or fuck you. That's just the way I am.
Yeah. No, exactly.
And I mean, the only reason I'm still talking to her is because I have no intention of dating her or dating her at all.
Oh, okay.
You know, like it would only be about sex. You know, but even that, I'm like, you know, I'm not really motivated to do it at all because I know that she will change because she's probably ridden the cocktail herself since I knew her.
And that other guy lives inside her soul now too. Even the beta male lives in her soul.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Beta blue pill dude is part of is in there. And, you know, I'm just at this point where it's just like it's not even fun and it's not like the idea of it. It's like I'd rather just meet some new girl.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Or like just fuck some other girl who I don't know.
Exactly.
It's weird to feel that way. It's totally different from how I was, you know, thinking life was going to go in
Yes.
the 20s. You know, and then maybe I could still do that if I was, you know, going to other countries or whatever. But I don't think I could really do it here.
Yeah. No, I can't, bro. I cannot emotionally bond. Like, I cannot emotionally bond now with a woman that I know has had another man inside her, because I'm always going to have this what if in the back of my mind. How much of this is her and how much of this is that other guy?
Yep.
You know?
Yep. That's the thing. Like I found out that, you know, an ex-girlfriend had hooked up with, we broke up, and, you know, we're still doing sort of like, you know, we were just randomly hooking up after we broke up, you know, thing for a while. And finally she stopped that and she fucked another guy like the day or 2 days after we broke up. And then she comes over to my apartment drunk and told me about it.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just like in tears, like, oh, I made this mistake, blah, blah, blah. Fuck this other guy.
Yeah.
You know, I actually love you, blah, blah, blah. And it's like I was in such shock as all that happened that I had to like analyze this shit forever.
Yes.
But, you know, I was just like, why the fuck? Okay, first of all, why would you do that? Second of all, okay, if you want to do that, why the fuck would you tell me about it?
Yeah.
If you want, you know, and why would you, like, just why? All of that was a huge why to me. I was just like, I get that you're trying to, like, if you actually did this or if you're lying about it, either way it's done.
Yeah.
You know, and you're not helping here at all. And, you know, you basically just killed any motivation I ever had.
Things will never be the same after that.
Again.
Things will never be the same.
I will never be inside you again. I cannot do it because I had an emotional attachment to you. I actually gave a fuck, and you just pissed all over all of that.
Exactly.
You know, like
you know something funny, bro.
In a way that is unforgivable.
I remember after me and Jasmine stopped talking, like 2 weeks later, she's fucking some other guy, and then they break up. And then right before she goes to the military, I decided like I wanted to hit that ass one more time. And when she was with me, I had her get tested, so I knew she didn't have anything. So because we were having like unprotected sex and shit, which was stupid on my part, but you know I was 19. So anyway, I see her after she slept with the other guy. We go on a date, and we're getting ready to have sex. And I pull out a condom, and me and her had never used a condom before. And she's like, "What? Why are you using that?" I'm like, "Because you had sex with someone else after me, and I don't know what you have now." And I could see this like heartbroken disappointment. Like she was like, I could tell in her eyes, she's like, he doesn't view me the same anymore. Like I'm not as valuable to him anymore. And I'm like, that's right, you're not. Like I don't know what the fuck you have now. Now I have to use a condom. Like things will never be the same between us ever again. And I could just see how like disappointing that was to her. It was very interesting.
Yeah, no, it's cool that you picked up on it. I mean,
yeah,
it's good. I mean, I think it sucks, of course, but it's cool that she was actually exposed enough that you got to pick up on it.
Yes.
You know, see the emotion. And,
yeah, it was like a heartbroken, like you don't love me anymore.
Like oh yeah.
And I'm like, nope.
Which is, you know, that's what they're after. You know, ultimately. So when you took that away from her, I mean, you took it away. Like you took away her goal.
Yes.
You know, like really. Like she couldn't have it.
Yeah, and the only reason, the only reason after so many years I started to fall for her again is because we lived apart for so many years. When you're away for someone for so long, you forget all the bad shit they did to you, and you only remember the good shit. And that's what made me start to like her again But after we talked for a little bit, I started to remember why I ended things the first time anyway. Yeah, but
That's
it's
usually all it takes.
yes,
If you're ever in a situation, for anybody listening to where that happens, like don't meet the girl again and immediately hook up with her. Like
no,
treat it like you're dating. Like take her on a date if you got to. Like, and I don't even believe in that, of course. But like if it's either that or you're gonna hook up with a bitch you haven't seen in like 5 years, like you take her out and you learn who the fuck she is now.
yes,
And because you will be reminded immediately or very quickly, like why you did what you did 5 years ago, why you left. And I don't care if she's cleaned up her shit or whatever. Like, you'll at least be reminded.
There's nothing on this earth she can do to purge all those other dicks that were in her. There's not a single fucking diet she can go on. There's not a therapist she can go to. Those guys live inside her forever.
Yep, and it's something that you're always gonna have to deal with. It's like dating, or it's like guys who hook up with women who are divorced or
shit,
stuff like that.
Oh shit,
the father of that child is always gonna fucking be there.
Oh
yeah, you're always gonna have to put up with whatever his shit is, just because he put that baby inside of her.
Yeah,
and he could be a fucking degenerate, like fucking,
they always are. They
criminal,
always are.
Piece of shit.
They always are.
He is always gonna get to be fucking up your life.
Yes. Yes.
Just because he nutted one time.
Of course.
And it's like it's insane.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
Absolutely.
Thing in our society, but what is that like in the Middle East? What is it like with divorce?
Oh, dude, divorced women are looked at as dog shit in the Middle East. Like single moms or divorced women, the whole fucking town like casts them out. Like, dude, guys in the Middle East don't fucking marry divorced women. They view them as worthless. Like, women have one shot with a man in the Middle East, and if you fuck it up, you're fucked for life.
Yeah, I like that.
I love that too, bro. That's the way it's supposed to be, man. I'm not marrying some fucking used car.
That's really good.
Absolutely. Forces her to be on her P's and Q's, man.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. I'm just so curious, like, what life would be like here.
Absolutely.
Like how different. Like I can't even conceptualize it. Right, my brainwash. Western.
Right. Absolutely.
Like this is all I've ever known.
Yeah.
It's hard to even imagine like a world in which men are actually respected.
Oh God, I've been there, bro, and it's very different, man. It's crazy. And you know what's funny? The crime rates are so microscopic in like Dubai, like so low. You don't even need cops, bro. I was in Dubai for a week. I didn't see a single police officer, not one time, because when men are in control, the society just kind of regulates itself. Whereas when you have all these emotional man boys raised by single mothers, myself included, I'm no better. They do crazy shit and they go to jail. Bro, I remember when I was a kid, man. I remember when I was a kid, because I didn't grow up with a dad, right, to teach me discipline. It was just me and my mom. When I was like 12 years old, this kid threw my skateboard in the lake, right? This random kid threw my skateboard in a lake. And I went into the house and got a kitchen knife. And I wanted to fucking stab him with a kitchen knife when I was 12, because I didn't have a man to teach me that discipline and restraint. I was acting on emotion like a woman, yet I have the testosterone of a man, which is a dangerous combination. And luckily, like, my mom was at the door when I did it, and she stopped me and she took the knife and shit. But like, these boys that grow up without dads, they're so much more likely to do crazy shit. And that's why America has the biggest fucking prison population.
Yep. That's true. It all comes from that.
I mean, luckily I grew up, I got older and I got more mature, and I wouldn't do something so immature now. But it's like a lot of guys didn't grow out of that. A lot of guys are just as emotional and stupid as they were when they were kids, that when they didn't have dads. So I grew out of it, but most guys don't.
You're so fortunate that you were able to do that. And also, think about it too. Like, what if you you were able to adapt, you were able to learn and adapt, and grow, because you were able to like go through all of these challenges and experiences and remain somewhat emotionally disconnected,
Yes.
right? Or at least to a point where you could manage the emotion. I think it would be way harder for like a single mom with a daughter.
Oh shit.
Right? Like,
Oh shit.
you know, like for the daughter to really have like any chance.
Fuck,
at all
no chance
of
at all, bro.
growth,
No,
you
dude,
know?
dude. Look, both kids need their dads way more than their mothers, but I think a daughter needs a
Yeah.
father way more than a son does. Straight up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's open season
Yeah.
on her ass. When girls don't have dads, that's like Predator's favorite target, man.
Yeah.
You know, favorite
Yeah,
fucking
it
target.
makes sense. Makes perfect sense. You
I
know,
know.
now, like, I mean,
Because here's the thing, bro. Here's the
God,
thing. Here's the thing, right? Let's pretend you got a boy with a single mom and the boyfriend is like molesting the son or something. Once he gets old enough, he's going to kill that motherfucker. Like one day,
Yep.
he's going to just kill a fucking daughter. The boyfriend can rape her until the end of time. She's never going to do anything about it in most cases, you know? All kinds of shit. Sleazy player boyfriends can come over and take advantage of the daughter. The mom doesn't know how to spot the difference. You know, a dad, he can spot a piece of shit guy from a mile away and be like, fuck no, you're not getting around my daughter. But moms don't know how to look out for that shit.
Yeah, and I mean the other part to that is how fucked up is that? Because that stuff goes on all the time.
Yeah.
Where, you know, an adolescent is being raped, you know, and it's a legit thing that is horrible. And we also have all these false rape accusations going on, you know, at the same time. So we're simultaneously, we're creating a problem that doesn't exist while we're not resolving an actual problem. But they're also hurting all of these people who are legitimately, you know, being raped and by these psychopaths.
Yes, no, bro, I did a video called The Wolves Will Eat Her. Did you happen to see that video?
I think I did, yeah.
It basically talks about how when these bitches cry wolf with this false rape shit, it makes all the good men that want to protect them too afraid to even be around them. And then the only men that still have the balls to fuck with them are the predators because they don't give a fuck about going to jail anyway. So now it's just you and the predators.
Yeah.
You know?
You know, it's so fucked up.
Yeah. Such a self-fulfilling prophecy.
All of it. No, it's crazy. Oh, I wanted to come back. I meant to say more about this. Are you familiar with Stoicism and stuff? Have you seen that stuff yet?
Stoicism. Isn't that just like being like a pacifist or like nonviolent or something?
No, it's not being nonviolent. It's being it's what I was talking about before, as far as like you define what you can control and you identify exactly what you can control and you put all of your energy into those things. But you remain completely emotionally disconnected from the outcome of things. So basically the idea is you could be a king or you could be a slave, and your life, like the emotional course of your life would be the same.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, it was an idea that was, I think it was introduced by Marcus Aurelius, who was one of the Caesars of Rome. And he was I think he was a poor kid, but he was adopted by the royal family.
Okay.
I think when he was like 12 or 13. So he grew up, you know, as royalty. And only a few years later, the father died, I believe, and he became, you know, he was Caesar of Rome, like he was the king. And I don't know exactly how he developed it during the course of his life, but he adopted these principles. He wrote books about it. And the thing that just struck me, you know, it struck me so much because I was just like blown away when he talked about, you know, the excess that was Rome at the time, right? Because this was back when they were doing all the crazy orgies and using all the drugs.
Yes.
You know, it was basically like, you know, if you were part of the royal family, you know, it was like you could fuck anything you want, like you could do anything you wanted. There were no limits at all. Like you could get away with anything you wanted to do. It didn't matter how afraid or how sick it was, anything. And he was one of the only emperors of Rome who stepped back from that and was like just saw the fallacy and all of that. And he basically said like that he wasn't going to live his life in that way, and that he was going to live in a way that you know, was like his politics. Like he's considered one of the best emperors of Rome ever, because everything he did was about being the king and, you know, like trying to be fair to the people and doing the right thing all the time, right? Basically, he was like the Boy Scout of, you know, all of these emperors, most of which were complete pig, you know, piece of shit.
Okay.
So he developed this philosophy out of it, and, you know, because his whole thing was about learning and bettering himself and, you know, living in a way that was basically essentially in complete harmony with, you know, life and the environment around him. And, you know, like this comes back to when we were talking about death, right? Like being, you know, comfortable with death. This is the same thing with him, right? Like he could have woken up during the day and, like, you know, been facing death, and it would have been a very casual thing for him, because he would have identified that whatever his face, whatever was threatening life at that point, like he would have certain choices, and he would make those choices as free of emotion as possible, and then, you know, accept whatever consequences came as a result of them. You know, so it's like this process of moving through. You know, like you bypass a lot of things. I think if you can get to this sort of mental state, right? Because you don't get caught up in the emotional bullshit of second guessing yourself.
Yes.
And, you know, all of this stuff that, you know, can come from that. Get a lot of issues. Just like you just can't make a decision. It can cause all kinds of issues, right? Like it can affect your health. It can affect your, you know, relationships, everything. Like you have to be able to make decisions consistently. And realize that even if you make the wrong decision, the act of making the decision and moving on is so crucial.
Yes.
Right? Like it's almost more important than the decision.
Yeah, there's a saying. There's a saying that indecision is worse than the wrong decision.
Yeah. Right. And I feel like I've lived that a little bit myself. I've seen like how bad it can get if you can't make a decision, if you get obsessive about things like that. You know?
Yes.
And it's not worth it at all. Like it's so much better to make the wrong decision, fail, and
learn. Yes.
And then, you know, and then you come back, make another one.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's how we learn. That's literally what learning is. It's failing at doing a lot of things. Right? And like you fail at stuff and then you learn. Like in our society, it's just like with death, it's demonized the idea of failure. You know, to the point where people are afraid to do anything because of failure.
Right.
You know, and not realizing that that's part of the process. Like you have to fail if you're gonna get good. Like if you're gonna hit God mode, you gotta fail a lot.
Yes.
Right? You know, like look at any bodybuilder, any athlete, right? You honestly believe that any of them have ever, like, if there's a single one of them alive that hasn't had some sort of major injury along the way? You know, like there's no way. Like they've all faced some sort of insane, you know, horrible injury, and they've come back from it.
Right.
You know, and that's just, you know, there's no way around it. Like you're not going to be a world-class athlete and not really fuck yourself up at some point,
of course,
way, and have to address that and come back.
Of course.
You know, you can't let it break you. You know. Because if you let it break you, you're out of the game. You know, that's it. You know, you're done. So anyway, this is the Stoicism thing, and I think that it really relates to MGTOW to me, because, you know, like that sort of takes some of the best aspects of being a man and applying them, you know, in a very intentional way, right? If you wake up every day, if literally every day you approach it with the attitude of, you know what, I've got some tough decisions to make today, or I've got some shit that might go south, but, you know, I'm gonna hit this with everything that I've got, you know, and I'm gonna choose the decision, I'm gonna choose the direction, and I'm gonna go in it and at it with everything I've got, and I'm gonna suffer the part of it. Like you go in into those decisions, even if you fail, you know, or whatever, it's like you celebrate the knowledge that you've gained, right? Whatever the failure is, because you're still a step closer at the end of the day than you were at the beginning of the day.
Okay.
You know, like, because you've learned, you know.
Right.
So anyway, yeah, sorry, long-winded, but I think it's related. Maybe it'll help some people, you know.
Right.
But I think it's a much better way to live than, you know, being like a woman and just reacting completely emotional in every situation. You know?
Yeah.
Because you're basically like, you know, I picture women now, like they react to everything like a chicken with its head cut off.
Oh,
just
God.
running around, like, you know, freaking out about whatever. And you know, so often it's just stupid bullshit, right? It's not even anything major.
Right.
You know? It's like, you know, oh God, like, you know, my girlfriend lost half a pound. Now, you know, she looks slightly less fat than me.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Such complete bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, are you getting any more comments?
Yeah, I'm getting tons of comments. Oh, by the way, guys, we've been streaming for 6 hours. The stream has been up for 6 fucking hours.
Yeah. That's wild. Is this a record? I don't know how often you do this.
I think my record was 8.5 hours.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild. Well, you've talked to me for a long time. I totally understand. We'll have another call or whatever, you know.
It's whatever. I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna end this one in about 6 minutes and 6 seconds. Now that I hit 6 hours.
Okay.
So
you're doing the 666.
I'm doing the 666 stream.
We were talking about help before. Okay.
Yes. So we got 6 minutes and 6 more seconds, and then I'm gonna end the stream and go get something to eat. I'm starving.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know what else is there to talk about. What are people talking? What are the comments then? What's the general vibe then?
Most people are just talking about how long we've been on, thinking it's crazy. And a lot of them, are just having their own conversations too.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about? I don't know. Where do you want to eat? It's like, bitch, what the fuck do you want?
Oh my God, Becky, her butt is so big.
No, bro, it's like when you ask your girlfriend or whatever, like back when I used to date, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. What do you want for dinner? Or why don't we go to fucking why don't we go to the Olive Garden? I don't want to go there. All right, well, where do you want to go? I don't know. All right, well, why don't we go to fucking the Outback Steakhouse? Yeah, I don't want to go there either. All right, well, where the fuck do you want to go, bitch? I don't know. Yeah. It's like, fucking kill me, God. Jesus.
Yeah, just pick a place.
Oh
God, I don't care.
Jesus.
You know, like that was back when, you know, the funny part about that is like now I'd be like, you know what, I'm eating at Whole Foods.
Oh, absolutely. It's like dude, we can't even eat most of the same shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like everything I eat is like, you know, I can't even go to a restaurant because everything at a restaurant
poison.
is doused in fucking oil.
Exactly.
It's covered in oil. Like even if it's vegetables and fruit, like
bro, they fry that shit, man.
They'll find a way to fuck it up.
Of course, they saute it or they fry it. Oh God.
It's insane, but yeah, no, I totally went through that too with girlfriend.
Jesus.
You know, the whole like, where do you want to eat? Where do you want to eat? Like, oh my God, I waste so much time.
Jesus Christ.
On that, you know, you don't even talk. You don't even say anything. You're like, you know, I'm hungry. I'm gonna drive us somewhere.
Bro, by the time
she's like, where are we going? It's a surprise.
By the time I started dating Jasmine, I had known that you stop asking girls what they want to eat. So I'm like, yo, we're going to get dinner. She's like, where are we going? I'm like, we're going to fucking Red Robin. I want the fucking burger with the egg on it. Like, this is back when I used to eat meat. So I'm like, we're going to fucking Red Robin. I'm getting the burger with the egg on it. And you're getting the fucking chicken teriyaki burger. She's like, oh, all right. And that's exactly what happened. And every time me and her went out to dinner, I just decided it's Red Robin. Every time. So we ate Red Robin like 4 times in a row. She didn't give a fuck. She was just happy that I made the decision. And I made her pay for her food every time.
Yep.
She loved it.
That's essential.
She gave me, bro. She gave me a BJ on the way home from Red Robin because she was so fucking turned on that I fucking chose the restaurant.
Yep.
And I was driving a convertible. So you already know. I was driving
That
a
sounds
fucking.
fun.
So she's giving me head, and I'm driving like a convertible Saab, like a Saab 9.3, and she's fucking
Yeah.
doesn't give a fuck.
Yep.
Goddamn right. You picked the fucking
That's-
restaurant.
That's awesome. I will always pick the restaurant from now on.
Shit. Absolutely.
I think that it's funny because they respect you more when you do that.
Yes.
And yet the media tries to brainwash us.
Of course.
What's that?
Of course. No, you're right.
Well, the media tries to brainwash us into thinking that, oh, you should never order for a woman.
Oh,
you
Jesus.
should never tell her what to eat. And if you mention food at all, it's basically like, I look at it this way, right? Like women now at the level that they're functioning, they're basically addicts, right?
Yes.
Like you have to deal with them like you're dealing with a fucking crackhead.
Yep.
Because they will react so emotionally to everything you do. Like if a woman's fat and you actually say, "Yo, bitch, you need to lose some weight." Like if you want to keep dating me, like you need to get in shape.
You just assumed her entire fucking universe, bro. You just assumed. You just triggered every fucking membrane.
I literally broke the internet right there.
Yeah.
Like that is all I would have to do is actually
system overload. Error. Does not compute.
In public.
Trigger.
Yep.
Shit.
So triggered. I need my
fucking laser beams.
Space,
fucking shoot laser beams out of her eyes.
Is saying, I need my safe space.
Oh shit, bro. Yo, she would be like Cyclops from X-Men shooting laser beams at you, and you'd have to fucking run.
Oh yeah. No, it would be insane. And she could look like fucking fat bastards.
Shit.
And it would still happen.
Exactly.
Like.
Exactly. Jesus Christ.
And like just being at that level, at that state, I mean, where basically we have to lie to women constantly because we don't lie to women constantly.
She'll replace her
like
ass.
if we actually tell the truth,
she'll replace her ass.
Oh yeah, there's no way we're sticking around.
That's why I said,
we're gonna witness a fight so epic. It's gonna make Luke Skywalker's trench run in the Death Star look like fucking Candyland.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, guys, I am reading the comments, and this is the only stream I'm gonna leave up. Your fucking 6-hour stream, so absolutely. We got about a minute and a half left, man.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know what else there is to say. I feel like we covered a lot of stuff. This was very helpful for me. I really appreciate it.
Anytime, bro. Anytime.
Just being able to talk about stuff. Is this your regular number? Like, calling in?
Yeah, you can text this number. Absolutely, bro. It's a Google Voice number, but all the notifications still go to my phone. So it's not my real number, but I get text messages and calls just the same. So yeah, it kind of is my real number.
Yeah, because I'm sure that I'm gonna have more questions at some point.
Yeah, man.
Things I want to talk about with you. As I'm learning about this stuff, because like I said, I feel relatively early in this process.
Yeah.
But I don't know how close are we now? 10 seconds?
No, we've got about it's 6 minutes, 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Sits at like 6:09. I'm like, fuck. I got to do it now, bro. Appreciate the call, man.
All right, cool.
All right, man.
Have a good one.
You too.